Welcome to today's audiobook. If you'd like access to full-length audiobooks, early releases, and hundreds of exclusive stories, you can join my Patreon. The link is in the description. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1 _ My brother is too dog. Konoha 30 years. The ninja school, a group of 6-year-olds chatted in the classroom. Quiet. Kinoshita village roared loudly, the veins on his forehead jumped, and he couldn't bear it for these little devils. The classroom fell silent in an instant, and even some girls were so frightened that their eyes were red, and they were about to cry. Oops, how can you be so cruel to the children? Didn't you tell yourself before coming here that you can't live up to the 3 generations, and don't bring the violence on the battlefield to school? Now, the war is coming, and the border friction is constant. Kim Shitamura Ichi has just returned from the border defense to the village. Because of his injury, he was arranged by the 3rd Hokage to teach at the ninja school, and now, the war syndrome is still bothering him. How to do? Does the first class end in failure? Do you want to change your attitude? No, it is too early to change your attitude. Before that, you must first erect the majesty of the teacher. But how? Just when Kinoshita village was overwhelmed with urgency, he suddenly saw a weak-looking boy in the back row by the window, with ruthless eyes in his eyes. Don't blame me, brother. Flying light under the wood. Hey! Kinoshita Figuang stood up blankly, with a bad premonition in his heart. Why are you chatting in class? Why can't you be disciplined? You get me out. Without giving Kinoshita Figuang a chance to react at all, he directly blasted him out. Kinoshita village looked at his younger brother with a bewildered and aggrieved face, and his heart was bleeding. Sorry brother, this is the last time. After killing the chickens to warn the monkeys, Kinoshita village's expression changed, and he said very gently, everyone, don't talk to each other, you must study hard in class, so that you can implement the will of fire. Although he is only 6 years old, the students still think that this teacher should be a showman. Minato Namikaze looked at the corridor with some worry, fearing that his playmate would be hit. Kinoshita Figuang, who was standing in the corridor, had a black line on his face. He didn't say anything, but he used himself. This brother is too pitiful, let's destroy it. However, he just complained, not really angry, after all, he is not a real 6-year-old child. Inside the naive exterior hides a mature soul. Kinoshita Figuang is a traveler. 2 of the 3 major comics have been completed. As an old sea fan, how can I not chase the last one? I was watching Luffy beat up Kaido at home, it was cool to watch. Who knew that Luffy was handsome in only 3 seconds, and he was leaking his breath. He was so angry that he died suddenly, and when he woke up, he became a baby. It was a start to Tianxiu, and there were not so many bad things. His parents are both Jainin, and he received a lunch for a mission when he was 3 years old. There is only one special Jainin brother who is 12 years older than him. Now he is injured and comes to teach at the ninja school. Jingle bell. The school bell rings. Namikaze Minato walked out of the classroom and directly pulled Momoko Kinoshita into the woods. In his surprised eyes, he took out 2 seaweed rice balls and handed one over. Brother is too much, Figuang Jun obviously didn't speak. You can try it, this is the rice ball I made myself, please eat it. Thank you. Kinoshita Figuang picked it up and ate it. The 2 grew up together. Their parents were teammates, and they became orphans together as a matter of course. Fortunately, Kinoshita Figuang has an older brother, and Minato has nothing. He took a bite and said with a thumbs up, it's delicious, your cooking skills are really good, can you invite me to eat in the future? Kinoshita Figuang looked at Namikaze Minato with a look of anticipation, his eyes full of sincerity. Amount equals convex. Namikaze Minato's parents are only Chunin, and when he was a minor, the pension was kept by the village, and there was only a little monthly living expenses. Life is also very difficult, but in the face of Kinoshita Figuang's expectant eyes, the 6-year-old Minato Namikaze doesn't know how to refuse. That's it, I'll give you all my living expenses. To be honest, I've already fallen in love with this rice ball. Kinoshita Figuang's small hand, Iki, made a direct decision, not giving him a chance to refuse at all. What a joke, how can people not use the free tools? This is the first time Namikaze Minato gave me food, the opportunity is fleeting, and you must seize it. Poor Namikaze Minato no longer knew that he had been ruthlessly squeezed, but instead was happy because Kinoshita Figuang gave him living expenses. After all, he didn't have to worry about not enough living expenses. Well then, I'll be in charge of cooking from now on. The two children made an agreement in the grove, and all this was seen by Kinoshita village. He silently put away the 3 rice balls in his hand, and said in his heart, "This is the bond, I can't fall behind, I must join them, and I will depend on the water gate to cook in the future. Omega, hi-ya. Don't blame me, Watergate, this is the last time. This is really dog." Inside the classroom, Kamoshida village stood on the podium to explain the basic principles of chakra. The mixture of physical energy and spiritual energy produced by the 130 trillion cells in the body is called physical strength, and physical strength is the basis for launching taijutsu. Physical strength is converted into chakra in the body. Use skill. Village explained the chakra extraction technique again, and then explained, don't over-practice chakra, don't rush this process, you need to take it slowly. Well, you can try it now, the teacher is here to watch you. Kinoshita Figuang was excited for a while, this is chakra, the extraordinary power in Hokage. Finally got in touch. As a civilian ninja, only at the age of 6 can you practice chakra by attending a ninja school. The elders in the family are all civilians, and they can only come into contact with chakra at the ninja school. The elders in the family have ninja talents. For example, Kinoshita Hikari's parents are all Jainin, and they also choose to let their children practice chakra at the age of 6. This is because civilians do not have the support of secret medicines, so they cannot cultivate prematurely, otherwise they are overdrawing their potential. And those secret medicines are in the hands of big families, such as Qian Shao, Zuladi, Uchiha, Yuan Fei, Hatake, etc. Although Kinoshita Figuang's parents and brothers are both ninjas, they cannot be favored by those big families. This is also the tacit understanding of their families to prevent civilians from emerging. Of course, the Nara clan, who are a family of medicinal materials, live by selling medicines. How could they stop them from selling medicines? Normal secret medicines can be sold, but it is only stipulated that secret medicines for foundation building cannot be sold to civilians. In this way, the descendants of the big family can practice chakra 3 years more than the commoners and win at the starting line. Just like Kakashi, he became a ninja at the age of 5, and the commoners were still playing ninja games at the age of 5. Kinoshita Figuang nodded the yin seal and felt the chakra in the body. A while, he felt a mysterious energy exuding from his body, converging towards his danshin. At this time, ding! Energy fluctuations are detected to activate the Myriad Realms skilled panel. Ding! The first world rewards rubber fruit, non-toxic version. The first world? Then how do you travel through the second world? It depends on the reader. If you don't read and subscribe, not only will you not be able to travel through the second world, but you will also die. If you're enjoying this story so far, don't forget that the complete audiobook library is available on Patreon. The link is in the description. Chapter 2-I am Hokage. Feeling the chakra fluctuations, Kinoshita village widened his eyes and saw chakra emitting from his younger brother. Does this sense chakra? When was chakra so easy? How long has it been since I practiced chakra? Maybe a month, so my father was so excited that he drank a few more glasses of wine to celebrate, boasting that he was a genius. Now, he is a genius. What is his brother? This is genius, and he is a piece of trash compared to him. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and prepared to report to the third generation in a while. The entire class was a commoner, and they were all practicing seriously. Suddenly, they felt the energy fluctuations, and they all opened their eyes to watch. Close your eyes, don't be disturbed by foreign objects, and feel the energy of your body carefully. Kinoshita Village shouted in a deep voice. Kinoshita Figuang was not surprised because he practiced chakra, but was looking forward to this system. He was overjoyed, looking forward to the stars and the moon, and the system that he had been waiting for 6 years finally came. Rubber fruit? Or the non-toxic version? This fruit is standard for the protagonist. It can resist, fight, and output, and it can also grow larger. Just when everyone was practicing chakra with peace of mind, Kinoshita Figuang quietly took out the rubber fruit. This is a fruit that looks like a round cantaloupe, with some spiral patterns on it, the same as the one in One Piece. The only difference is that it is not purple, but golden. According to the tips of various senior travelers, it is best to swallow the devil fruit in one bite, otherwise it is easy to spill energy. Kinoshita Figuang looked at the rubber fruit bigger than his head and made trouble. If such a big fruit is swallowed in one bite, won't it choke to death? Won't your throat get stuck? No matter what, I will fight for a happy life in the future. Kinoshita Figuang flashed a firmness in his eyes. Luffy can swallow it, why can't he swallow it himself? Well, hello, netizens, I will show you a show, one cantaloupe at a time. He opened his mouth wide, expanded to the limit, and swallowed it in one gulp. Ruined. Rubber fruit stuck in throat. Kinoshita Figuang's eyes burst out, his mouth was tightly closed, and his throat was burning with pain. At this moment, the students were all practicing chakra, but they didn't notice Kinoshita Figuang in the back row by the window. But Kinoshita Village looked at it clearly, and saw his stupid younger brother take out a cantaloupe from the desk. As a teacher, he should stop eating snacks in class. Just as he was about to walk over to confiscate the fruit and enjoy it by himself, he saw this stupid younger brother swallow it. Kinoshita Village's eyes were sluggish. Has his younger brother discovered his intentions? But you don't have to fight like this, aren't you afraid of choking to death? Idiot! He was in a hurry, using the instant body technique. A dodge came behind Kinoshita Fikato, and slapped Kinoshita Fikato on the back. Spit it out! Kinoshita Figuang tightly covered his mouth with his small hands, refusing to spit it out. At this moment, Kinoshita Figuang's throat broke through the limit of his body, adapted to the deep throat, and the rubber fruit was swallowed at once. Just hear a grunt. Saved. Seeing that his younger brother swallowed, Kinoshita Village grabbed his calf and shook it desperately. Idiot, this will be indigestible, so hurry up and spit it out. The students were awakened by Murakami's roar and turned around to look. Longer, Figuang Jun has become longer. The students exclaimed, unable to believe what was going on. Minato Namikaze widened his eyes even more, watching his playmate flying like a noodle, with only one thought in his mind. Sugui! It's amazing! Kinoshita Figuang only felt the world spinning, and his head was dizzy. Don't shake it, let me down. The other side. In Naruto's office, there are thick documents on the desk, and there is a crystal ball next to it, and the picture inside is the ninja school. For the new generation to practice chakra for the first time, Yuan Firigian, the third generation Hokage, attaches great importance to it, and has been using the telescope technique to observe the ninja school, hoping that more geniuses will appear among these little ghosts. When Kinoshita Village practiced chakra, he knew that he was a genius. But when I saw Kinoshita Village's body fluttering and swinging like a snake, he was shocked, and stood up with a thud. What is this technique? Is it the new bloodstain boundary? How is it similar to the software technology developed by Orochimaru? Yuan Firigian watched the picture in the crystal ball, and recalled the information of Murakami Kinoshita in his mind. As a qualified Hokage, all the villagers in the village who can become ninjas are in Yuan Firi's mind. His parents are Shangnan, civilian ninjas, and they support him very much, but unfortunately he sacrificed 3 years ago, and there is also an older brother, Kinoshita Murakami, who is also his direct descendant. Thinking of this, Yuan Firi Zhan showed his aunt's smile, and it was really good news that his bloodline was awakened. Could the Kinoshita family be some ancient warring states clan? Otherwise, how could the bloodstain be awakened? Or, this Kinoshita Figuang is the first generation awakener. If this is the case, it may have unexpected effects. You must know that the entire ninja world has developed for thousands of years, and various bloodstain boundaries have emerged one after another, and even bloodstains have been eliminated. These information have been thoroughly familiarized by the major ninja villages. A new type of bloodstain boundary will definitely play a surprising role when the major ninja villages do not have its information. The storm is coming, I hope you grow up quickly. Yuan Fei Zhan immediately entered the sad mode, picked up the smoking gun and kept smoking. Chirp chirp. A while. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Pushing the door in was a man with a resolute and indifferent face, wearing a samurai armor. He was the leader of the Roots, Shimura Danzo. The Danzo at this moment is the age of decisiveness and decisiveness. Only 38 years old, he has great ambitions and wants to become the Hokage to rule the ninja world. Yuan Firi Zhan looked at his friend and showed a smile. He had deep feelings for the man who was ready to take the blame for him at this moment. What's wrong, Danzo, what's the matter? The spies placed in the country of Wind sent a secret report. They are already stockpiling supplies for war preparations. Not only that, but the country of Earth is the same. We have to hurry up to prepare. Tuanzang said. Well, it seems that the time of peace has been too long, and they have forgotten the pain of war. You are right, we have to hurry up to prepare. Although Konoha doesn't like war, he is definitely not afraid of war. Although Yuan Feirigian is dove in his youth, he is not as indecisive as he was in old age. Although this is inconsistent with his governing philosophy, Konoha is not afraid of any enemies. Cold light flashed in his eyes. I only have one request, and that is not to bring the war to the land of fire. Shimura Danzo grinned, showing his white teeth, and said, of course, these small countries should also play their due role. Then do that. However, the route has been lost a lot recently, and some people need to be replenished. Danzo said. Yuan Feirigian knew that after the business was finished, it was time to benefit. He took 2 puffs of cigarettes with some headaches, and said, tell me, how many people are needed? I don't want waste, I need elites. I think there are a few little devils in this ninja school, especially one called Kinoshita Figuang. Danzo talked eloquently. No, this person is useful to me. Yuan Feirigian refused directly without thinking about it. He was joking, not to mention that their family was his own direct descendant. He just said that this was suspected to be the bloodstain of the first generation. How could it be a tool for the root? You must know that the first thing for people who enter the root is to erase their feelings. How can a machine without feelings develop its own bloodstains? Rizan, this is the first generation of bloodstains. Only the roots can be cultivated. Leave it to me, and I will cultivate him into the most loyal killing machine. Danzo said anxiously. Don't say it, this is absolutely impossible. This child has justice in his heart and can carry the will of fire. I already have a plan. Humph, he's the most suitable for Jen, son / you'll regret it. Don't say anything, just go out if you have nothing to do, I still have to work. Also, I am Hokage. Chapter 3 _ The Haunted Danzo. Rubber rubber, long punch. In the yard, Kinoshita Figuang waved his arm, stretched 5 meters, and hit Minato. With a snap, Minato received the soft punch. Kinoshita Figuang turned his fist into a palm and grabbed his hand and flew over. With a snap, the two collided. Oh, it hurts so much. Minato Namikaze rubbed his head. Figuang-kun, what kind of move is this? This is a deadly headbutt. The principle is the elasticity of contraction, that is, the force of growth and the force of contraction. Kinoshita Figuang was serious about bragging, because he just ate the rubber fruit, just like Luffy, his whole body was limp and had no strength. But he didn't want to admit defeat, so he could only surprise and give Watergate a headbutt. The two started at the age of 5 and often exchanged discussions. Minato is born with a well-developed neural response system. He has gradually shown his unique talent at a young age, while Kinoshita Figuang has a mature soul and has many strategies, and is unwilling to lose to the future. Hokage, so far without a defeat. When Namikaze Minato becomes famous in the world in the future, Kinoshita Figuang can also say that he is the man who defeated Hokage. After the discussion was over, Namikaze Minato went to the kitchen to cook. At this time, Kinoshita Figuang also had time to study the research system. Wanja Skilled Panel. Name, Kinoshita Figuang. Age, 6 years old. Ability, Rubber Fruit Elementary, 1/100. Exercise, Elementary Chakra Extraction, 1/100. Skills, Kunao Throwing Beginner, 4/10, Taijua Beginner, 2/10, Sealing Intermediate, 48/1000. Ninjutsu, none. The system is very simple and rude. Every time you practice, you can increase your proficiency a little bit, and you can get stronger indefinitely. Kinoshita Figuang's fingers are imprinted, Zi, Zhou, Yin, Mao, Chen, Si, Wu, Wei, Shen, Yu, Su, Hai. Kinoshita Figuang, who traveled through, started to practice the knot seal at the age of 3, and now he can do 4 seals per second, which can be changed at will. If you follow the order of 12 seals, you can do 5 seals per second. Kinoshita Figuang knew that when the intermediate knot seal proficiency was full, he could truly achieve 5 seals per second. Papa! The silent courtyard burst into applause. Okay, Xiao Figuang is really a genius. He can do 4 seals per second at such a young age. The Kinoshita family is really good at teaching. Yuan Feirigian walked in, followed by Kinoshita Murakami. When Momoko Kinoshita and Minato Nakase were training against each other, Yuan Feirigian arrived. Although Hokage is very busy, the awakening of a bloodstain of the first generation can still allow him to take a little time to meet a familiar face, and by the way, instill a will of fire. The third generation grandfather, hello. Kinoshita Figuang said hello cutely. Grandpa. The village of Kinoshita was petrified on the spot, and his heart was mourning. The 3 generations are only elders, but they are not at the level of Grandpa. Yuan Firi cut a black line on his face, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he didn't know how to answer. Grandfather? I'm not yet 40 years old. Is it too early to call Grandpa? He took a deep breath, and suddenly felt that it was better for this arrogant child to let the roots be cultivated. As a ninja, it is not good to have bad eyesight. Kinoshita Figuang felt a touch of malice, and immediately changed his words. I just think that the 3 generations of adults need respect, and it is only by being called Grandpa. Yuan Fei was stunned for a moment. Is that really the case? Looking at Kinoshita Figuang's innocent little eyes, it didn't seem like he was lying. He also didn't think Kinoshita Figuang would lie. A 6-year-old child might be very talented, but if he could deceive himself, he would be too evil. He immediately resumed his smile. You can call Xiao Figuang whatever you want. This old man likes Xiao Figuang very much. Kinoshita Figuang smiled brightly, dealing with 3 generations, but he was extremely wary of him in his heart. There was no special reason, only to say, people who play politics, heart. After a few polite words, Yuan Firi asked the most concerned question, Xiao Figuang, how did your special ability awaken? I don't know. Yuan Feirigian didn't care, this was just a conversation, and he didn't want Kinoshita Figuang to answer. If he really knew, he would be even more shocked. He touched Muxia Figuang's shoulder, and then checked his body again. As time went on, he became more and more surprised. This is a new type of bloodstain that has never been seen before. This flexible body, as well as this elasticity, is very similar to Orochimaru's soft body surgery. However, it is stronger and more powerful than Orochimaru's technique. But it doesn't seem to be useful. It can only enhance physical skills, and the development is not very big. Unless it can be like White Fang. Ninjutsu is the king of the ninja world, and it can only increase the blood of Taijutsu. Alas, it is a pity. Later, he adjusted his mood and said kindly, Xiao Figuang, what is the name of your ability? Oak Shield. Oak Shield? What kind of ghost name is this? Kinoshita village is full of disgust. This ability is just like rubber, and it's called Rubber Shield. It's a good name. Yuan Feirigian praised. Kinoshita Figuang nodded, and then glanced at Kinoshita Murakami with contempt in his eyes. Look at people. This is the gap. Otherwise, why are you just a special Jainin, and others can be Hokage? The majesty of the elder brother was challenged, and Murakami couldn't bear it. If the 3 generations were not around, he would have let the stupid younger brother know that the majesty of the elder brother could not be provoked. However, Murakami Kinoshita has already written down this matter. Yuan Feirigian checked it carefully again, and encouraged him a few words. The other side. Namikaze Minato saw Sandemo running out in a hurry in the kitchen, his little face flushed. Sandai-sama. I know you, Xiao Shuman. Yuan Fury stroked Huang Mao with a loving look on his face. Seeing the details of trivial matters, Minato Namikaze never thought that the aloof Hokage-sama would actually recognize him, and he was so excited that he was speechless. Okay, you guys are busy first, I still have something to deal with. Yuan Fury said. Goodbye, Hokage-sama. Goodbye. Solution. Yuan Feirigian turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. This is the technique of shadow avatars, and the 3 generations of adults have already left. Kinoshita village explained. Sigokuiki. Minato Namikaze looked envious. Kinoshita Figuang was speechless. But he was also very envious. He said 1,000 words and 10,000. When the extraordinary power is really in front of him, no one is not excited. This guy really caught the man's life. At the dinner table. I'm starting. Kinoshita village took a seaweed rice ball in each hand and ate it. Namikaze Minato, forehead, equals convex. Momoko Kinoshita, helpless. My brother is too much. There are only 4 rice balls in total. This is the food for me and Minato. You can eat 2 by yourself, won't your conscience hurt? Sorry, I forgot to cook, this is the last time. Kinoshita Murakami looked solemn, then immediately changed his face with a bright smile, but the rice balls made by Minato-chan are really delicious, and they can be made in the future. Do you want to feed your brother? Namikaze Minato, forehead, equals convex. He felt that this sentence was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Rubber, headbutt. Kinoshita village didn't care, and he blocked it with his hand. Hey! He felt something was wrong, how wet his hands were, and when he looked down, the rice balls in his hands had disappeared, and they were all in his brother's mouth. Damn, it was actually put together by him. Seeing that his brother's eyes were getting more and more dangerous, Kinoshita Figuang turned around and ran. Kinoshita village smiled slightly at Minato Namifeng. Thank you for your hospitality, Minato-chan, I have something to do now, so I'll say goodbye first. Please. Minato Namikaze could feel the anger under Kinoshita village's smile. The village one brother is too scary, Figuang-kun must be very difficult. Chapter 4_Uchiha Mikoto. Kinoshita Hikaru was sitting on his knees on the tatami and was extracting chakra. Cultivating chakra extraction, proficiency +1. Cultivating chakra extraction, proficiency +1. A while. Kinoshita Figuang felt a burst of hunger and stopped cultivating, knowing that this was due to insufficient energy in his body and he needed to eat. With one cycle, you can get +1 proficiency. This kind of cultivation that is visible to the naked eye can't be stopped at all. He felt that cultivation had a magical attraction to him, just like playing games. Well, just like a teenager who is addicted to the internet, he can't quit without Raiden Dharma King. And Kinoshita Figuang's Raiden Dharma King is the stomach. I'm so hungry. He glanced at the sky and found that it was very late. This is not a flower garden. It's okay to go out anytime. It's very dangerous to go out now. Kinoshita Figuang slipped quietly into the kitchen to prepare a meal for himself. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw a large bento on the table. Kinoshita Figuang was a little moved. This should have been specially prepared for him by Kinoshita Muraichi. It's great to have a brother, and he couldn't help but smile. Hi. The wound is affected, and you can see that Kinoshita Figuang's small face is red and swollen, which is pinched by Kinoshita village. Bastard, cherish this time. When I practice again, I must suppress you. Kinoshita Figuang eyes hazy water vapor, eating a love bento. And all this was seen by Kinoshita village, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just now my brother couldn't hold back, sorry brother, this is the last time. The next day. Ninja school. Kunao training today, everyone come with me. As soon as Kinoshita came to the training ground, he showed the students that Kunao throws. With a cough, Kyo hit the bullseye, causing a round of applause. I'm here to tell everyone, don't throw Kunao unless necessary. All the students looked puzzled. They clearly practiced the Kunao throwing technique, so why not throw when it is not necessary? At this time a boy asked, Teacher, why? It costs money. As soon as these words came out, the audience was quiet, and looked at Kinoshita Murakami with a resentful expression, with only one thought in mind. The teacher is so annoying. They are all civilians, and their families are not wealthy. They really can't use hardship as a stone like a big family. With an embarrassed smile, Kinoshita village couldn't understand self-deprecating humor at all. You guys are the worst I've ever had. He swept his gaze to everyone, and finally settled on Kinoshita Hikari and Namikaze Minato. Open a small stove for them both openly and aboveboard. Kinoshita Figuang out of the line, 10 meters target, just like the teacher just did, pay attention to the way of exertion. Figuang walked to the dividing line, picked up the uncut kunao, pressed his left leg forward, and slammed his right hand high. Seguyi. All the classmates' mouths grew, because Kinoshita Figuang inserted his hand into the 10th ring. It's the hand. You, number, Kinoshita village's forehead jumped with blue veins, and roared, what are you doing? Kinoshita Figuang had a black line on his face. He had just fused the rubber fruit, and he couldn't do what he wanted. He used too much force and threw his hand out. Teacher, how many rings do I count? Underscore. You're cheating, you bastard greater than or equal to dish less than or equal to. Kim Shimomura took a deep breath and told himself in his heart that this is his younger brother, dear. Bastard, run 50 laps to the playground. Next, Minato Namikaze. All the students were silent, frightened by Kinoshita Murakami's brutal teaching. Oh! Kinoshita Figuang turned around and left. This stupid older brother couldn't understand his humor at all. Seeing Momoko Kinoshita walking away alone, Murakami Kinoshita's heart was bleeding. Wouldn't his brother be hit? Enough baa brother, this is the last time. The playground of the ninja school, 1 lap is 400 meters, and 50 laps is 20,000 meters. Kinoshita Figuang felt that this brother should be destroyed, and even let a 6-year-old child run 20,000 meters. I really think I'm Mikey. He ran listlessly for a few laps. Hey! Kinoshita Figuang didn't feel tired at all. He knew that this should be the ability of the rubber fruit. Not only has he become a rubber man, but his endurance and strength have been greatly enhanced. Am I already the physique of the pirate world now? Doesn't that mean the more I practice, the stronger it becomes? Kinoshita Figuang was excited. He always felt that he was still young and did not dare to train intensively, for fear of short-lived. Since you can practice at will now, how can you open 4th gear and wake up Nika if you don't become a Superman? Kinoshita Figuang showed a smile on the corner of his mouth, narrowed his eyes slightly, and started running with all his strength. If you can't practice to death, then practice to death. For the first lap, he took 55 seconds, then 57 seconds, and then it got slower. 80 seconds per lap. By this time he had found a balance: 10 laps, 30 laps, 40 laps, 49 laps, 50 laps. Kinoshita Figuang panted like a bellows, his throat was burning with pain, and sweat was dripping slowly, but he didn't stop, but kept running. Just when Kinoshita Figuang was extremely tired, a warm current surged out of his body, his drowsy brain was shaken, and he felt some physical strength. Break through the limit, rubber fruit proficiency +1. It turns out that the rubber fruit proficiency needs to break through the limit, so I think it needs to break the limit of 100 times to upgrade. At this time, his mind was very clear, and his thoughts were full of thoughts, and finally turned into firmness. As time passed, the senior students also discovered Kinoshita Hikari and pointed at him. What is this kid doing? I was punished by the teacher. I heard that the new teacher in the lower grades was very fierce. Really, it's fortunate that we don't teach seniors, otherwise we'll be out of luck. But looking at this kid, it's really embarrassing. Humph, it's just civilians, it's normal to be in poor health. Uchiha Shigeru said. Everyone was silent when they saw the group emblem behind him. There was one family in Konoha that must not be provoked, and that was Uchiha. Seeing that everyone ignored him, Shigeru Uchiha was a little annoyed. Obviously he was following his classmates. Why was he still like this? What did I do wrong and why should I be afraid to isolate myself? Is it really like what the elders in the clan said? These people are not worthy of being friends with Uchiha? Shigeru-kun, what's wrong with you? Uchiha Mikoto asked worriedly. Ah! Mikoto-chan, I'm fine. This person has been running all morning. If he is looking for friends, he may be very good. Uchiha Mikoto winked mischievously. Okay. Okay. Shigeru Uchiha mechanically agreed. Already in his mind he and Mikoto-chan entered the palace of marriage, and that kid was the best man. Hey, hey hey. Chapter 5 _ This brother is still destroyed. As the sun sets in the west, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkles on the playground, covering it with a touch of gold. Now, the students have been dismissed from school, and in the entire playground, only Kinoshita Figuang is still running mechanically. He has broken through the limit 3 times, and he has done all this with his immature body and mature soul. Suddenly, a familiar warm current rushed to the whole body, but the spirit was not awake, and the brain went black and fell to the ground. Hikaru-kun fainted, Minato Nakamo yelled. Kinoshita village picked up Figuang and took it to the medical room one by one. Doctor, save him! Kinoshita Murakami's face disappeared, but he stood there in a daze. So beautiful! This young lady is so beautiful, Mom, I seem to be in love. Bo Duojing saw Kinoshita Figuang unconscious, and took over to start the diagnosis. Finally found that he was just dehydrated, and hurriedly gave him nutrient solution. After a while, he stabilized, and then he saw Kinoshita Figuang's body recovering automatically, and the bruised knee was slowly recovering. What's going on? This little boy's body is so strange, I really want to study it, Omega. Bo Duojing's eyes were full of exploration, and he turned around and asked, "What's your relationship with this kid?" "Hello, my name is Murakami Kinoshita, and I'm his teacher." "Disrespectful, I didn't expect you to become a teacher at such a young age." "It's amazing, my name is Porto Dijing." "No, it's not that powerful." Kinoshita Village scratched his head and smirked. "This girl says I'm amazing, does he like me?" Bo Kaijing's face was flushed, and she was a little twisted. "Well, Mr. Kinoshita, can Kaijing ask you one thing?" "What's the matter?" "Kinoshita-kun is too resilient. Can I draw some blood for a test?" "Don't worry, I will pass the test results to the third generation. This is also a contribution to the medical ninja." "No problem." Kinoshita Village agreed right away. "It's a good thing to contribute to medical care." "Really, thank you so much. When this little kid wakes up, I'll draw some blood and invite you to dinner." Bo Duojing smiled sweetly. Kinoshita Village frowned, staring at Bo Duojing, looking at her a little hairy. "Kinoshita-sensei, what's wrong?" Potato asked quietly. Why wait until he wakes up to draw blood, can't it be done now?" "But I'm also asking for the kid's permission." "No, I'm his real brother, just do it. After the blood is drawn, let's go to dinner and let him have a good rest." "Is this okay?" Potato said quietly. "Come on, my brother has been afraid of injections since he was a child. I don't want him to see a bloody scene." Kinoshita Village opened his eyes and said, "Nonsense, just wanting to draw blood quickly so that he can go to dinner with the goddess." Bo Dua nodded quietly, took out a 500 cubic centimeters syringe, and plunged it into Figuang Kinoshita's arm. When Kinoshita Village saw such a large needle, his heart was bleeding. "Enough baa brother, this is the last time." When Kinoshita Figuang woke up, he smelled the smell of disinfectant, frowned slightly, and felt extremely hungry. "I'm so hungry, where is this?" "Figuang-kun, you are awake, this is the medical room, you have slept for 3 hours." Namikaze Minato said. "Did you carry me on your back? Thank you, Watergate." "No, it was the village one's brother who came on your back. He just went out." "Really? Brother is still very reliable sometimes." Kinoshita Figuang was moved, but now there is only one thought, and that is to eat meat. Pulling out the infusion tube in his hand, he turned over and stood up, staring blankly, walking forward like a zombie. "Figuang-kun, the doctor said that this is dehydration and needs a good rest." Minato hurriedly stopped him. Kinoshita Figuang couldn't hear anything, and moved forward mechanically. A while. He smelled a smell of meat, his dull eyes regained some energy, and then a green light appeared. "Meat? Just saw the above plaque that reads, Chudeo Barbecue Q." Kinoshita Figuang trusts this family very much. After all, only the fat man in this world can live up to the food. There is also a sign hanging on the door that reads, Barbecue Challenge, 1 person eats 50 pounds of meat, the whole venue is free, and it is limited to once a month. It is impossible for ordinary people to eat 50 kilograms of meat. This is specially prepared for the Chudeo people, and it is also to take care of the clan members who are living in financial difficulties, and to prevent the clan people from eating the barbecue restaurant and going bankrupt. Kinoshita Figuang grinned, without any scruples in his heart. He stepped in, followed by Minato. He secretly prayed in his heart. Jun Figuang is exhausted today, so I will accompany him for a luxury. I just hope that Jun Figuang can eat a little less. Sitting in the seat, Kinoshita Figuang slapped the table and shouted, "Put 50 pounds of pork belly." Minato, who was just sitting on a chair, jumped up in fright. 50 pounds, how much does it cost? Will I be left to work if I don't have the money to pay the bill? Do you still have to go to school tomorrow? He held Kinoshita Figuang and whispered, "Figuang-kun, we don't have enough money." "No problem, I have everything," Didn't you see the sign at the door, eat 50 pounds for free? Nami Feng Minato has kneeled for him, who gave you confidence, do you have 50 pounds yourself? A burly ant came over with a gentle voice, children, it's not good to waste, how about your adults? Hello sister, just the two of us, no adults, I want to eat meat. Giggle. The little boy's words are so nice, I'll give you a pound first, and then add more after eating, okay? The ant smiled happily, the little boy's words were nice. Okay, I'll add it after eating. Kinoshita Figuang is already too hungry, let's eat some mets first. Meanwhile, on the second floor of the kebab shop. Eat this, pork belly cooked at 8 minutes is the most delicious, Kaijing sauce, you can try it. Kinoshita Muraichi and Bo Tijing had a good chat, and they kept serving her vegetables, and the smile on the corner of his mouth never stopped. This is an opportunity to sacrifice his younger brother's blood, and Kinoshita Village told himself in his heart that he must cherish it. At this time, he heard a familiar voice, opened the curtain, saw his stupid brother, and immediately lowered the curtain. Why is my brother here? Such an expensive place is not suitable for him at all. Alas, I didn't teach him the way of housekeeping. It seems that I really failed as a brother. As soon as Kamashita Village has made up his mind, he should not know him. At this time, the first floor. Zhyla sounded. Kinoshita Figuang poured the meat into the roasting pan, green light already appeared in his eyes, and he waited quietly. When the barbecue was cooked, Kinoshita Figuang didn't eat all of it, but gave half a caddy of meat to Minato. Minato, you try it. Seeing that his friend was so hungry, Xiao Minhui did not forget to share the food with himself, and he was very moved. Figuang is so gentle. Thank you, smiley face, he picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, and praised, it's delicious, Figuang-kun should eat it too. Kinoshita Figuang was not welcome, he let him eat half a caddy of meat in one bite, and the shocked Minato. Minato opened his mouth wide. Seguyi. Chapter 6 Kinoshita Hikaru is only suitable for roots. Inside the barbecue shop. Now, Hirako Kinoshita tastes the yakiniku made by himself. No, it's too slow to bake while eating, so I can only ask Minato. He frowned slightly, chewed a few times, and said, sure enough, I don't have the talent for cooking, and I can't keep up with Minato's cooking skills. If it's Minato's barbecue, it will definitely be more delicious, Omega, hey. Really? Then let me bake it. Namikaze Minato was extremely happy and felt that he was needed. Kinoshita Figuang's eyes flashed with joy, the battle was successful, and he shouted, sister, another 10 pounds of barbecue. Aunt Chudeo has been paying attention to the two of them. Seeing him half a caddy of meat, she knows that it is Kinoshita Figuang showing her strength to herself. It seems that the Chudeo family has encountered a formidable enemy today. Being a ninja for many years, I have lost my ninja vigilance. She took out 20 pounds of meat and put it beside Momoko Kinoshita, her eyes were firm, come on, let my sister see your consciousness. Kinoshita Figuang ignited, nodded heavily, and decided to show all his strength, let this ant see it, and eat this piece, no one would agree. He said to Namikaze Minato, please, as long as it's food made by Minato, I will definitely eat it all. Yasui leave it to me, Hikari-kun. Minato Namikaze stood on the chair, holding a clip in each hand, and waving it at high speed. Only 6 years old, has already shown his unusual talent, his nerve response is superb, he can control the heat perfectly, and every piece of meat can be crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Enjoy. Good. Kinoshita Figuang will not refuse anyone who comes, and 20 pounds of meat will be eaten quickly, sister, another 30 pounds. Another 30 pounds. Another 30 pounds. Aunt Chudeo no longer had a smile, but was extremely serious. She never thought that a 6-year-old child could eat more than 100 kilograms of barbecued meat. This is already better than the people of Chudeo family. All the guests put down their chopsticks and slowly gathered around the two of them. Is this the genius of Chudao's family? If you can eat so much, you will definitely be a powerful ninja in the future. No, I know him. He belongs to the Kinoshita family. You mean Kunyi's younger brother? No wonder Kunyi is so stingy. If I want to have such a younger brother, maybe I will be more extreme than him. Yet, we all misunderstood the village one, we must apologize well next time we meet. That's right, Murakami, it's too difficult. Kinoshita village had already gone downstairs at this moment, or when Kinoshita Figuang had eaten 50 pounds, he had already come down, and now he heard the words of his friend. He walked over with a wry smile. Don't say that, aren't we partners? I'm ashamed, my younger brother has been eating a lot since he was a child. Being an older brother, he can't stand my dear younger brother's hunger. Muraichi, now I understand that you are a responsible ninja who inherited the will of fire, sorry. It's okay, it's okay. Kinoshita village was ashamed for a moment, only for a moment, he recovered immediately, and he had already figured out how to use this pretext to deceive a few more meals. He couldn't help but glance at Kinoshita Figuang, and this is the last time. Oh. And this time? Minato Namikaze was sweating profusely, his hands trembled slightly, and the high-intensity waving caused his physical strength to be severely exhausted. Want to give up? No, how can you give up? We must not betray Figuang Jun's trust. His eyes were firm, the sweat dripped down, and his hands kept going. Kinoshita Hikari's shriveled stomach had turned into a ball. The rubber fruit gives him super toughness, especially his stomach. Another 30 pounds. Kinoshita Figuang had no choice. He broke through the limit 4 times today. After waking up, he felt too hungry and urgently needed energy supplements. Now he is full. But thinking that there is only one chance every month, Kinoshita Figuang feels that he can persevere. A while. Kinoshita Figuang hiccuped, and when he saw the high plate, he folded his hands and nodded slightly. Thanks for the hospitality, I'm full. Omega. Minato Namikaze collapsed on his chair with only one thought in his mind, I'm saved. The corners of the mouths of the diners twitched when they saw Kinoshita Figuang eating so much that he couldn't even close his hands together. Is this what he was trying to eat? At this time, they felt that the knowledge they learned when they were young was a lie, and who said they couldn't eat a fat man in one go? Whoever said that, stand up and show him Momoko Kinoshita. Just when everyone was shocked, Kinoshita village stepped forward slowly, his eyes were gentle, he looked up and down, and finally grabbed Hikari Kinoshita's neck and carried it on his shoulders, with the other hand holding Minato, and slowly walked out of the barbecue restaurant. Boss, that ninja-sama hasn't paid yet, the waiter said anxiously. He ate more than 200 kilograms of meat, and he can be exempted from the bill. What should he pay? I mean the grown-up didn't pay. What did the village one pay with them? But they didn't come together. Forget it, the village one has a small appetite and can't eat much, so forget it this time. Aunt Chudeo said. However, before he left, he packed 20 pounds of meat and still hasn't paid the money, frustrated face. Aunt Chudeo. This is very village one, what a dog. Kinoshita village, who walked out of the barbecue shop, touched the scroll in his hand. Sorry Aunt Chudeo, this is the last time. The night is slightly cool. Kinoshita Figuang was lying on the tatami, and there was no way to sit up, so he could only lie down and practice chakra extraction. It's such a happy trouble, but how does my brother know that I'm in a kebab shop? In his heart, he felt that this brother was monitoring him. At the same time, that Kinoshita Figuang ate 200 caddies of meat in a meal passed to Shimura Danzo. The iron-blooded ninja, whose life and death are indistinguishable, has a feeling of rejoicing. Fortunately, Rizao did not promise himself, and handed Kinoshita Figuang to himself. A meal of more than 200 catties of meat, I am afraid that I will not eat the roots and go bankrupt. You know, he is only 6 years old. If he was older, wouldn't he be able to eat more? Thinking of Kinoshita village's appetite when he grew up, Danzo Shimura smiled smugly. Humph, Izan, what I said. You will regret it. He said to the ninja kneeling on the ground, go and get your hands back, this kid is not suitable for, 0. Hi. Danzo-sama is still so wise, such a rice bucket does not match the concept of the root organization. If Kinoshita Figuang's blood can be passed on, then in the future, another article will be added to the Book of Roots. The Chudeo family and the Kinoshita family are not allowed to enter the root. Chapter 7_Snake Dance with Orochimaru. The next day, Kinoshita Hikari and Namikaze Minato were walking on the way to the ninja school when they met an uninvited guest. Orochimaru. Oh, you know me. Orochimaru has a fair and feminine face, wearing a ninja uniform, shoulder-length black hair, and brown pupils. Is this the new type of bloodstain that the teacher said, the bloodstain that can stretch the body? Ever since Yuan Fury told Orochimaru about Kinoshita Figuang's information yesterday, he became interested. For this young man who is the same as his own soft jutsu, Orochimaru, who is inspired to learn all ninjutsu, is bound to study it. Now, 10 meters apart, and with a rubbing sound, the neck stretched, and Orochimaru's head flew out. Kinoshita Figuang clearly saw Orochimaru's eager eyes, and excitedly stuck out his tongue to lick it. As Orochimaru's head got closer and closer to him, Kinoshita Figuang was startled, his neck leaned back, and he stretched out 5 meters. Seeing this scene, Orochimaru became even more excited, and his tongue was like a snake letter, constantly spitting out. Orochimaru is chasing, vowing to meet Kinoshita Figuang. Kinoshita Figuang kept dodging, afraid of being bitten. Sugui. Namikaze Minato felt that these were 2 old snakes, their bodies were still, but their necks were flying like spirit snakes. The 2 chased for a while, and Orochimaru found that Kinoshita Figuang's neck was more flexible than his own. He opened his mouth and said, Jun Figuang, what are you afraid of? We are the same kind. Kinoshita Figuang didn't answer, God is so similar, he is a rubber, not a snake. Asked, I am the rubber, what are you? I am a snake. Then you know how to dance the 3 snakes? Oh, Kinoshita Figuang whistled, and a strange melody came out. Woo woo, woo woo. As soon as the melody came out, Orochimaru only felt an itchy neck, and couldn't help shaking it twice. Kinoshita Figuang saw the effect, and he blew harder, shaking his neck while blowing. Maybe the snake dance is too good, maybe Orochimaru itself is a soul dancer, and finally danced with the rhythm. Woo woo, woo woo. Kinoshita Figuang's neck swayed from side to side, and Orochimaru also swayed from side to side. In this way, the 2 of them turned into wavy lines and began to dance. By the end, the 2 of them had come closer, intertwined like a spiral. Sugui. Minato Namikaze applauded and reminded, that, the singing is good, but we're going to be late, why don't we play at night? The melody stopped abruptly, Kinoshita Figuang pulled his neck back, and Orochimaru also accepted the ninjutsu. Pop. Amount, equals convex. Kinoshita Hikari. Orochimaru. Well, can you let me go? Kinoshita Figuang asked. Orochimaru was no longer in the mood to speak. At this moment, the necks of the 2 were entangled, and they just wanted to break free quickly. But it was useless. In the end, Minato pulled Kinoshita Figuang, stabbed him out, and ran all the way. Goodbye, Orochimaru-sama. Looking at Kinoshita Figuang's feet flying in the air, Orochimaru thought of Jiraiya, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This meeting is really special. Teacher, I accept this apprentice. At this moment, Orochimaru has not accepted Chien Sha Rashu as a disciple. So Kinoshita Figuang will be his first disciple. The students in the classroom whispered. Kinoshita Village stood on the podium and did not stop, but looked at the time. For these little devils, perhaps now is the best childhood. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. The ninja school stipulates that students who have not practiced chakra within half a year will be assigned to the ordinary class, those with low talent will be assigned to the intermediate class, and there are too few students in the civilian class who can practice chakra. The geniuses have not been able to produce one in a few years, but the two younger brothers of their own family. Okay students, let's start the class now, and continue to practice chakra today. I will demonstrate it first. Students can raise their hands to speak if they have any questions. Sudden. With a bang, Murakami's speech was interrupted, and when he turned around, he saw his two younger brothers, and anger flashed in his eyes. I'm sorry teacher. Minato put down Kinoshita and bowed in apology. Kinoshita Muraichi felt the chakra fluctuations emanating from Minato Ninikaze, and he was overjoyed, and saw the circle of eyes of his younger brother. Haven't woken up yet? No ninja look at all. He immediately changed his face and roared, Who made you late? Go to the playground and run 100 laps. Hi! Kinoshita Figuang was still a little dizzy, and was pulled away by Namikaze Minato again. Kinoshita Village didn't care about the two of them anymore. Since he had already practiced chakra, there was no need to take this class. It's time for devil training, don't blame my brother, it's all for your own good, smiley face. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of Kinoshita Village's mouth. All the students shivered in unison. There was only one thought in their hearts, the teacher is so scary. On the playground. Figuang-kun, the teacher said to run 100 laps, do it. Namikaze Minato adjusted his breathing and ran slowly. Watergate, wait for me. After Hikari Kinoshita caught up with Minato, he took the lead and was slowly accelerating. After a while, Minato's breathing became a little chaotic. At this time, Kinoshita Figuang taught him the breathing method of his previous life. 3 short and 1 long, 2 short and 1 long. Control the rhythm, the ninja can't be disturbed to breathe at any moment. This is what Kinoshita Figuang spent 2000 ocean learning in the gym in his previous life. Non-standard professional. When they reached 50 laps, the two were blocked again. Humph, kid, you're very good, and I approve of you, Shigeru Uchiha. Uchiha Shigeru crossed his chest with his hands, his chin was slightly raised, and his face was arrogant. This is the opening remark that he thought about for a day. It is said that this posture is the special posture of the ancestor Uchiha Madara, which can fully show the strength of the Uchiha family. It is the best posture for receiving horses. That's right, he was going to take these two little devils as his younger brothers, and when he married Mikoto-chan in the future, let them be the best man. But the two of them didn't even look at him, and ran directly over, leaving Shigeru Uchiha alone in the wind. At this time, Kinoshita Hikari's voice came, want to run a circle? Let's go together. Interesting. Do you want to see my strength, or I'll let you see Uchiha's strength? Shigeru Uchiha kicked his footsteps, rushed out, and when he ran to the two of them, he said, How many laps did you just run? I will chase you. Uchiha never takes advantage of others. No, the duel has only just begun, isn't it Watergate? Interesting, then come on, the last one invites you to dinner. Uchiha Shigeru said. Kinoshita Figuang has a firmness in his eyes, he must win, and let this stinky brat know the sinister nature of the human heart. Hey? Nami Feng Minato's eyes were burning with flames, he must not lose, or he would sell his kidneys. The two looked at each other and could already feel the determination in each other's hearts. Listen, Minato, there's a war. Come on. Chapter 8 The Essence of Ninja. The 8-year-old Uchiha Shigeru has been in contact with chakra for 3 years, and his strength is no less than that of Jinin. Although he will not use chakra at this time, he can exercise for 3 years. How can two little devils compare? Now. 8:30 am. With a confident look on his face, he ran ahead. In my world, no one can stand in front of me. Then give it a try. Kinoshita Figuang followed closely. 1 circle, 2 circles, 10 circles, 100 circles. At this moment, Uchiha Shigeru was sweating profusely. Kinoshita Hikari and Namikaze Mins were even more unbearable, and their bodies were already shaky. But no one gave up. There was only one thought in their minds, that is, they must not be the first to fall. Jingle bells. When the lunch break bell rang, the students came out one after another, and they all saw 3 people running on the playground. Kinoshita Village stood on the roof and did not stop them, but his eyes were calm and smiling. Men's friendship is born in the collision. Come on, brother. Hey! Kato Tokuyoshi jumped up and said, Muraichi-sensei, won't you stop this meaningless competition? It's not for nothing, don't underestimate their determination. Kato Tokuyoshi looked disdainful, and was very dissatisfied with this junior. If it wasn't for Kinoshita Murakami, he must let him know that the majesty of the senior cannot be violated. Still so badass. He was extremely determined and said, that's Uchiha, how could those 2 little devils win? This kind of thing, who knows? Kato Tokuyoshi was silent, roaring in his heart, come back, this is the attitude, don't you know how to respect it? Then let's make a bet, how about it, Murakami-sensei? Kinoshita Village looked at Kato Tokuyoshi in surprise, what do you want to bet on? Let's bet on a barbecue. After all, you are still young, so you can be forgiven for making a mistake. As a chunin, Kato Tokuyoshi is extremely restrained. After all, he is a companion in a village. It's not too much. It's definitely not because he is a special chunin. 3 meals, you can bring 2 children, okay? Good. After making a bet, Kinoshita Village looked at the playground, and his heart blossomed. The last time my brother ran for a day, his stamina was definitely enough, and he won 3 meals again, happy. I'm sorry brother, I take you as a bet, this is the last time. Jingle bell, the class bell rang. The 3 are still running. Jingle bell, the school bell rang, and everyone went home from school. The 3 are still running. Persistence, we must persevere. Minato Namikaze felt that every step he took was heavy, but he didn't want to lose. Because this is not a sparring, but a decisive battle. His eyes narrowed slightly, because the sweat had soaked into his eyes. Can't give up, can't lose, the way of the ninja, failure means death. Just like mom and dad. Every time he panted, his throat felt like a fire was burning, but if he didn't enter the sea of flames, how could he taste the taste of the flames burning his body? Shigeru Uchiha ran at the front, damn, how could they hold on for so long? I'm so tired, I really want to sleep. No, you have to hold on, as Uchiha, how can you lose to 2 little devils? He gritted his teeth and insisted, relying on his will to support his body. This scene was seen by many people, Yuan Firigian in the Hokage office, Orochimaru on the tree, and Uchiha Soichi in the corner. They don't care about winning or losing, they care about this tenacity, and a word sounded in their hearts at the same time. Never give up until the last moment, you have already grasped the essence of ninja. Come on, Shigeru-kun. Uchiha Mikoto waved her fists, cheering for Uchiha Shigeru. Hearing the voice of the goddess, Shigeru Uchiha's drowsy head immediately woke up, revealing a big smile. But with this smile, his breath suddenly became chaotic, and a huge sense of exhaustion hit his mind, and he fainted instantly. How can it be repaired? Uchiha Mikoto, oops. Sigma, degree. She hurriedly ran over and carried Shigeru Uchiha on her back to the infirmary. Namikaze Minato saw Shigeru Uchiha fainted. There was only one thought in his mind: you don't need to invite Hirako-kun to dinner. Then he stumbled and fell to the ground. Seeing his friend fall, Kinoshita Figuang hurried over to help him up and went to the infirmary. This time, Kinoshita Figuang broke through the limit twice, and before he fainted, he checked the panel. Wanja skilled panel. Name: Kinoshita Figuang. Age: 6 years old. Ability: Rubber Fruit Elementary, 7/100. Elementary Chakra Extraction, 19/100. Skills: Kunao Throwing Beginner, 5/10, Taijua Beginner, 2/10, Sealing Intermediate, 60/1000. Ninjutsu, none. On the roof, Kinoshita Murakami looked at Kato Tokuyoshi with a smile on his face. I won, Kato-sensei. Humph, I'll fulfill the bet, let me know when I'm going to eat, I'll go first. Kato Tokuyoshi was about to leave after speaking, but was stopped by Kinoshita village. Wait a minute, the children haven't eaten for a day, let's just eat it today, okay? All right then. The other side. Small infirmary came with 4 little ghosts, which seemed a bit crowded. When he saw Momoko Kinoshita, he asked in surprise, why are you here again? Convex Kinoshita Figuang didn't know how to answer, shouldn't he come? Then I go? A while. When the two of them were almost recovering, Kinoshita village walked in and said with a smile, everyone has worked hard today. In order to reward the 3 of you, Kato-sensei and I decided to invite you to eat yakiniku. Meat? Good. Thank you, both teachers. Minato was pale and hungry. For a while, the small infirmary burst into cheers. The unconscious Uchiha Shigeru woke up faintly, watching the two cheering with a black line on his face. Are you polite? There is still a sick number here. He glanced at Uchiha Mikoto resentfully again. Mikoto-chan. That's enough, you got distracted and lost the game. No, it's okay, Omega. Shigeru Uchiha scratched his head and smirked, then glared at the two of them again, proud of what? Cai Jing-chan also come. Kinoshita village was very generous and invited the goddess. He glanced at Kato Tokuyoshi again and said, what do you think, senior? Okay. Kato Tokuyoshi gritted his teeth. Unconsciously, I touched my wallet with my hand, and felt that I was going to bleed today. Forget it, how much can a girl eat? If so, this one is not bad. Mikoto-chan also come, let's go eat barbecue together. Can you? Come on. When everyone walked out of the infirmary, Shigeru Uchiha didn't leave. He didn't blame Mikoto, he blamed himself. As a Uchiha, he lost to 2 little devils. This is a shame. At this moment, as soon as Kinoshita village walked in, let's eat barbecue. I'm not going. Uchiha Shigeru looked stubborn. Why, do you think it's a shame to lose to the commoners? Humph. Uchiha Shigeru didn't answer. But if you lose, you lose. What does that mean, kid? You have to practice. As soon as Kim Shimomura finished speaking, he walked out. Hurry up and eat, or else your opponents will run out of food. How can it be repaired? Since we lost this time, let's eat and see who eats more. Uchiha Shigeru got up and ran out. Chapter 9 Tokuyoshi Kato's Disaster Day. Autumn Road Barbecue Restaurant. When Chudeo saw Kinoshita Figuang, his eyes were extremely solemn, like the old enemy he saw, and there was no smile anymore. You're here. I'm here. You shouldn't have come. Is it because this month's free opportunities have run out? Kinoshita Figuang asked shyly. Aunt Chudao's face froze. Yes, this month's free times have been used up, isn't that underscore? Little girl, elder sister, you are very welcome, please come here. Amount, equals convex. Kinoshita Figuang understood at this time that a woman's ability to turn her face didn't seem to have anything to do with her age. After the 7 people sat down, Kato Tokuyoshi sat next to Kinoshita village and said in a low voice, "This time counts twice, otherwise I won't admit it." Kim Shimomura exclaimed and shouted, "What, Kato-senpai thinks that scum who doesn't keep his promise can be a companion?" Everyone's eyes turned to Kato Tokuyoshi, and he was sweating coldly. "Senior Kato, those who do not keep their promises are not suitable to be companions," Potato said quietly. "Kato-sensei, don't be a companion with such a bad person," Uchiha Mikoto said. Kinoshita Figuang felt his brother's hint, and Meng Meng asked, "Who is the teacher talking about?" "Yes, oh." Without waiting for Kinoshita Muraichi to answer, Kato Tokuyoshi immediately covered his mouth and said dryly, Don't care about these details, let's eat, this is the first time to invite you to dinner, definitely it's good to have fun, haha, omega, hi-iya." Kinoshita village raised both hands high, without struggling, nodded lightly. Kato Tokuyoshi breathed a sigh of relief, it was too dangerous, even if he broke the money, he must not die. Otherwise, I really have to cut my abdomen in minutes for everyone to see. But how much can 4 children eat? Don't panic, theta theta. Just as Kato Tokuyoshi was comforting himself, Uchiha Shigeru patted the table and looked at Kinoshita Figuang. "Let's have a showdown between men and see who eats the most. Do you dare to fight? Tokuyoshi Kato, omega. Stinky kid, don't gamble with the teacher's money." Embarrassed face, winky face, Mao-kun is really brave. Kinoshita village, smiley face, yo xi, I'll be the referee, you guys have a showdown between men, Figuang, do it, _. Kinoshita Figuang ignited, and stood up abruptly, "Mao-kun, since that's the case, let's decide the outcome." "Yo xi. Kato Tokuyoshi." He suddenly had a bad feeling, but he laughed at himself, just 2 children, how much can he eat? The teacher is very happy to see you so energetic, but you can't eat badly. Mr. Kato is so gentle, Kinoshita Hikari said with starry eyes, and then glanced at his brother in disgust. Kinoshita village is full of slander in his heart, waiting for your gentle teacher to not go berserk, this brother will be yours. At this time, the arrival of Aunt Chudeo seemed to sound the horn of war. What do the guests want? After a few adults ordered, finally it was Kinoshita Figuang's turn. He pushed his small hand and said, "Meat. 50 pounds. Omega." Cough. Kato Tokuyoshi almost choked to death on the tea, and said, "Student Figuang, it's not right to waste, order so much, can you eat it?" Before Kinoshita Figuang could speak, Kinoshita Murakami said, "Come on, if he can't eat it, our agreement will be voided." Kato Tokuyoshi was not touched at all, but was paralyzed on the table with a lifeless expression on his face. He was not a brainless villain, of course he knew that this was the village's plan. There are many strange ninjutsu in the ninja world, such as Chudaijia. He couldn't help looking around and wanted to run away. Although ninjas are very profitable, Kato Tokuyoshi is just a teacher, only AC level task every month, and it is still the minimum value, which is 10,000 taels. 10,000 taels is equal to 100,000 yuan, and the purchasing power is equivalent to 30,000 yuan. A pound of good pork belly is 30 taels, and Kinoshita Figuang ordered 50 taels at once, which is 1,500 taels, not counting what everyone eats. At this time, Kinoshita village said sideways, "Don't think about running away, ninjas with bad morals can't bear the will of fire." Kato Tokuyoshi. This man is a dog. Omega. With a sizzle, the tender pork belly exudes a rich aroma under the roasting of the flame. Kinoshita Figuang and Uchiha Shigeru didn't move, but stared at each other closely. When everyone was full, the war between the two begins. Because Minato Nakase was too tired, Kinoshita Muraichi didn't do it himself, but asked Hata Shizuo to grill meat for the two of them, with Uchiha Mikoto as an assistant. This is an orphan. 1 catty, 2 catties, 10 catties, Uchiha Shigeru failed miserably. Kinoshita Figuang continued, in the wailing of Kato Tokuyoshi, 20 pounds, 50 pounds, and 100 pounds. Muraichi-sensei, don't let Xiao Figuang eat it, he's turned into a ball. Kato Tokuyoshi discouraged. It's okay, kid, you just need to eat more so that you can grow your body. The corners of Kato Tokichi's mouth twitched. God's body is so long, he didn't take hormones so fast. As time went on, Kinoshita Figuang stuffed food into his mouth, 150 jin, 200 jin, 250 jin, and 278 jin. Every. Kinoshita Figuang folded his hands together and nodded slightly, I'm full. Suguo-ichi. Uchiha Mikoto praised, it's really amazing, she can eat a fat man in one go. He asked worriedly, is this really okay? How do you go to school tomorrow? It's okay, I digest it fast. Kim Shimomura got up with a smile and said, I'll be here today, boss, check out. Aunt Chudeo held the bill in her hand and smiled brightly. She followed the direction of Kinoshita Village's one finger and came to Kato Tokuyoshi's side, and said, Sincere 9,324 taels, you can give 9,300 taels. Kato Tokuyoshi looked sluggish, the number 9,300 taels kept ringing in his ears, and there was only one thought in his mind. Bankrupt. He waved his hands in frustration and signaled a few people to leave first. After a few people left, he whispered, I didn't bring enough money when I went out today, can I use credit? Credit? Do you want to eat Overlord's meal? Aunt Chudeo put away her smile, her face sank, and chakra was gathering. Autumn bean sacks. After leaving the Akimichi Yakiniku restaurant, Uchiha Mikoto asked, is Kato-sensei okay? Trust the teacher. Oh. Uchiha Mikoto nodded without saying anything more. In fact, she wanted to say that she had a very happy meal today, or she could treat herself, Omega. But thinking of what my mother said, Mikoto, don't make decisions for men, they all love face. Kato Tokuyoshi, save me, I don't want to lose face. Chapter 10_Ninja Class. The next day, at 4 a.m. Kim Shimomura called the two of them up and came to the training ground. Since you two have refined chakra, it's time to teach you two ninjutsu. He took out 2 chakra test strips, handed them to the two, and said, enter chakra on this piece of paper, and it will show your attributes. There are 7 types of chakra, fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, yin, and yang. Among them, fire, water, wind, thunder, and earth are the 5 major properties. Namjoon Watergate poured chakra into the chakra test paper, and the test paper split from the middle. Wind, this attribute is very good, and the wind attribute is the most lethal. Kinoshita Figuang poured chakra into the chakra test paper. The test paper first burned a corner, then broke from the middle, folded again, shattered, and finally became wet. These, 5 attributes. Kinoshita Village is a bit sane, how can this kid catch up with any good thing? He is also a blood-stained awakening, and he is a cultivation genius, and now he still has 5 attributes. You must know that in the entire Konoha, only the 3 generations of Hokage are the 5 attributes, and the one-handed 5-shield Dalian bomb shakes the ninja world, known as the Doctor of the Ninja World. Suguo-ichi. Minato Namifeng was amazed, and looked at the test strip in his hand again, not depressed. Although he has only 1 attribute, he will definitely become a great ninja. Kinoshita Figuang didn't react at all. As a hang, force, aren't these basic exercises? What he cares about is Murakami Kinoshita, don't be shocked, let's teach ninjutsu quickly. Brother, didn't you say you wanted to teach us ninjutsu? Cough. Kinoshita Village fluttered with one finger, Miyasayin. Ninja, Clone technique. After a puff of white smoke, there was another Murakami Kinoshita in the field. This is E-level ninjutsu, clone, and stand-in, and transformation is called the 3 basic ninjutsu. Don't underestimate them. This is a sign of becoming a ninja, and it is also the foundation of many advanced ninjutsu. Kinoshita Murakami introduced 3 kinds of ninjutsu in detail, and warned the 2 of them that they only need to learn these 3 kinds first, and the most important thing is to beat their bodies. As civilian ninjas, there is not much ninjutsu for them to learn, and they need a little contribution to learn. The main fighting methods in the early stage are mainly physical techniques. Just today, the nightmare of the 2 began, and Murakami could see the talents of the 2, as long as they did not die prematurely, they would definitely become a powerful ninja. 10 times according to his own cultivation standards when he was a child, Omega. Half-year later. Ninja School. Kinoshita Village stood on the podium, with reluctance in his eyes, and an unspeakable feeling for the first batch of students in his teaching career. Today is the day of class placement. Students who have not cultivated chakra will be assigned to ordinary classes to learn some vocational skills. Those with poor talent will be assigned to intermediate classes. Kinoshita Figuang, Namikaze Minato, come to the first class, report tomorrow. All the students looked envious of the 2 of them, and the first class was also called the genius class. Most of them were geniuses from various families, and there were very few civilian ninjas. Kinoshita Figuang grinned. The 2 of them have made great progress in the past 6 months, especially themselves. Because of the system, they have made rapid progress. He opened the panel. Wanja Skilled Panel. Name, Kinoshita Figuang. Age, 6 years old. Ability, Rubber Fruit Elementary, 46/100. Chakra Extraction Intermediate, 459/10,000. Skills, Kunao Throwing Advanced, 585/10,000, Teiju Intermediate, 256/1000, Sealing Advanced, 1258/10,000. Ninjutsu, Clone Jutsu Advanced, 16/10,000, Transformation Advanced, 14/10,000, Double Jutsu Advanced, 15/10,000, Fireball Advanced, 18/10,000, Water Polo Advanced, 14/10,000, Thunderball Advanced, 17/10,000, Earth Wall Advanced, 15/10,000, Wind Palm Intermediate, 119/1000. Kinoshita Figuang's ninjutsu only has a C-level Feng Dun, and the rest are all D-level and E-level. Da only needs 100 proficiency to level up at the intermediate level, and C-level requires 1000 proficiency. In the past 6 months, he has mainly been cultivating physical skills, fighting his body, breaking through the limit again and again, but the later, the more difficult it is to break the limit. However, this is also what Kinoshita Figuang expected. After all, his system is a skilled panel. If it is a sign-in system, he will be able to reincarnate at the age of 6. Well, the system is invincible, he only needs to be responsible for pretending. It's a pity that he can't. After half a year of training, he already knew that as long as he knows a lot of ninjutsu, he needs to major in a few ninjutsu, but there is no good ninjutsu right now, so there is nothing he can do. But the biggest help his rubber fruit has brought him is the super fast recovery. No matter how tired you are, get some sleep and a meal to recover. 7th Training Ground. Rubber, nagging. Kinoshita Hikari bent his legs and bent down, waving his fists quickly, and the dense fists hit Minato Namikaze. I saw Namikaze Minato flickering, walking through the dense fists, like a dancing butterfly. Kinoshita Figuang showed a smile at the corner of his mouth, and he never thought it would hurt him. The two learn from each other every day and are very familiar with each other's moves. Rubber, air gun. Kinoshita Figuang made a seal in his hand, and fused the wind shield into his right fist to accelerate the fist. This punch rushed like thunder, exploded with a roar, and hit Minato Namikaze on the cheek. He tilted his head and ducked at the moment. Kinoshita Figuang closed his fists, and Minato Namikaze stood there and smiled slightly. This punch is so fast, Figuang-kun. He was thinking about the move just now. If Kinoshita Figuang didn't slap the cheek but the face, he couldn't dodge at all, because his body couldn't react at all at that time, and he could only tilt his head. This is what I just thought of, attaching the wind to your fist. You can also try attaching to the body to accelerate yourself. Namikaze Minato also tried it, but later found that the wind was too bursting to control at all. Kinoshita Figuang went up the mountain and put his arms around Minato's shoulders and said, "Don't worry, you can definitely create it, I believe in you. Once you succeed, this is your unique ninjutsu, wind ninjutsu. I heard that the country of Thunder Hokage is a unique thunder ninjutsu that is proud of the ninja world." Really? Minato Namikaze was a little unconfident. He was inspired to become a powerful ninja, but he never considered himself a genius and had no confidence. After all, with Kinoshita Figuang as a monster, no one thinks he is a genius. Of course, you are Minato, and we will dominate the ninja world together in the future. Dominate the ninja world? Why, isn't it handsome with such a target? Then I'll change it. How about being Hokage? Amount equals convex. Namikaze Minato complained in his heart, can ideals be arbitrarily changed? Kinoshita Figuang smiled proudly, how about becoming Hokage first and then dominating the ninja world? Is he handsome enough now? Sounds great. That's necessary, but I'm hungry. What shall we eat today? Equals convex. Minato was helpless, thinking of his terrifying appetite. He was speechless for a while. He can have such a fast speed, half is talent, half is tortured by Kinoshita Figuang's appetite. This child's appetite is terrifying. Chapter 11_Combat Meeting. The night is slightly cool, and the full moon is in the sky. The Hokage building is brightly lit. The battle room was filled with smoke. The high-level officials of Konoha gathered together, and all the major families came together, led by Yuan Feijian, Shimura Denzo, Mito Gateyan, and Shun Xiaochun, and started today's meeting. Everyone's faces were calm, waiting for Hokage to speak. Now, Yuan Feijian sat in the first place, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the storm is coming, countries are already actively preparing for war, we must not fall behind. Konoha was created for the first generation to eliminate war, and Konoha has been adhering to the concept of peace for one generation, do not want to start a war, but there are always some countries with wolf ambitions, trying to provoke war. I will set the tone for this meeting. Konoha wants peace, but is not afraid of war. Those who can do this are the patriarchs and senior officials of Konoha of the major families. Of course, they understand that border frictions continue, and all countries are storing war preparation materials. But I could hear Yuan Fei's meaning of Rigian. Why did he keep revealing that he would not fight if he could not fight? Of course, the major families don't want to fight. War is not about playing a family. It is killing people. The key is that there is no benefit. The land of fire is rich in resources, and the people's happiness index is well deserved first in the ninja world. Looking at other countries, the country of wind is full of yellow sand, the country of thunder is full of hills, the country of earth is desolate, and the country of water is densely separated by islands, and the sea is also a remote place. There is no good place. For Konoha, fighting for Konoha has no substantial benefits other than fighting for the first place, only the pain of war. The major patriarchs were discussing a lot, and their hearts were inclined to how to eliminate the war, not to provoke it. At this time, Shimura Denzo's face was ashen, and he was very dissatisfied with his friend's remarks. What is this for? The enemies have bullied them to the door of the house, and they still want to settle down. What is the organization doing so desperately to obtain information? Is it for you to use it for entertainment after cooking? Sure enough, Nyasan is still too weak to be a Hokage at all. If it was a teacher, he would definitely say that. Those who dare to have a coveted heart for Konoha will never die. Humph. He patted the table, the noisy voice was silent, and they all looked at Danzo. Everyone is afraid of this Konoha's biggest intelligence chief. Angry and helpless. This is a mad dog. Seeing who bites who, Yuan Fury has done many evil things in the name of Konoha for more than 10 years. Danzo Eagle Eye looked around, no one dared to touch its edge and look at him. He was satisfied and angry, and became more and more dissatisfied with Yuan Fury. Did you see it, Nyasan? Everyone is greedy for pleasure and has forgotten the iron blood of ninjas. This is your failure. With no expression on his face, he said, why do countries start wars? Why do they stare at Konoha every time? That's because they are poor and can't get enough to eat, so they can only look for prey like hyenas, and everyone who is doing it has been stared at here. You are the prey of these hyenas. If you don't feed them, you won't let it go, so I want to ask you, if Konoha doesn't fight, which family will be used to feed these hyenas? Danzo pointed to each patriarch. Is it your Nara family? Or your Hotake family? 2 people were accused, one was the chief of the Nara clan and Konoha's general combat staff, and the other was Hotake Shomo, known as Konoha Bye. Danzo is not arguing, he must first pull the 2 to his camp. The Nara family's superior wisdom is the soul of the war, and he needs to make a battle plan. Another Hotake Shomo is extremely powerful and is a sharp knife on the battlefield. The 2 of them are both literate and martial, and they are indispensable. He looked directly at Hotake Shomo and said, this is the enemy's attack. They want to invade our homeland and kill our companions, Shomo. You're ninja, do you want to sacrifice your companions in exchange for a humiliating peace? Hotake Shomo suddenly stood up, his body like a javelin. I vow to defend Konoha to the death and kill the incoming enemy. The Nara patriarch felt helpless in his heart. This is really a real person, and he was fooled by Danzo as an early bird with just a few words. But if you don't make a statement at this moment, you will be in bad luck. He stood up and said solemnly, I vow to protect Konoha to the death and kill the intruding enemy. Danzo smiled in satisfaction, nodded slightly, the 2 have been dealt with, and if the rest will not make a statement. Humph. Is it true that the old man's knife is a blunt weapon and can't kill people? He took another look at everyone with the momentum of a great victory, and everyone stood up and expressed their opinions. Swear to guard Konoha to the death and kill the intruding enemy. He looked at Yuan Fury with provocation in his eyes. Rizao, you are too weak. Yuan Fury's face was heavy, he was smoking a cigarette, and his heart was already overjoyed. As expected of his old friend, not only did he become a villain, but he also gathered people's hearts once by the way. In this way, even if the war lasted for a long time, the major families suffered heavy losses and could not find themselves. There is grievance to find Tuanzang. What about Yuan Fury's killing? But he refuses to fight. Omega. Yuan Fury looked helpless and said, if this is the case, then let's do it this way. The group of heroes in the meeting was excited, and the Nara Patriarch proposed to prepare for the Second Ninja War. A while after all the discussions, Yuan Fury smiled, put aside the heavy topic of war, and said, this time, there are many talented people in Konoha's new generation, and each family is full of geniuses. Zuladi, Hyaga, Uki, Bo, there are geniuses. I believe that Konoha will get better and better. This statement came out. Everyone rang out their own children and smiled reassuringly. The older generation worked hard to protect the younger generation. This is all due to Hokage-sama, who made these little devils understand the will of fire at a young age. Yet, every time Inyuzi comes home, he always smiles and says he admires Hokage the most. The flattery continued, complimenting the 3 generations. Yuan Fury cut an old face, grinning, and the folds on his face piled up together, like chrysanthemums in full bloom. Some people were happy and some were worried. Danzo, who was so proud just now, looked ashen as if he had eaten a dead fly. Damn it, I'm the protagonist. He couldn't bear this scene any longer, snorted coldly, got up, and left. But he seems to be forgotten, no one pays attention, and he is not seen. The two advisors had long mouths and were about to say something, but they were stopped by Yuan Firi's slashing look. Although that look is very kind. But the two of them still felt the cold hair standing upright, and the cold air rushed straight from their backs. The two of them are not cute. They know that this is Yuan Firi Zhan Zaixiu's presence. If he interrupts him now, there will be no good fruit to eat. Yuan Firi Zhan felt that these two friends had been a little confused about priority. Looks like it needs a beating. He smiled brightly, pressed his hands together, and said, "The war is approaching, Konoha needs more excellent ninjas of the new generation, so I decided to set up a genius class at the ninja school." As soon as everyone stayed, those who had children in the ninja school at home applauded desperately. In the ninja world, what is the most important, is undoubtedly strength, but the second is fame. What is more valuable than the genius recognized by Konoha's official website? 3 generations of wise men. Now, everyone has only one idea: they must let their juniors enter the genius class. Yuan Firi Zhan smiled slightly and glanced at a few people who were applauding desperately, but everything was out of his sight. Danzo, this is the power of Hokage. Chapter 12 _ Pit Sun Foot. The next day, there is an acquaintance in the first class of the ninja school. Kinoshita Figuang walked into the classroom with a surprised expression. "Mikoto-chan, why are you here?" "I don't know, the teacher told me to come over yesterday." "Oh." At this time, few students had come. Kinoshita Figuang found a seat in the back row by the window and sat quietly. Over time, the students came in one by one, all of them familiar characters. Just juvenile images. Narashikasa, Yamanaka Kiki, Autumn Road Dingza, Hinata Hizu, Hinata Risari, Senju Rope Tree, Uchiha Shigeru, Oil Girl Shimai, Inyazuka Ayaka. Except for Shenshu, who is 6 years old, they are all 2 years older than Kinoshita Figuang. They are 8 years old this year, but they look like little adults, especially Hyaga Hizu, who has a pair of cataracts and a serious face. "Jun Figuang, we didn't enter the wrong room. These people are all 3rd-year students." No wonder Minato Heifeng was suspicious. It was just his 2 6-year-old civilian ninjas, the rest were all from major clans, and many of them were young patriarchs of major clans. "Don't panic, beat them up if they provoke." Convex Namikaze. Minato was helpless, he didn't mean that at all. At this time, Hyaga Hizu walked in front of Kinoshita Figuang and said, "I want to sit here, can I change my seat?" Although it is a question, it is an attitude that cannot be rejected. "No." Kinoshita Figuang refused directly, there was no room for negotiation. "The back row is by the window, the hometown of Wang. How could it give you this cataract?" He raised his face and said, "If you want it, then show your strength and defeat me, this seat is yours." Convex. Minato Namikaze looked helpless, his friend was too middle school, and what he said was very strange. All the students looked over to see how Hyaga Hizu responded. Is it to swallow the air, or to bully the small? It must be embarrassing anyway. Hyaga Hizu's expression froze, and thinking of this problem, her little head was a little confused, and she didn't know what to do. Seeing that his brother was in embarrassment, Hyaga Risari stepped forward and said, "I don't need my brother to take action. If you don't agree, I will teach you a lesson." "No, this is a duel of men. Make your choice, Shizuo, whether you want to fight with me, or choose to give up." Kinoshita Hikari stared at Hinata Hizu. Bold Rise was so angry that his veins burst out, he shouted loudly, and he was about to step forward and teach Momoko Kinoshita a lesson. Crack! Minato Namikaze went up to look at Hipsari Hinata. You can't interfere in a duel between men. If you want, I can be your opponent. The people around the audience had black lines on their faces, and they couldn't bear to look directly. A kid is a kid, he doesn't grow up at all. They are 8 years old, they are no longer children, they will not be so secondary. Seguyi. Kinshushinshu's eyes shone with starlight, feeling that the two were handsome, and said, yes, the duel between men cannot be disturbed. Narashika Issa covered his head, and sure enough, the kid is the most troublesome. Having said that, Luju is still looking forward to how Rizu will choose. There was a stalemate in the scene. As the young patriarch of Hyoga, Rizu had some arrogance. But duel with a little devil was a bit of a breakthrough. He was in a dilemma. A while. With firm eyes, it is not unacceptable to bully the small compared to retreating in despair. How do you want to compare? Is it better than eating? Whoever eats more will pay. Kinoshita Figuang suggested. Amount, equals convex. The tense atmosphere was destroyed, and Narashika Issa's face darkened. Sure enough, a kid is a kid. The rope tree has the feeling of a broken idol. Namikaze Minato smiled stiffly. Is it appropriate to eat at this time, bastard? Greater than or equal to dish less than or equal to. Chudaetingzuo, who had been eating potato chips, lit up his eyes. He was not interested in duels or something, but if it was more than eating, then he would be interested. Kinoshita Figuang is also helpless, and he is not a child. If he directly talks about a fight, it will give people a violent feeling, which is not in line with his obedient middle-aged teenager. Konoha, who has a knife in this good brother, will grow wretchedly if he has no strength, or he will be sliced in minutes. And a hot-blooded middle-aged teenager is the mainstream now. After all, Naruto is a bloody world omega. At the same time, Yuan Firazan looked at the crystal ball and smiled. This is youth. There is no darkness in this child's heart, and it seems that village one is well educated. However, when the sun is so big, does it take the family glories so seriously? When will these big families understand the true will of fire? As Hokage, you can't just look at things on the surface, but also see his hesitation. But in the end, he did not hesitate to bully the weak and chose to defend the honor of the Hyoga family. At a young age, the idea that the family is bigger than the village appeared. He was a little skeptical that it was right to let Hizu enter the talent class. After all, sometimes it is not uncommon for a mouse to ruin a pot of soup. Let's take a look. If it's still like this, then you can go back to the ordinary class and be your young patriarch. At this time, Kinoshita Figuang is waiting for Hizu's answer, and he has already made plans in his heart. If he refuses, he will stimulate him. A closer look at Kinoshita Figuang's body. Okay, after school, Chudeo barbecue Q. Whoever loses pays. Good. Equals convex. Namikaze Minato mourned for the son in his heart, but he was still too young to understand the sinister nature of the human heart. I didn't expect everyone to be so energetic. The teacher is very pleased. With a bang, a white smoke burst out from the podium, and when the white smoke dissipated, Kinoshita Village stood on the podium with a smile on his face. Hello everyone, my name is Muka Kinoshita, I will be in charge of this class in the future, please give me more advice. Devil teacher, a classmate exclaimed, hearing about this teacher who often punishes students. Kinoshita Village, _ This class of students is not easy to bring. Sure enough, a kid is a kid, so annoying. He pointed to himself and said, this classmate, are you talking about me? No, no. He shook his head repeatedly, refusing to admit it. Kinoshita Muraichi smiled brightly, with a fake smile. Of course no one thought it was fake, because he always smiled like this. He glanced around suspiciously and found the target. It's the last time, Baa brother. It's the two of you who dare to talk about the teacher behind your back. You're really disrespectful. Let me go out and run 1000 laps. Namikaze Minato, forehead, equals convex. Kinoshita Hikari. Is this guy a dog? It must be. Seeing that the two didn't move, Kinoshita Village roared loudly, Why, do you still dare to disobey the teacher's words? Why don't you go quickly? The majesty of teachers and older brothers is full. Hi! Namikaze Minato pulled Kinoshita Hikari and ran out. At this time, Face immediately smiled brightly and said, Okay, students, let's go to class Omega. All, amount, equals convex. Not only is this teacher bad-tempered, but he is also a showman. Chapter 13 Use it to carry our dreams. Kinoshita Figuang didn't expect that the class had not escaped his brother's clutches, and he was corporally punished on the first day. But in order to maintain the character, his eyes widened, his face cheered, his fists clenched. Watergate, it seems that my brother trusts us very much. Then run with all your might. The playground is 400 meters in a circle, and 1000 circles are 400,000 meters. But running laps alone has no exercise effect and is particularly time-consuming, so the two changed their minds. Run with chakra extremes. Chakra extraction can work in action, just need to master the balance to do it, but the two did not do that, but did not remember the consumption, 400 kilometers, ran in less than 2 hours. The average speed is 200 kilometers per hour. I have to say that chakra is really a magical thing, with a speed of 200 per hour, and it is so fast. This is because the two are still young, otherwise it will be faster, just like Naruto can reach a speed of 390 per hour just after graduation. It's no exaggeration to say that ninjas are all superhumans. The two returned to the classroom sweating profusely, and looked at Murakami Kinoshita with resentment on their faces. This brother is too pitiful. Cough, go back to your seat, I'll wait for you too. Kazuho Kinoshita Village has no psychological burden. Blame me? Since everyone is here, let's introduce ourselves and talk about our dreams. Kinoshita Figuang returned to his seat and sat down, thinking about his dream carefully. This question is especially important for ninjas. Every ninja who touches chakra faces this question. This is the tradition of Konoha, and it is also the tradition of ninjas. Before officially becoming a ninja, you must confirm a goal and have a firm belief. Every great ninja has a firm belief. A ninja without belief is like duckweed, fragile and unable to reach the pinnacle of ninja. Ninjas are accompanied by endless slaughter, the test of life and death, and it is easy to get lost without a firm belief. Of course, dreams cannot be changed. Most of the Konoha people are Hokage guardian companions. The representative figures are Minato, Naruto, Obito. Obito retrieved his dream before he died, so he successfully washed ashore. There are also pure guardian companions, and the representative characters are Jiraiya and Tsunade. Even Sakura is also a guardian companion, but he is a big sex fanatic and only protects one companion. There are also differences. The dream is to learn all ninjutsu, and the representative characters are Senja Tobirama and Orochimaru. Nobody changes. Orochimaru wanted to learn all ninjutsu, so he needed to be Hokage, but he didn't. Later, he felt that life was too short to learn all the ninjutsu, so he started a side business, immortality, and finally succeeded. I have to admit that the side business is sometimes more powerful than the main business. My name is Chien Sha Rashu, and my dream is to become Hokage to guard the village. Rope shouted out his dream, and his excited little face flushed. Crack! There was a loud noise, which startled everyone. Kinoshita Village's forehead jumped with blue veins. He took a deep breath and tried to calm down. Kinoshita Figuang, what are you doing? Kinoshita Figuang ignored his brother, but stared at the 1000-hand rope tree. I remember you. What kind of nerve is this going on? Kinoshita Figuang, I think you need to give everyone an explanation, or you know the consequences. You'll know in a while. Kinoshita Figuang said coolly. Explain? Explain what? Did I tell you that I wanted to learn Tsunade's strange force fist, and I was deliberately approaching the rope tree? Then you say. Kinoshita village is eager to know the answer, not only him, but all the students want to know. Kinoshita Figuang took out a straw hat from the space, got up and walked to the podium, looking directly at the Senju rope tree. Thousand-handed rope tree fierce Baba had to look at him, and was very unhappy with this guy who interrupted his dream. Suck. Kinoshita Figuang took a sharp breath, his belly expanded and turned into a ball. Growl loudly. My name is Kinoshita Hikari, the man who wants to become Hokage, degree theta degree. The sound shook hundreds of meters, and the sound was so loud that it resounded through the entire ninja school, and the students in the audience covered their ears. He put the straw hat on his head, raised his head and said seriously, Are you ready to become my opponent? Everyone was stunned by his determination, even Kamashita village was no exception, as if he knew his younger brother for the first time. Shenshu stared at him stubbornly, as if telling Momoko Kinoshita that no one can change his dream. Uchiha Shigeru, who was sitting in the corner, looked blankly at all this, but his clenched fists betrayed his thoughts. Damn! Installed by him again. But so handsome. Figuang-kun is so handsome. Uchiha Mikoto's eyes twinkled, remembering what her mother said to herself, boys with dreams are the most handsome. At this time, Kinoshita Figuang walked up to the Senju rope tree, put the straw hat on his head and said, This straw hat is given to you as a witness to our agreement. When you become Hokage, you can put it on for the other party in person. Senju Rasha shouted, Damn! Hokage must be mine. That being said, he held the straw hat tightly in his hands, already recognizing the agreement in his heart. From this moment on, this straw hat is his most precious item. Kinoshita Figuang smiled inwardly and walked back to his seat. Children, it's so easy to get it done, isn't it just a bond? Luju, this kid is so handsome. Yamanaka Hai said. Cut Narashika Isa disapproved on the face, but envied inwardly. Jingle bell. The school bell rang, and the group went to the Kaihudeo barbecue restaurant. Watergate, what's the matter with you? Kinoshita Figuang didn't know what happened to Minato, and he didn't talk to himself for a long time. Could it be a child's rebellious period? It's really troublesome. However, as his own professional chef, Kinoshita Figuang decided to ask clearly. After his unremitting efforts, Minato finally said, You didn't give me a gift, but you gave it to someone else. Isn't it? Because of this, the focus is not on one channel at all. Kinoshita Figuang said, Because we are good friends. We will never become rivals in our life, and we will never die. Is it? Of course, we have to break into the ninja world together. Okay. But my dream is to become a Hokage, and that won't change. Neikei's Minato said. Simple Kinoshita Figuang shouted, Rope tree, we have another opponent. You must take good care of this straw hat. It carries our dreams and promises. My dream is Hokage too. Me too. And me. Amount, equals convex. Kinoshita Figuang murmured in his heart, Do you want to change your dream? This dream is a bit flooded. He stopped everyone and said, Now let's make an agreement, whoever becomes Hokage will own this hat. Now it will be kept by Rope Tree. Everyone agreed. Kinoshita Figuang smiled and said, Rope Tree, did you hear it? This is everyone's dream, and it is in your hands. Rope Tree was a little dizzy. Why so many people nodded their heads? Don't worry everyone, I will definitely protect this straw hat. He had already thought about it, and when he got home, he would show Mito Grandma and ask her to add a seal to the straw hat so that it wouldn't be damaged. Everything that happened here was seen by Hiruzen Sarutobi as she stroked the Hokage hat. Old friend, it looks like you're going to retire. Sarutobi Hizen firmly believes that when these children grow up, Hokage will definitely be born among them. And at that time, they will also abide by the agreement and cherish that straw hat. Chapter 14 Squad Prototype. Autumn Road Barbecue Restaurant. Now, Aunt Chudeo had a full smile on her face. Since she met this kid half a year ago, Kyoshita Figuang is the most honored customer in the store, except for the free once a month. Not only that, Kinoshita Figuang will also solicit customers in the store. If it weren't for his ability to eat too much, Aunt Chudeo would have promised him free life for the rest of his life. A straw hat created a bond, which made everyone have a preliminary friendship, and there was continuous laughter at the dinner table. But at this moment, the protagonists are Kinoshita Momoko and Hizu. The two looked at each other, the air smelled of gunpowder. At this time, Kinoshita Figuang suddenly said, "Do you want to participate?" "How to participate?" Kinoshita Figuang smiled like a little fox, waiting for me to defeat Hizu first. There is no doubt that the Sunfoot fiasco. I want to challenge all of you. If you lose, you will train with me in the future, okay? Kinoshita Figuang said. If you don't say anything about being the boss of everyone if you lose, it will leave a bad impression. As long as you get in touch with them, it is not easy to accept them as younger brothers. I declare in advance that my cultivation is very hard. He stimulated a few people. Everyone looked at each other, feeling that they had been offended. In the end, only Namikaze Minato, Senjurashu, Narashika Issa, Akido Dingza, Yamanaka Kiki, Uchiha Shigeru, Uchiha Mikoto, participated. Some of these people are unyielding, some want to be friends with Kinoshita Figuang, and some are tough. The rest just smiled and watched the play beside them. Kinoshita Figuang didn't care either. There were thousands of people, it was impossible for everyone to like him, and it was not good for too many people. He wants to find some like-minded companions to become stronger together and break into the ninja world. The ninja team is all 3-3, but Kinoshita Figuang feels that the 7 people in the country of water are better, cooperate tacitly and attack sharply. Each has its own strengths, learn from each other's strengths. Start. With an order, everyone quickly ate meat. Everyone filled their mouths, even Uchiha Mikoto. It's really troublesome, Narashika Issa. Kinoshita Village took out the camera with a smile and took a picture of this scene. Inside the room, Kinoshita Figuang lay on the tatami to practice chakra, quickly extracting body energy. Since the chakra extraction technique has been practiced to the intermediate level, the extraction speed has increased by 10 times, and the round belly is gradually getting smaller. When the body can move normally, he gets up and does push ups, sit ups, squats, and one does not pull. He couldn't help laughing when he thought of the doubts in the eyes of the 2 Japanese brothers. This time, the 2 of them have been eaten out of the shadows. No matter how hard the 2 brothers eat, they can't catch up with 1/10 of his. In the end, there were a few people in the winning streak, and only Chudeo Dingzuo was worthy of a battle. Perhaps because of the rubber fruit, he was very energetic, and after another 2 hours of tossing, he became a little sleepy. The next day, Konoha Back Mountain, 9 people assembled. Watergate and I are still young, and we mainly practice physical skills. So we can train our body for 3 months. If any of you think it's useless, or if your family doesn't allow it, you can leave at any time. Come on, I'm definitely number 1. Kyunshushinshu said. Led by Kinoshita Figuang, everyone ran in circles around Konoha. This time everyone carried a load of weight. Not only that, but they could not use chakra. Galloping to challenge the limit, everyone has no scruples. They don't have to worry about injuries. These people are richer than each other, they have secret medicines in their homes, and even Minato has the support of Kinoshita Village. All of them are supported by resources, but Kinoshita Figuang does not. It is true to say that the rich rely on technology, and the poor rely on mutation. A while. He picked up speed, slowly increasing his intensity. Chu Dao Dingzuo had some regrets, but he was forced by his father to come here. As soon as I got home yesterday, I was asked by my father if he was friends with Kinoshita Figuang. After hearing the affirmative answer, Chu Dao Patriarch was relieved, and when he heard that they were training together, he had a tough attitude and asked him to participate. The original words are, "Son, Kinoshita Figuang is the first generation of blood, and his blood is very similar to the Chu Dao family. Dad has decided to betroth your sister to him, so protect your brother-in-law." Not only that, but both the Nara family and the Yamanaka family staged the same scene. For the occult family, they are eager to have their own bloodstains, and the first-generation bloodstains without a family like Kinoshita Figuang are very popular. The three of them all came to accept the task. As for Uchiha Shigeru, he was the head iron and refused to accept Kinoshita Figuang. The thousand-hand rope tree was fooled. Uchiha Mikoto thought Kinoshita Figuang was handsome and volunteered to join. As for Cataract Dailyfoot, it is to fulfill the promise. In this way, a 9-person team formed. At this time, strive to surpass yourself today, and you will be stronger tomorrow. Along the way, Kinoshita Figuang was cheering for everyone. Although his throat was sore, the speed increased again. No one can be successful casually, how can they be recognized by others? Although it was just a simple run, Kinoshita Figuang was doing it very seriously. When you feel your body has reached the limit, you can only grit your teeth and persevere, or kneel and cry, "Now tell me, your choice, persevere. Hold on." Everyone shouted with all their strength, Minato is not allowed to fail, Rasha wants to protect Konoha for Grandpa, Shigeru Uchiha wants to defeat Momoko Kinoshita, and Hizu wants to defend the glory of Hyuga. Everyone has their own beliefs, which will shoot out infinite power when they are tired and desperate. Today's Konoha is a little more noisy, and several children also identify with each other in a simple run. And all of this is because of Kinoshita Hikaru. Uchiha Mikoto looked at the thin figure, which seemed to glow at the moment. He was delicate and sensitive since he was a child, and when he first saw Kinoshita Hikari and Namikaze Minato, he felt the power of warmth. Uchiha, who was covered in scars, couldn't help but want to get closer, to the sun, and to the warmth. Now, Uchiha Mikoto's eyes were dull, and her body had already reached its limit, but there was a voice saying, "Don't give up. Don't give up the opportunity to integrate into Konoha." The ancestor Uchiha Madara betrayed Konoha, and the first Hokage Senju Hashirama had a decisive battle in the Valley of the End. Since then, the seeds of doubt have been planted, and with the help of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, this seed is slowly growing. Uchiha longed for the same treatment and longed for trust. The other side. Chien Shao Tsunade, known as Princess Konoha, stared at the front, with Orochimaru and Yuan Firigian beside him. "Old man, do you think this can really eliminate barriers?" With the same state of mind and strength, the young and powerful Yuan Firigian wanted Uchiha to truly integrate into Konoha, instead of erecting a wall in the center of the city to be a village within a village. Of course, they are all companions, and there is no estrangement that cannot be eliminated. It has been more than 20 years since that incident, and it is time to pass. Yuan Firigian smiled and said in his heart, "These two children are not ordinary, their hearts are pure, and there is no trace of darkness. If neither of them are good, then I may be sorry for the mirror. I have a lot of confidence in that kid, he's not the same." Orochimaru said, stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Every seemingly coincidental event has a meaning behind it, just like this time. Yuan Firigian wanted to see if Uchiha could come out, and also wanted to see if Uchiha wanted to come out. Chapter 15 Secret Game and Choice. The center of the village, the land of the Uchiha clan. It is isolated from the outside world, and the borders are built with high walls, and outsiders cannot enter, which is very mysterious. Inside the patriarch's mansion, Uchiha Jiaji knelt down on the tatami and drank tea. Elder Zanji, what do you think about this matter? Anyway, Uchiha is a part of Konoha. With grey hair, he took a stand. Uchiha Soichi, who has experienced the Warring States period, is extremely averse to war, yearns for peace, and has deep feelings for Konoha. But for Konoha, not Hokage. He really wanted to go back to that intimate era with Konoha. In his opinion, peace was not easy to come by, and Uchiha needed peace. Besides, although Uchiha failed in the Sengoku hegemony, the background still exists, and the two clans merged to create the first ninja village. This is Uchiha's village. How can he escape like a mouse? Even Ninja Shura Uchiha Madara can't change the thoughts of the clan. The arrogant Uchiha couldn't accept it. Besides, compared to defecting, Uchiha prefers another method. That is to become Hokage. As the number one wealthy family in Konoha, Uchiha's master is like a cloud, and he only needs an opportunity to become Hokage. And now, the opportunity has come. He opened his mouth and said, Uchiha Shigeru is our opportunity. As long as we have a bond with those little ghosts, there are no obstacles from those families. With Uchiha's strength, the fifth Hokage must be Uchiha. He didn't say Hokage 4, because Shigeru Uchiha is too young to have any chance at all. Originally, Uchiha's goal was the fourth Hokage, and the first genius in the family, Uchiha Fuyu, competed. But now there are better choices. Compared with genius, Uchiha Shigeru has a higher starting point, and the young patriarchs of each big family are his classmates. This is an unparalleled advantage, far beyond what Uchiha Fugaku can match. That's right, Konoha was founded by Uchiha and Kishou, and it's our turn. However, the third generation needs Uchiha to show sincerity, and if I'm not mistaken, it's Mikoto. Although Yuan Firigian didn't say anything, Uchiha Zanji understood that this was a silent coercion, forcing Uchiha to make a choice, to choose to give up the family glory and marry a woman to merge into Konoha and get the opportunity to become Hokage, or continue to stand still. Uchiha Jiaji was expressionless and said, Uchiha is a member of Konoha, this will not change, but the blood of the family must not be leaked, this is the bottom line. The tone is stern, and there is no room for negotiation. You can be friends, comrades, and partners, but you can't be husband and wife. Not only him, but all Uchihas would not agree, unless one of the 7 people can become the god of ninjas like Chien Shao Hajime, and overwhelm the world, and also need to promise that the child should be surnamed Uchiha. Otherwise, if you marry one, he will marry one, then there is no Uchiha, you can directly announce the dissolution. After all, the blood-stained family valued inheritance the most. As soon as Uchiha Zong touched his grey beard, his eyes were cold and filled with killing intent, and said, I still need to negotiate. I don't think Yuan Firigian would be so stupid, if Uchiha needs to marry outside in exchange for acceptance, that Uchiha wouldn't mind switching to a Hokage. Well, yes. Uchiha's blood is not to be coveted. Phew, okay. Kinoshita Figuang stopped and turned around to look at everyone. Amount equals convex. At the moment when Kinoshita Figuang stopped, the 8 people couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. You. Just when he was about to say something like this, he heard a few swoosh sounds, and several people appeared to carry everyone away one by one. One of the blonde women glared at Kinoshita Hikaru before leaving. Kinoshita Figuang glanced at Namikaze Minato. What's the situation? They are all important figures in the major families, and they should be taken back to take a medicinal bath. Kinoshita Figuang's small face was wrinkled, and he growled, That's not what I said, I want to say why we are the only ones left, we also need a medicinal bath. Amount equals convex. Namikaze Minato didn't speak, just gasped. Medicated baths are expensive, are you rich? Kinoshita Figuang has no intention of arguing that it turns out that the clown is just himself, and he takes care of them at his own expense. What kind of privilege are you doing at this time, bastard, greater than or equal to dish less than or equal to? He could only walk home step by step while supporting Minato Nami Feng, slandering in his heart. Why didn't brother come? Ach you! Kinoshita Village rubbed his nose, and attentively served Bo Duojing with vegetables. Muraichi-kun, are you sick? Cai Jing-jong, I'm sick, very serious. Potato hurriedly put his hand on Murakami's forehead, don't burn it. It's not here, it's in my heart, I have love sickness. Omega. I hate it, Murakami-kun is like this, Omega. That's because you're likable and never get tired of watching, degree. Kamoshida Murakami has fallen in love, completely forgetting that he still has two younger brothers to take care of. Enough baa brother, this is the last time. When the two returned home, the room was dark and there was no sound. Kinoshita Figuang can only boil water to prepare a medicinal bath for Namikaze Minato. These herbs are all purchased at Nara's house, and the confidentiality measures are well done. Just boil water and put them in, which is very convenient. After everything was done, Minato was put into the bathtub to boil, and Figuang Kinoshita took out the water polo from the room and handed it to Minato. Chakra is divided into morphological change and property change. The property change is not urgent, but the spiral pill, as the ultimate morphological change, must be learned. For this he prepares a lot of water polo. It's not plagiarism, but civilian ninjas can't learn ninjutsu at all, not to mention this kind of A-level Muji ninjutsu. If you don't steal it, you'll be sorry for your identity as a traveler. However, the two of them are still young, and they are mainly adapting in the early stage, otherwise chakra will not be enough. Figuang-kun, what is this for? It's a training method of popping a water polo with a hand-controlled chakra. Then what? Minato Namikaze asked. Wait until you're done. Kinoshita Figuang didn't say any more, he had to eat in one bite, how could he be a fat man in one bite? Sudden crack. The water polo exploded, and Minato Nami Feng asked, is that so? Kinoshita Figuang was startled, did you learn it? As expected of a ninjutsu created by himself. But Kinoshita Figuang didn't tell Minato Nami what to do next, but let him continue to control the water polo, so that the water polo could spin at a high speed without breaking. Kinoshita Figuang is in the ninja world and knows where the chakra explodes. If he is not careful, it will explode. If he hurts his hand, he will regret for life and completely miss the ninja. After all, Minato is not as resilient as Naruto. He walked out of the room to study by himself and controlled chakra a little bit, but micro-controlling chakra requires talent. Otherwise, the spiral pill will not be rated a grade. This is the danger and difficulty level. Also the power level. Just after Kinoshita Hikaru left, the water polo in Minato Namikaze was able to spin at a high speed without breaking. Fortunately, Kinoshita Figuang didn't see it, otherwise he would be hit again. Have to say, Namikaze Minato is a natural ninja, his talent may not be too lethal, but he is the most suitable for ninjas. Neural response, delicate operation of chakra, wind attribute, space attribute. All melee assassination talent. This is quite simple, what's the use of training this? Minato Namikaze was holding a water polo in his hand, puzzled. Kinoshita Hikari, who was practicing outside, was competing with water polo. At the same time, inside the Thousand Hands station, the rope tree soaked in the medicinal bath with a reddish face, and explained to Mito what he had seen and heard during the day. Mito sat beside him and looked at his grandson lovingly. From the Warring States period to the present, he has long had no desires, and the only thing he wants to see is that the rope tree grows up healthily. She is dressed in a kimono, her face is beautiful, there is no wrinkle, time seems to be frozen, and the years leave no trace, and no one can tell her true age. There is a diamond-shaped mark on the forehead, which locks the face. She took out a scroll, solution. With a bang, a straw hat appeared out of thin air. Little rope tree, Grandma has blessed it with a seal, look at it. Qian Sha Rashu looked excited, took it in his hand, and couldn't put it down. This is the straw hat that carries the dream, so be sure to keep it safe. Seeing that the grandson liked it very much, Mito said, Grandma blessed it with 5 seals. It is now fireproof and waterproof, and it is still very tough, and it can also be channeled back, so don't be afraid of losing it. Sigui. Thousands of hands rope tree eyes lit up, but why do you want to channel? I will never let it out of my sight. Mito rolled his grandson's eyes and couldn't bear to hit him. Just you? If you don't lose yourself, Grandma will burn high incense. Chapter 16 Common Hunting. The mountain behind the leaves. The forest is lush and overgrown with weeds, and 9 people are gathered together. At 3 o'clock, the target distance is 500 meters. With blue veins bursting out of the eyes of Hyagahizu, he opened his eyes and said, the Hinata clan is a descendant of Otsutsuki-yu village, and one of the elder clans who joined Konoha Hidden Village during the founding of the Land of Fire. According to the bloodline concentration, the power of the White Eyes is determined. As members of this generation of clans, he and his younger brother are the purest White Eyes. But the daily difference is separated, bound by caged birds, and blind spots. The White Eye is the unique bloodline boundary of the Hyuga clan, and it is also the eye of the investigation. As a sect family, Hizu can achieve 360 degrees without dead ends, and can also observe the flow of chakra in the body to distinguish others. The most important thing is to be able to see super far, with the insight and perspective eyes that can see super long distances, and can reach a distance of 1 kilometer. You can also see the opponent's meridians and acupoints with white eyes, and with the family tradition of soft boxing, it can be destroyed from the inside, and its lethality is amazing. Siguo-ichi, as expected of the Sunday Kinoshita Figuang praised. The 9 people spent 3 months together, and their relationship became stronger and stronger, and they went out to camp today. Hunting wild boar at the moment. Cut, but Shigeru Uchiha turned his head away and snorted coldly for his Uchi's performance in the limelight. Damn, when will I wake up those eyes? Being in this genius class, he was under a lot of pressure without awakening blood wheel eyes. For this reason, he asked the elders in the clan, but no one told him any useful information. When you realize the true meaning of love, Shigeru-kun's eyes will awaken. He looked blank. Didn't he love Mikoto sauce deeply? Excessive. After Minato goes around, seal its retreat and don't let him escape. Shikuji, Dingzu, and Hai are contained on the left wing, Mikoto-chan, Shigeru, and Rashu are contained on the right wing, and the sun is watching at all times. Kinoshita Figuang said quickly and distributed the task. What about you? Uchiha Shigeru asked. Kinoshita Figuang grinned and scurried, I'll face it head on. Damn it! It happens every time. Obviously, this kind of hunting is not the first time, and everyone has a clear division of labor to catch wild boars. In the ninja world, the world contains chakra, and the animals are relatively huge. The prey this time was a wild boar king. It was 5 meters tall and had hard hair. The fangs in its mouth were like 2 javelins, exuding a cold light. Now, the king of the wild boar was looking down and enjoying the delicious food, when suddenly, it stepped lightly on its hind legs and felt the danger approaching. At this time, everyone arrived at the predetermined location. Figuang Kinoshita squatted on top of the branches and overlooked, 20 meters away from the wild boar. Pushing hard with both feet, jumping into the air during the vertical leap, rubber, pistol. The fist hit the wild boar's head like a gust of wind. Say! The wild boar suffered a heavy blow, its eyes burst out, and it roared and screamed. He landed without stopping, another punch. And his tiny body shot out infinite power, punching the wild boar with punch after punch. The huge pain made the wild boar go mad, his eyes were bloodshot, his hind legs stared at the ground, and his fangs pressed down, launching a charge. He didn't panic, jumped in midair between vertical leaps, spread his legs apart, and avoided the blow. The wild boar did not stop, and continued to charge forward, trying to escape from here. And the direction in which he escaped was the pig deer butterfly squad. Ninja, shadow imitation. Narashika Issa uses the secret technique of monkhood, and the shadow is elongated and connected to the wild boar. Dingza, hurry up! Narashika Issa shouted. The wild boar running at high speed had too much kinetic energy, and he had a hard time controlling it. Multiplier, meat bomb chariot. Chudeo Dingzo's body skyrocketed, his body spinning like a spinning top, galloping and bursting, with anime dust. When time was not enough, Narashika Issa withdrew his ninjutsu. Boom! With a loud noise, the wild boar was sent flying, and sand and stones were splashed around. He took a deep breath and watched carefully. Have you got it done? When the smoke cleared, the wild boar shook its head a few times and ran in a different direction. These humans are too cunning, this pig runs first. Seeing this, Shigeru Uchiha had a flash of excitement in his eyes, and quickly formed a seal with his hands, using the Uchiha family's signature ninjutsu. Wei Shenhai Wu Yin. Let's try my master's ninjutsu. Oh! The art of fire escape and fireball. Sea-level ninjutsu is powerful, rising against the storm, turning into a 2-meter fireball and hitting the wild boar. Ow! A wild boar with strong hair, which is quickly ignited by contact with flames. It screamed and rolled on the ground. When the flames were extinguished, his true face was revealed, his body was charred black, and his nose was spitting out white air. He was extremely angry. The wild boar is mad, contain it! Kinoshita Figuang shouted. Qian Sha Rasha did not retreat but advanced, jumped, and rushed towards the wild boar, charging his right hand. Kinoshita Figuang saw it so vividly that he was shocked. Could it be that Chencha would have a strange power fist when he was 6 years old? It is indeed a thousand-handed family. I saw Qian Sha Rasha suddenly waved his right fist when he approached the wild boar. Then, there is no more, the thousand-hand rope tree did not cause the slightest damage, and was flying over by the wild boar. Amount, equals convex. Kinoshita Figuang knew that he thought too much. Qian Sha Rasha had no trump cards, he was just plain stupid. With a squeak, the thousand-hand rope tree hit the tree, and Akilo got up, like he was nothing. However, his eyes were burning, and he was very dissatisfied with his attack. Damn! Chapter 17 Danzo, I can't leave you. Everyone can cause harm to wild boars, but the thousand-hand rope tree can't, and their self-esteem has been hit again. The next moment he rushed over again. Kinoshita Figuang did not stop it, and everyone did not stop it. The partner is not just talking, but must believe unconditionally. Its weakness is 3 inches in the abdomen. Rizu opened his eyes, observed the weakness of the wild boar, and reminded everyone. Kinoshita Hikari shouted, Minato! Received! Namikaze Minato held Kunao in hand and stuck it on the wild boar's butt. With a scream of ow, the wild boar stood upright. Hai Yi, Luju, control it! The art of turning the heart. Shadow mimicry. Yamanaka Kiki's spirit entered the wild boar to prevent it from struggling, and Narashika Issa used his shadow to control the wild boar to keep it upright. The thousand-hand rope tree contains Chakra's right fist, and it hit the wild boar's abdomen fiercely. Ding seat! Chudeo Dingza once again used a meat bomb chariot to shoot the wild boar into the sky. At the same time, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Shigeru used a fireball technique on the wild boar. At this moment, the wild boar has been beaten stiffly, burning in the air. Rubber machine guns. Kinoshita Figuang swung his fists quickly and intensively, hitting the belly of the wild boar, punching to the flesh. bang! The wild boar king smashed to the ground so hard that he lost his life. Everyone gathered together and smiled at each other. How handsome is the punch I just punched, equals omega equals Qian Sha Rasha said. Everyone didn't speak, just when Qian Sha Rasha's smile froze. It's not handsome, it's handsome, everyone laughed. Only then did Qian Sha Rasha know that he was being teased, and he snorted softly, his mouth grinning to the bottom of his ears. The prey has been caught, let's have a feast, omega, hi-ya. I want to eat 10 pounds of meat. Qian Sha Rasha let out a rhetoric. Then I will eat 20 pounds. Uchiha Shigeru was not to be outdone. Then I eat 30 pounds. Then I will eat 50 pounds. Shigeru Uchiha stared at the senju rope tree. Stinky brat, are you looking for trouble? How do you want? *M***. Everyone is speechless, the two are like old enemies, and they will pinch when they meet. Naruto Building. There was smoke in the Hokage office. Yuan Fury frowned and smoked. Are you sure? Hi. Anbu, who was kneeling on the ground, nodded. Yuan Fury waved his hand and asked him to step back, looking at the information in his hand. Union Wien united a group of small countries and attacked the country of the Vortex by surprise. The country of the Vortex cannot be resisted and is in danger of destruction. Please also look at the bond between the Vortex and Konoha to help. On behalf of all the people of the country of the Vortex, thank you endless. All the Vortex clan joined. Yuan Fury was entangled in his heart. If Konoha went to support, it would probably cause the Second Ninja World War, but how could he explain to Mito-sama if he didn't go? Old friend, it looks like you need to get out of the way. Deep voice, go and call Danzang to see me. Hey, Anbu, who was guarding the darkness, replied. A while. Danzo in a samurai uniform came over. Hisashi, what's the matter? Yuan Fury handed the information to Danzo, and he smoked, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. What do you think? Of course we need to support, not only that, but also to cooperate with the country of the Vortex inside and outside, and destroy them in one breath, Shimura Danzo said without any hesitation. In his opinion, since the war is approaching, take the initiative to attack, so that you can still take the initiative. Destroy them all in one go. Cough. Yuan Fury Jean coughed violently, surprised. When did my old friend be so righteous? It's not right. Shouldn't he stop the support, and then reluctantly agree to it? With no expression on his face, he said solemnly, tell me carefully. We should cooperate with the country of the Vortex inside and outside, destroy the cloud and fog, and then destroy the country of the Vortex, and enjoy the wealth of the country of the Vortex. Yuan Fury Jean heaved a sigh of relief and said in his heart, this is the Danzo I know. He put down his bong, looked serious, and said, Konoha will never do anything to attack an ally. What time is it? You are still so rigid, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't say it anymore, it goes against my forbearance. Humph, you are too weak, you will regret it. This is absolutely not possible, and I am Hokage. Shimura Danzo's face twitched, his fists clenched. Again. Hateful. He took a deep breath and said word by word, if that's the case, then leave them alone and let them fend for themselves. Yuan Fury Jean's eyes widened and couldn't believe it, they are Konoha's allies, they are Mito-sama's family, how can they be ignored? Don't be naive anymore, Mito-sama married Konoha, that's Konoha's people, not their whirlpools. Also, this is my bottom line, if you don't agree, don't ask me for anything in the future. Danzo, how can I explain it to Mito-sama? Yuan Fury was stunned, sitting on the bench in a decadent manner. Don't worry about it, I'll find Mito-sama. Shimura Danzo smiled smugly. Afraid, Rigian, you can't leave me. You are too weak. He glared at Yuan Fury Jean and turned to leave the Hokage office. Yuan Firi Zhan seemed to be immersed in guilt, unable to extricate himself, and ignored Danzang's departure. When he sensed that Danzhou was far away, he returned to normal, a smile appeared on his face, and quickly disappeared. "Dear friend, you are right, I really can't leave you." A terrifying chakra wave suddenly rose from the Qian Shao clan, sweeping the entire Konoha. Yuan Firi, who was in the Hokage office, could clearly perceive it. He knew that this was a demonstration to himself, telling himself that Mito was not old enough to pick up a knife and was insane. "Since you don't want to support yourself, don't send a fool here." When the villagers panicked, the terrifying chakra quickly dissipated. Only Shimura-dan was left with a bruised nose and a swollen face, and walked straight out of the Thousand Hands clan. No one knows what they talked about, only that Shimura Danzo was beaten out and Mito spoke, and Shimura Danzo will not be welcomed in the Senju clan in the future. Back in Gen Danzo, his face was terrifyingly gloomy and humiliating. As the second in command of Konoha, he was beaten by a woman, and he couldn't fight back. "It's not over." A trace of cruelty and fear flashed in his eyes. It was so terrifying. Mito's boundless chakra was overwhelming himself. The old woman is getting stronger and stronger. Why can Mito be so arrogant? In addition to being the wife of the first generation, and her own strength is terrifying, not only that, she is also a nine-tailed person. Now Mito is the undisputed number one in Konoha. Otherwise, can we still count on Danzang respecting the old and caring for the young? A while. Danzo resumed his smile. "No matter what, the goal has been achieved. Konoha will not support the country of Vortex." Chapter 18 Konoha needs a container. Inside the Thousand Hands station, Uzumaki Mito sat alone in the room, holding a letter in his hand, which was from the Uzumaki Patriarch, his brother. It is clearly written that Mito is not allowed to go to the country of Vortex, for fear of being trapped by the enemy, not only wanting the Vortex sealing technique, but also the Nine Tails. There was sadness in his eyes. He was old and could no longer support high-intensity battles. Even if they support the country of Vortex, they will die suddenly after a war, and it will be a catastrophe after the Nine Tails escape. And Konoha loses Nine Tails, will be very passive, and the war will break out in an instant. Mito is caught in a dilemma. One is his homeland, and the other is the painstaking efforts of his lover. Brother, pillar. Unable to make a choice, a young face quickly grows old, and a hero twilight is nothing more than that. "Hashiyama, what should I do?" she muttered to herself, thinking of the hero who always smiled at life, lover. She thought of the conversation with Hakuma. "At that time I asked him, 'You are dead, and I am the only one left.'" Qinchao Zujian pointed at Konoha and said, "Don't be sad, even if I die, Konoha will accompany you. Konoha is me, it will always be with you." Grandma Qian Rasha shouted, interrupting Mito's thoughts. "Thousands of Hands Rope Tree is very happy today, and I want to share the happiness with my grandma." When he saw Mito's old face, he paused, tears in his eyes, and choked. "What's wrong with you, Grandma? Don't scare the rope tree." Qian Rasha cried and hugged Mito, who was his closest relative. Mito touched his cheek. The skin was no longer smooth. He controlled the chakra, gathered on his face, and his face became young again. But her hair was as pale as snow. He stroked the rope tree and said, "Look at the little rope tree now. Seguyi." He smiled when he saw that his grandmother was young again. "Come on, go for a walk with Grandma." Mito held the rope tree's hand. The two walked out of the Qian Shao clan, walked around Konoha, and then went home. Mito glanced at the rope tree, his eyes were clear, and he made a choice. "I'm sorry brother, I want to protect the hard work of the column." "That's right, Konoha and the country of Vortex." Uzumaki Mito chose Konoha. "Go and call the 3 generations and say that the old woman has something to do." "Hi!" Qian Shao retainer said. A while. With a heavy face, Yuan Firi stepped into the Qian Shao clan. Mito went straight to the topic and said, I'm old, and I don't have much time. I need a container to seal the 9 tails. You can figure it out. This. Yuan Firi Zhan understood that Mito was dissatisfied with his choice, and was informing himself that he would send someone to the country of Vortex. Mito-sama, do you have a suitable candidate? Uzumaki Kushina, my granddaughter, take her over. Hi. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Kinoshita Figuang was running alone in Konoha, not called Namikaze Minato. Today is the day off, everyone has a day off, and the major families have their own activities. This is their means of bringing family unity. Uchiha will go to the shrine for a meeting. Hinata will also have the friendship of the clan branch. Even Namikaze Minato has something to do, but Kinoshita Figuang is the only one left. At this moment, he was a little lonely and could only vent his energy by running. Kinoshita Hikari opened the panel. Wanja skilled panel. Name, Kinoshita Figuang. Age, 6 years old. Ability, Rubber Fruit Elementary, 91/100. Chakra Extraction Intermediate, 759/10,000. Skills, Kunao Throwing Advanced, 885/10,000, Teiju Intermediate, 456/1000, Sealing Advanced, 2258/10,000. Ninjutsu, Elementary Spiral Maru, Advanced Clone, Advanced Transformation, Advanced Substitute, Advanced Fireball, Advanced Water Polo, Advanced Thunderball, Advanced Earth Wall, and Intermediate Feng Lai Palm. Skills that are not important in PS will not be proficient in writing, or someone will always say that I am water. Kinoshita Figuang said that in 3 months, the Spiral Maru dog can learn. But he prefers to practice physique. Most of the day is spent practicing physique. Every breakthrough is a challenge to yourself. But it is getting harder and harder to break through the limit, and now it can be maintained once every 2 days. This is self-control. Otherwise, there will be a feeling of tiredness in the spirit, and there will be no spirit in doing anything. In 18 days, Kinoshita Figuang will usher in the fruit upgrade, which makes him look forward to it. During the training, he forgot his loneliness while running, his pace quickened, his speed soared, and the weight on his body rattled. The adrenaline is surging, the brain is extremely excited, and the ride is completely unstoppable. Compared with ninjutsu, taijutsu is really fascinating. The joy of breaking through the limit, the scenery passing by while running, and the collision between fists and flesh are all the charms of the body. Although Kinoshita Figuang has a system, this can only make him practice faster than others, but he can't do it in one fell swoop. The top priority is to strengthen the body and exercise the will. As for ninjutsu, after learning the multi-shadow clone, it's good to open up and practice ninjutsu. By then, the proficiency will increase slowly. Figuang-kun. Mikoto sauce. Kinoshita Figuang stopped, and today Uchiha Mikoto was wearing a samurai outfit, with a high ponytail on the back of her head. Didn't Mikoto-chan go to the shrine? Uchiha Mikoto blushed slightly. It's not time yet, ninjas can't be slack, practice first, and then go later. Mikoto-chan will definitely become a great ninja in the future. Kinoshita Figuang praised her self-discipline. Only sweat in this world will not disappoint her. Uchiha Mikoto didn't answer, but ran quickly. Hikaru-kun, keep up. She always felt that Kinoshita Figuang was different, tenacious, and mature, not as naive as others. It was only a day apart, but she was not used to it, so she came to the training ground without realizing it. Kinoshita Figuang quickly followed, and the two were running against the rising sun. Hey, it's too cunning, don't you mean to take a day off? How can you secretly practice on your own? Qian Xiaoropshu shouted. Yes, Figuang is so cunning. Luju, Hai Yi, and Ding Zhou said. Figuang-kun, why didn't you call me? Minato Namikaze complained. Damn, fortunately I'm here. Uchiha Shigeru said. I'll see it early in the morning. Hinata Hizu pointed to his eyes. Why are you all here? Kinoshita Figuang looked puzzled, didn't he attend the family gathering? We are a whole. How can we be entangled in those trivial things and be pulled down by you? Luju said. That's right X7. Kinoshita Figuang stopped and looked at everyone with a big smile. Is this the bond, mutual supervision, mutual understanding, common progress, and common life and death? He stretched out his palm and said, very good, then let us sweat as much as we can, tenacity, courage, blood, fetters, let's experience all this little by little together. Chapter 19 Uzumaki Kushina. Everyone looked at each other and stretched out their hands at the same time. The 9 pairs of small hands overlapped, and their hearts were intertwined. Good. X9. At this moment, the bond between the teenagers is established from this moment, abandoning their identity, identifying with each other, regardless of each other, this feeling is strong and hot, until death. I have gone through all the detours in my life today, and my life has been full of smooth roads from now on. Run, brothers, do whatever your heart desires, and you will achieve your dreams. Kinoshita Figuang shouted, regardless of everyone, take the lead. So cunning, wait for me everyone shouted, chasing away, full of laughter. Kinoshita Village, who was hiding in the dark, witnessed all this with his own eyes. Che, a bunch of brats. His eyes were hazy, but luckily. In this murderous, insidious, and tragic ninja world, it is a kind of luck to have someone you cherish. Maybe you can report to the 3rd generation and form an elite team. But before that, you should go and pass the Shangnin assessment, otherwise you won't be able to hold back these little devils. He stepped towards the Hokage building. Obviously, Kinoshita Murakami disliked the title of Special Shangnin. Ready to change. When he came to the Hokage building, Kimshita Village told Yuan Firigian about the idea of forming a team, hoping to get Hokage's approval. Are you ready? Yuan Fei-Rizan said with a smile, he has enough patience for everyone who can become Shangnin, not to mention his own direct descendants. Yes, 3 generations of adults. Okay, I'm very happy that you can come out and take the Shangnin assessment in 3 days. Thank you Sandemu. As for the 9-member elite team you mentioned, this is very difficult to handle. You also know their identities, it's too complicated, but it's still early. You are their teacher, you can train first, and then use your results to speak. This way, I want to be more convincing. What do you think? Hi. Anything else? No, I'll say goodbye. Yuan Fury beheaded, and Kinoshita Village disappeared in a flash. A 9-man team? This kind of team is not easy to form. If there is no corresponding merit and strength, it will definitely not work. There is a reason for the Ninja 3-3 system as the current system. The first is flexibility and convenience, the second is teacher guidance, the third is for concealment, and the fourth is for easy access to tasks and distribution of bounties. Of course, if the strength is enough, then there is no problem. After all, many B-level and above tasks require multi-team joint execution. Although there are some obstacles now. However, when all 9 people reach the elite level, or the shadow level, then they will be a sharp sword with the cooperation all the year round. Ninja Legion is a killing weapon, whether it is 1 person or 10 people, everything depends on strength. This is also the reason why Yuan Fei-Rigian did not refuse immediately. In his opinion, the talents of the 9 people are very good. As long as they go through a difficult growth period, the future is limitless. Let's take a look, some things don't need to be thought too much, you can leave it to time. Well, this is very Yuan Fei's / If it is good, it will be agreed. If it is not good, it will be rejected. It's not a loss. The next day. Ninja school, inside the classroom. Kinoshita village spread out his palms and was practicing spiral pills. The principle of spiral pills is to first build a fulcrum with chakra, and then rotate chakra inside. I saw the blue ball of light condensed in his hand, dissipated quickly, and then gathered again, and so on, to refresh the proficiency. Like him, there is Minato, who is also secretly practicing spiral maru. And all of this annoyed Murakami Kinoshita. As a senior ninja, he is very sensitive to chakra fluctuations. What's more, at such a close distance, in his perception, the two groups of chakras converged and dissipated, converging and dissipating. And his nerves unnaturally tense, relax, tense, relax. Blue veins jumped on his forehead, his hands were holding the table tightly, and he was trying his best to endure. No, Murakami, you have to hold back, there are still important things to do today. But the trembling body has reached its limit, the san value has skyrocketed, and it is about to explode. Clang clang clang. The crisp knock on the door awakened Kinoshita Murakami, and at the same time saved Kinoshita Hikari and Namikaze Minato. Please come in. Pushing the door in was a 6-year-old girl with long fiery red hair, big eyes, a round face and a little baby fat. Kim Shimomura stepped forward in a very gentle voice, "Are you the Uzumaki Kushina?" Anthracene. "I'm the teacher here, my name is Kinoshita Murakami, please give me more advice in the future." Uzumaki Kushina's big eyes were bright, and he felt that this teacher was very gentle, but the rest of the classmates didn't think so, but all shivered. Kinoshita Muraichi took Uzumaki Kushina's hand to the podium and said, "This classmate is a new transfer student, everyone should get along well. Kushina, let me introduce myself and my dreams to everyone." Uzumaki Kushina looked at the faces under the stage, her brain was a little down, she didn't know what to say, she just stood on the stage in a daze. Kinoshita Muraichi didn't urge him, but the students in the audience couldn't help it. He was at an active age and had little patience. "Why don't you speak, are you afraid?" "Coward," said a classmate. "A coward, and she still has red hair, so she won't be a legendary monster, so she doesn't dare to speak in a crowded place." "Yes, red-haired monster." Being attacked by the students, Uzumaki Kushina's face flushed with anger, chakra agitated, and her red hair fluttered. "No, her hair is floating, is she going to eat people?" "My name is Uzumaki Kushina, and it is the woman who wants to become Hokage." Kushina shouted. He stared angrily at those who slandered him. The classroom was quiet. At this time, a burst of laughter rose from small to loud, and finally resounded throughout the classroom. Ha-fa asterisk book. Group greater than 9, 8,02:058:5/6, Ha-fa asterisk book. Group greater than 9, 8,02:058:5/6, Ha-fa asterisk book. Group greater than 9, 8,02:058:5/6, ha ha ha. Kinoshita Figuang jumped on the table and looked directly at Uzumaki Kushina. "Kushina, right? I recognize you. Since you want to be Hokage, then beat me. I'm waiting for your challenge." "Who are you?" Uzumaki Kushina asked. Don't everyone stop them again and again, but it was too late. Seeing can't stop, everyone covers their ears. Kinoshita Hikari took a deep breath, his stomach grew bigger. And growled, "My name is Kinoshita Hikari, and I'm the man who wants to become Hokage." The voice resounded for 100 meters, and the whirlpool Juxina was shocked for a while. Si Kuyi. Kinoshita village smiled awkwardly, don't worry about it, Figuang is more enthusiastic, Kushina, choose a seat. Kinoshita Figuang also sat down again. Hey! Murakami roared loudly, who let you sit, let me go out and run 1000 laps. Amount, equals convex. This is very Kinoshita village 1. Kinoshita Figuang gave Kushina a smile, jumped out of the window and left, running in circles. Damn, he pretended to be him again. Uchiha Shigeri's eyes were flushed, and he almost didn't wake up with blood-wheel eyes. Obviously Uchiha is the most handsome. Chapter 20 _ What she wants is not charity, but recognition. In the playground. Kinoshita Hikari was strapped to his legs and ran at extreme speed on the playground. Root bearing is a special kind of weight, which is small in size and heavy in weight. A small one weighs 50 pounds. 8 wrapped around one leg during the Chunin exam, that is, each leg carried a weight of 400 pounds. And Kinoshita Figuang usually wears root weights, but only one on each side, which is 100 pounds. This has exceeded Kinoshita Hikari's weight, and at this time he took out 2 more. The weight of each leg is 100 pounds, which is doubled directly. The purpose is to break the limit. He was busy practicing in the playground, but in the classroom, he was jumping around. When the get out of class was over, Uzumaki Kushina found the people who laughed at her. Hongqi danced, his fists were swift and fast, bruising the nose and face of those geniuses from the family. This is not the ordinary class in the original book. All the people who can come here are geniuses, how can it be so unbearable? But he couldn't resist Liuju's shadow imitation technique to control them. Facing the resentful eyes of several people, he smiled helplessly. Since the captain approves and there is a request from Rope Tree, I can only take action. Namikaze Minato stared blankly at Shinkuna, so beautiful. Sissy, what are you looking at? Be careful I beat you. Xianjuna waved her small fists and said fiercely. Enough baa. Cut. Uzumaki Kushina sat back in her seat and looked out the window. Not at all masculine, and still squinting. But his name is Kinoshita Hikari, opponent. Kushina was taken aback for a while. Having just experienced the collapse of her family and country and escaped from exile, Xianjuna's heart is fragile and sensitive, disguising herself like a hedgehog. All her relatives left her, making her fall into loneliness. Mito also saw this and let her go to ninja school to find her own partner. Get out of the pain and embrace a new life. Because Mito knew that Konoha spent a lot of money to save her, not to let her live a quiet life. As the next generation of Zulai, you must find a sense of belonging in Konoha. Can be friends and partners, but preferably lovers. In this way, you and Feiregion can rest assured, and Mito himself can rest assured. Otherwise, when Mito dies, Shinkuna will be greeted by a new round of miserable life. Don't rule out being a killing machine. At the same time, everything Kushina did was submitted to you and Feiregion by Anbu Records. The content is very detailed, the words said, the things done, and the inadvertent little actions, everything is recorded one by one. Yuan Feiregion looked very carefully, he needed to understand everything about Kushina, analyze it from the depths, and the result would determine how Konoha treated her. He had had enough of Mito, pressing himself like a mountain. Unable to dispatch, unable to command, this is unbearable for a Hokage. A while. He closed the document. I hope you agree with Konoha, Kushina. The setting sun reflected the sunset, and with the crisp bells, the students walked out of the academy. They were in groups of 3 and 5, full of laughter and laughter. After school, the crowd gathered to prepare for a new day of training. This is the tacit understanding between them, but there is one person missing. Where's the rope tree? Hey, Namikaze Minato pointed into the distance. I saw Chien Sharashi running wildly with the whirlpool Kushina. Everyone, Kushina also wants to join. Everyone didn't speak. Obviously, this team can no longer join casually. The disadvantage of mutual recognition is that newcomers will no longer be easily accepted. Everyone looked at Kinoshita Figuang, and now he is the soul of this team. There was anticipation in Minato Namikaze's eyes. Uzumaki Kushina was a little uneasy. Some people resisted, not wanting anyone to join in casually. Can you eat it? Kinoshita Figuang asked. Amount, equals convex. Everyone held their foreheads, which was very light. Yet, Uzumaki Kushina nodded heavily. Then I have no opinion, but our training is very hard. You have to prove it with actions and let your partners recognize you. No problem. Juxina nodded. Before coming, she had heard Rope Tree talk about a few people, and she was looking forward to it. Kinoshita Figuang glanced at everyone. Guys, it seems that Kushina-chan is very confident. Do you want her to experience our devil training and see if she can do it? Ha-fa * book. Group 9, 8,02:058:5/6, I'm afraid she won't be able to hold on. Uchiha Shigeru said. Kinoshita Figuang did not refute, and said, then try, if she insists, you invite everyone to eat barbecue, and vice versa, how about it? Okay, but I want to lead. Shigeru Uchiha looked at Kinoshita Figuang provocatively. Are you confident, Kushina-chan? Do you agree? Kinoshita Figuang asked everyone. I agree below. Recognize. It's a hassle. Everyone agreed with the proposal. Kinoshita Hiraki grinned. Shigeru, let's get started. Uchiha Shigeru hummed, ==. Kushina, right? If you can't hold on, you can say that Uchiha doesn't bully the weak. Everyone was speechless, and they had become accustomed to this friend, who belonged to the role of people with poisonous mouths. A single sentence stirred Kushina's anger. Go! With an order, Shigeru Uchiha rushed out like an arrow from a string. All followed suit. After 3 months of hard training, everyone has long since changed from what they were before. They don't look like 8-year-old children at all, but like wild beasts, running with smoke and dust, and the sound of footsteps is dull and powerful. This is because everyone is wearing weights. But even that is not comparable to Shin-Kuna, she was left at the end. Uchiha Shigeru glanced at Kinoshita Figuang provocatively, as if to say more. Look, this guy can't do it at all. Kinoshita Figuang ignored it. Shin-Kuna may not have enough explosiveness and speed, but when it comes to endurance, she is a whirlpool family, born with an immortal body, with strong endurance and strong chakra. Soon everyone also discovered that no matter how tired Xinjune was, he just didn't fall down. His body was like a perpetual motion machine, and the power was pouring out continuously. Shigeru Uchiha felt like he was going to play off, and when he gritted his teeth, the speed was 3 points faster. Damn, is this girl a monster? She can really keep up. He was shocked in his heart, and he would use all his strength to stop releasing water. Xin-Kuna is working hard, and Kinoshita Figuang is also working hard, squeezing himself. The body signals to him to rest quickly. The two fell at the end. Following everyone closely, Kinoshita Figuang reacquainted with the girl. Previously only seen in the comics, now standing in front of himself alive and showing tenacious qualities. His affection for Shin-Kuna has grown greatly, and everyone who works hard is worthy of respect. Uzumaki Kushina stared closely at Shigeru Uchiha, with firm belief and clear goals. Can't fail. She thought about a lot, thinking of the happy life in the country of Vortex, thinking of those robbers destroying her home, and also thinking that she is no longer the princess of the country of Vortex, but a person who relies on charity to live in poverty. Not reconciled, of course. Desperate, yes. But what can she do? What else can she do when she has nothing left? Shin-Kuna looked resolute, not wanting to bow to fate, but to make her own voice. As the time goes. Finally, the destination arrived, and Shin-Kuna persisted until the last moment with perseverance. Everyone stopped to look at Shigeru Uchiha and smiled. He walked towards Kushina and said, "Congratulations, you succeeded." A simple sentence, but it made Xin-Kuna excited. Really, thank you. Kushina felt that she was enveloped in great happiness, because this was not a charity, but a recognition based on her strength. This is what it feels like to be recognized. She remembered, and will never forget it in her whole life, being recognized in the darkest life, like a light. She smiled, her smile was so bright, and tears welled up in her eyes. At this moment, she was extremely relaxed, and at the moment of relaxation, she only felt dark and fainted. Oops! Everyone was in a hurry to support Kushina, and Minato was the most anxious, so he carried Kushina on his back and went to the ninja hospital. Senjurashu smiled, as expected of Minato, really enthusiastic. Hokage, the rubber fruit is bigger. Chapter 21 _ The gap is slowly getting bigger. Cheers! In the barbecue restaurant, everyone cheered. Shigeru Uchiha's face was pale, and he pulled the rope tree in his hands and said in a low voice, "You asked Momoko Kinoshita to eat less, pigs are not as edible as him, I heard people say that they eat too much. Get sick easily." Really? Senjurashu was a little skeptical, but when he saw Kinoshita Figuang's belly getting bigger and bigger, he agreed. "Figuang, eat less, Mao is afraid you will have indigestion." Kinoshita Figuang's hand froze, and Shigeru Uchiha quickly covered Senjurashu's mouth and smiled awkwardly. "Actually, as a ninja, it's good to eat 7 minutes full, otherwise it's easy to accumulate food." Kinoshita Figuang did not speak, but told Shigeru Uchiha with practical actions that he was serious about eating. "Boss, another 50 pounds of meat." "Not enough, 100 pounds." Dingzo was not to be outdone. As the heir of the Kaihudeo family, the title of Konoha Big Stomach must belong to the Kaihudeo family. "Dingzo, are you trying to compete with me? Come on, bet on the honor of the Chudeo clan." The friendly game between the partners unfolded with tears in Shigeru Uchiha's eyes. Sugui. Kushina, who came to Konoha for the first time, could not imagine that there is such a person in the world who can eat it, and the small head is so strong that Konoha can be eaten. Kinoshita Figuang saw Namikaze Minato had been taking care of Kushina, out of the corner of his eye, and felt sullen in his heart. "It's too early. Watergate, you are only 6 years old, you are still a child. I have puberty at the age of 6. Do I need to see a doctor in this situation? He is really helpless, this may be the side effect of chakra. It will make people evolve in advance and grow savagely." 6 years old, only 6 years old. The next day, as soon as Kinoshita Figuang came to the class, he found that there were 4 big characters written on the blackboard: "Actual combat." "Yo, it's quite formal. Going straight to the seat in a daze, it's just the actual combat, it's trivial." When everyone saw the content on the blackboard, they all looked at Kinoshita Figuang. "God, it's an actual battle again, don't run into him. What are you afraid of? Beat back. Then you go." Amount, equals convex. Everyone was speechless. They hated fighting against Momoko Kinoshita. One-handed rubber shields could attack and defend. "Is it my fault?" Kinoshita Figuang had a black line on his face, and decided that if he met a few people in a while, he would definitely communicate with them. The character is set as a hot-blooded second-year-old boy, how can he keep his hands? He must go all out. So far, everyone who has fought Kinoshita Hikaru has hated him. Kinoshita Figuang treated them equally, even the girls were no exception, and they all cried. Training course. Today's ninja confrontation assessment, I hope everyone can show their true level and get a good ranking, said Kinoshita Village. The genius class consists of 20 people, divided into 10 groups. Kinoshita Figuang is the second group, and it is the Oil Girls Highway. Did not meet 9 people. Not only that, the team members were all separated, which made Kinoshita Figuang's mouth twitch. There is a shady scene. 10 groups in total, all 10 people are separated. Which is too obvious. Not only did he find out, everyone felt that this competition was unusual. Saying it was a lottery was more like an assessment arranged for a few people. The first battle, Uchiha Shigeru vs Moonlight Akaizuki. The two made the mark of a duel. The game officially begins. Also a genius, Uchiha Shigeru is very talented. After several months of devil training, he kicked his footsteps as fast as the wind and lightning. When approaching, he twisted and rotated, and swept his right leg towards the moonlight Kaihoyu. Bang! Yuegwang Kaihoyu only had time to block with her hands, but she was swept away by this powerful kick and fell out of the field. Shigeru Uchiha raised his head by 45 degrees Celsius with a smug look on his face. Kinoshita Figuang's face turned black, and he could see the moonlight Kaihoyu biting her lips tightly, tears in her eyes. Note orphans. Mawa is really, how can you put such a heavy hand on a girl? Everyone looked at Figuang Kinoshita in astonishment, with a strange expression on their faces. You are embarrassed to say this, but you don't know who beat the Kawajiang into a pig's head. Kinoshita Figuang also thought of his own record, touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Omega, hey! Girls are so fragile that they cry for a long time with one punch. The winner, Shigeru Uchiha, is the seal of reconciliation between the two sides. At this moment, the voice of Kinoshita Murakami rang out. The next group comes on. Kinoshita Figuang stepped onto the ring, looked at Oil Girls Highway, smiled in return, and his intelligence appeared in his mind. Oil Girls Highway, the young patriarch of the Oil Girl family, is also the father of 12 little strong Oil Girl Shino. Members of this tribe feed the bugs with their own chakra, let the bugs parasitize their bodies, and manipulate the bugs. And all the ninjutsu of the Oil Girl family relies on the release of bugs. Manipulating bugs requires meditation, and members of this clan will hide themselves unconsciously and be ignored by others. Start. Rubber pistols. Kinoshita Figuang first shot and punched, and then stepped forward, pressing down on the center of gravity, and swept his right leg towards his chest like a whip. Oil Girl's Highway didn't dodge, her hand was sealed. Secret Art Bug Clone. The right leg passed through the body, and the Oil Girl's Highway's body exploded, turning into countless parasites, attacking Momoko Kinoshita. He jumped back, in mid-air, his hands quickly formed a seal, fireball technique, and then continued to seal at the moment when he couldn't let go, Gale Palm. With the blessing of advanced knot seals, it has been possible to do 5 seals per second. The ninjutsu has been completed before landing in mid-air. Wind and Fire. D-level ninjutsu, fireball is not very lethal, but with the blessing of Gale Palm, the wind helps the fire, and it is now rising against the storm. Everyone was stunned for a while, but at the age of 6, he could use compound ninjutsu. To know. Compound ninjutsu refers to the simultaneous release of ninjutsu with crosstalk attributes, such as fire, wind and mine. It is simple to say, as long as they are released together, but it is not easy to do. You need to use one heart and 2, divide the chakra into 2 parts, do not interfere with each other, do not invade each other, or one accident will cause a chakra riot and hurt itself. Oil Girls Highway also never thought that in the ninja school duel, there will be people who use compound ninjutsu. At this moment, ninjutsu covers the entire arena, and Oil Girls Highway is unavoidable. There is only one thought in her mind, it's over. At this moment, Kinoshita village arrived in an instant, and his hands formed a seal, Si Wei Wu Mao. Water shield, water prison technique. Chakra agitated, and a large amount of water flowed out of his mouth, firmly controlling the fireball, and finally dissipated invisible. Kinoshita village breathed a sigh of relief and roared loudly, "Bastard, are you trying to kill him? How is that possible?" Kinoshita Figuang denied that this matter could not be recognized, otherwise the character design would collapse. Murakami also knew this, so when I asked this question, I wanted my brother to explain it clearly, otherwise it would be very troublesome. Then explain it. Kinoshita Figuang didn't say a word, he formed a seal in his hand, and once again released a double kill, hitting the village one. On. When the fireball reached the center of the field, its direction changed, shot high into the sky, and then exploded. Sugui. Everyone was shocked that Kinoshita Hikari's ninjutsu could turn. He smiled smugly, "Well, I will not hurt my companions, Kinoshita Figuang. Kim Shimomura is numb, and he is so big that he can turn around when he sees ninjutsu for the first time. You must know that this is not a secret technique or blood stains, it is just an ordinary ninjutsu. Okay, the two sides have a sign of reconciliation." Kinoshita village was a little decadent, feeling that he had lived in a dog's belly for so many years. "You must learn this trick, or you won't give him a meal." He looked eagerly at Momoko Kinoshita. "Enough baa brother, this is the last time." Kinoshita Figuang felt the malice in his brother and was shocked. This is another bullshit. But he didn't care either. The use of this ninjutsu was deliberate and deliberately displayed today in order to make a name for itself. As a civilian ninja, if you don't have Naruto appreciation, you can't even learn a few ninjutsu. What else is there to hide? A fireball will turn around. What is there to hide, if the magic is fine? Kinoshita Figuang ended up, and when it was everyone's turn, they all defeated their opponents in a destructive way, and even Kushina defeated their opponents with super physical fitness. At the end of the test, some people were happy and some were worried, but Kinoshita village didn't say a word, his eyes were cold. Sweeping towards the crowd, his voice was cold, and he roared, "Look at you, the same age, the gap is so huge. Speed, strength, reflexes, being crushed in all directions, so I'm embarrassed to say I'm a genius, I'll blush for you all." Everyone was blushing, and some of them were even sobbing softly. But there was no consolation. The more and more Kinoshita village said, the more excited he was, the war was at his side, and these little devils were actually confused by the false title of a genius. Chapter 22 _ Little cleverness doesn't work. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance and Roar 3 styles. The rubber palm covers the sky and dispels the clouds. The name of Namikaze Minato is very cool, and a ball the size of a glass ball is condensed in his hand. Kinoshita Figuang is not to be outdone, and he condenses Fengdun Chakra in his hand. The two collided, and with a bang, the spiral pill and gale palm collided to generate a strong airflow. The dust splashed, the ninjutsu counteracted, and he swept his right leg towards Minato. Namikaze Minato, his eyes dignified, did not dare to sideways to avoid the past. Kinoshita Figuang, who ate the rubber fruit, has a strange body attack and can bend at will, and the right leg that was evaded turned back at an 80-degree angle. Kicked at Namikaze Minato again. With a bang, at the last moment, Minato Namikaze blocked with both hands and resisted the attack, but the force was too great, and he was still kicked away. Kinoshita Figuang stood on the spot without chasing, and asked, "How is it? Watergate, are you all right?" Namikaze Minato rubbed his arm, and he could clearly see that his arm turned red. "This is still protected by chakra, otherwise he will be injured." "It's all right. How about it? This is a new move I thought of, it's amazing." Kinoshita Figuang is extremely proud, and with the assistance of chakra, he can better control his body. As a rubber man, he is even more blessed, his body can be hard or soft, and he can attack and defend. More like the fourth gear Luffy Snakeman form, the attack will turn. And there are chakra auxiliary attacks to be more flexible. Even Minato, who reacts extremely quickly, will be attacked if he is not careful. Kinoshita Figuang stepped forward to check Minato's arm, and complained, "Minato, the names of your moves are so strange." Amount, equals convex. Namikaze Minato was helpless to his friends. Covering the sky and the sun, the palm of the cloud, where the sky is covered, and the sun is covered, is not image at all. Obviously your name is even stranger. But now is not the time to talk about it, there are more important things. Namikaze Minato changed the subject, "It's getting late, let's go quickly." After all, he pulled Kinoshita Figuang towards the Qianshao station. Just yesterday, Kushina invited Kinoshita Figuang to be a guest at home. The two were fast, and Minato Namikaze couldn't wait to see Kushina. Boys go out, you have to be reserved, Minato, and love can make people blind, you are still young, you can't control it at all. Kinoshita Figuang thought. Ever since she met Kushina, Minato would smirk in a daze from time to time. He was speechless to this friend, and he wanted to persuade him. He was really afraid that if this continued, Minato would become an idiot. A while. The two came to the Senju station, and Minato tidied up his clothes and smoothed his hair. How about, Kinoshita Figuang stretched out his thumb, you re so handsome, go knock on the door. The two walked into the Thousand Hands station in the reception of the guards. This is the first time Kinoshita Figuang has come. The station is very large, but the staff is sparse, and all he sees are some old people. This is because the Qian Shao clan adhered to the will of the first generation. And the young clansmen scattered and integrated into the Konoha village to spread their branches and leaves. What remains are some lonely old people from the Warring States period. This moment. Kinoshita Figuang really admires Senju Hashirama, he is a great ninja, worthy of the title of the god of ninjas. Flying Light, Watergate. When Figuang Kinoshita heard the call, he turned his head and saw that Qian Sha Rope Tree ran out in a hurry, with a bright smile on his face. Then came Kushina and Tsunade. Tsunade, who was only 21 years old, had long blonde hair and a valiant appearance. At this moment, her beautiful face exuded a touch of malice. Kinoshita Figuang's face froze. How is she at home? He kept aloof from Tsunade. It was because the woman's character was too bad, and every time they met, she didn't have a good face. When Kinoshita Figuang asked Tsunade about the magic power technique, he was told by Tsunade to spy on the secret technique of thousands of hands. Taught a lesson. Too wrong, he just asked, but did not say to learn. Although I want to learn. Hasn't it been said yet? Kinoshita Figuang twitched the corner of his mouth, turned around and left, not wanting to stay any longer. Hey! He looked at Minato Namikaze suspiciously, why are you pulling me? Namikaze Minato didn't answer, grabbed Momoko Kinoshita tightly, and looked at Kushina with a smile on his face. You let me go. Namikaze Minato didn't seem to hear it, just looked at Kushina. Minato, you traitor, you betrayed our friendship, Kinoshita Figuang growled in his heart. Little devil, what are you doing? Tsunade grabbed Kinoshita Figuang's neck and pulled him up, his eyes gleaming fiercely. Kinoshita Figuang was in mid-air, unable to break free. Hateful! Rubber octopus! His limbs stretched out and wrapped tightly around Tsunade. Tsunade never thought about him, but dared to resist, and he was wrapped tightly without any precautions. When he regained his senses, he felt his whole body tighten, and when he looked down, he saw Kinoshita Figuang lying on his body. A strange feeling came to me. This stinky bastard. Her face was a little unnatural, and she said, little devil, let go. Kinoshita Figuang ignored Tsunade, looked at Senjurashu, and said, your sister is so savage, she wants to beat people when she meets her. Is this the way the Qian Shao family treats guests? Amount equals convex. Sister, you are too much. For Senjurashu, Tsunade is very rude, how can he do such an excessive thing to his best friend? But this sentence was like a lit powder keg, Tsunade couldn't bear the chakra outbreak, and it shook Kinoshita Figuang flying. Extremely angry, he will teach Kinoshita Figuang and his stupid brother a lesson. Okay, how many times have I told you, girls should be gentle. Mito walked out of the door and stopped immediately after seeing this scene. But Tsunade was very aggrieved. It was obvious that he had been taken advantage of. Although he was just a kid, there were some places that girls could not touch. Okay, put away your dirty thoughts, she's only 6 years old. After speaking, Tsunade ignored Tsunade and walked in front of Kinoshita Figuang. Little Figuang, you are welcome as a guest. Grandma likes you very much. With a loving look on her face, she stroked Momoko Kinoshita, then looked at a few people and smiled. Xiao Figuang's awakening bloodstains are biased towards taijutsu. Is it good for Grandma to teach you magic powers? Kinoshita Figuang's eyes lit up, and he wanted to agree immediately, but he also understood that there is no free lunch in the world, so he said, why? Uzumaki Mito blinked, pretending to be sad. It seems that Grandma is not worthy of Xiao Figuang's trust, so sad. Convex Kinoshita Figuang was speechless. Please don't do this, you are the nine-tailed Manzulai. I complained in my heart, but I knew that I didn't need to refuse. Since I wanted to learn other people's secret techniques, how could I not spend a little bit of money? Whether it's invisible or explicit, it's worth it. And don't underestimate these warring states' powerhouses. When Kinoshita Figuang asked this question, he had nowhere to hide. In a comprehensive assessment based on his bloodstained talent potential. If that's the case, then please. Tsunade pouted and did not refute Mito, but Kinoshita Figuang became more and more unhappy. Smelly brat, let you be proud of yourself for a while. Chapter 23 Tsunade, you are targeting me. Thousands of hands resident training ground. Kinoshita Figuang's face was bitter, and in the end, he had to let Tsunade teach himself the magic technique. The magic of magic requires precise control of chakra. This extraordinary power comes from adjusting the technique of chakra, that is, by gathering chakra in one's fists and fingers in an instant, to obtain the ability to rely only on the flesh. Unable to exert great destructive power. Tsunade explained the principle and did not expect Kinoshita to learn it. This ninjutsu seems simple, but it is very difficult to do. There is a lot of professional knowledge, such as human acupuncture points and meridian structure, which need to be understood. She also practiced since she was a child, and it took a year to learn. Strange power, painful feat. I saw Tsunade leaping into the air, blonde hair fluttering, and a large amount of chakra gathered on his right foot, spinning, turning over 360 degrees from bottom to top, and smashing to the ground. Boom! There was a loud bang, and the earth cracked instantly, smashing a big hole. Seguyi. It's hard to imagine that such a weak woman can have such terrifying destructive power. It can only be said that she is worthy of Tsunade. Kinoshita Figuang was full of admiration, and asked for advice humbly. He must learn this ninjutsu. Tsunade smiled proudly, took out a space scroll, so. With a bang, the white smoke dissipated, and two towering stacks of books appeared. Little devil, since you want to learn the Thousand Hands secret technique, then read all these books. Otherwise, you won't be able to learn the Thousand Hands secret technique. Tsunade smiled smugly and glared at Qian Shao Rope Tree again, and you, as a Qian Shao clan member, you can't even learn the secret art, it's too embarrassing. Convex. The thousand-handed rope has a big head. This ninjutsu is too difficult, and you have to learn a lot of professional knowledge. The thick books are like celestial books, making people dizzy. Kinoshita Figuang put away the book and thanked him solemnly. What he lacked was this professional knowledge. At this time, Kushina came over, pulled Kinoshita Figuang and said, "Since we have finished learning, let's go eat." Kinoshita's home. Ah! Kinoshita Figuang held the book in his hand and cried in pain. These books were heavy and cumbersome. His eyes were dizzy, and Kinoshita Figuang seriously suspected that it was Tsunade who was fixing himself. Chakra application, human body structure, these can still be called useful, but what the hell is medical manual, battlefield rescue? He just wants to learn a magic technique, not a medical ninja. Brother, brother! Kinoshita Figuang shouted, knowing that Kinoshita village must be by his side. Don't ask why, after 6 years of being together, he has long understood his curiosity. After I went to the Senju station today, I felt the inquiring gaze of Kinoshita village from time to time. It seems to be asking, what to do, if there is any interesting thing, and if I get any benefits. As expected, Kinoshita village arrived in a flash and said, "What's the matter?" Kinoshita Figuang got up instantly, grabbed Murakami Kinoshita's arm and said, "Please teach me the technique of shadow clone. Amount, equals convex." Kinoshita village was a little disappointed, thinking that his younger brother would tell him what he saw today, but he did not expect to learn ninjutsu. However, when I saw the thick books, I also understood why my brother wanted to learn shadow avatars. He looked extremely serious, stared at Kinoshita Figuang and said, "Brother can teach you, but there is one condition, that is, when you go to school and get along with your companions, you must not use shadow clones. Can you do it?" "Okay." Kinoshita Figuang nodded heavily. "In that case, go and call Watergate. One is also rushing, and the other is also letting go. Since you want to teach, you can teach both to save trouble. Today, I mainly learn the technique of shadow avatar, as well as gold binding technique." Kim Shimomura talked freely and explained in detail the seal of the shadow clone and the operation of chakra. As a B-level ninjutsu, the technique of shadow clone is developed by the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. The difference between ordinary clones is that this clone is physical and can attack. It can be applied to various ninjutsu. Ninjutsu used for espionage. With a Ren seal in his hand, with a bang, 2 Kinoshita Murakami appeared in the field. This is the shadow clone. Kinoshita Figuang was so excited that he finally learned this ninjutsu. Every time he asked Kinoshita village to learn it, he would be sent a * book. Group greater than 9, 8,02:058:5/6, reprimanded, and prevaricates on the grounds that the two are still young. Although he regrets it, he also understands that this ninjutsu should not be learned too early. Although it will speed up the practice, it will also lose a lot of things, such as fetters. The word bond is easy to say, but it needs to be sincere, especially when it comes to getting along with others. Just like Uchiha Itachi, when he went to the ninja school, he used shadow clones. Although he cultivated strong strength, he was also very lonely, and he did not have a friend in the ninja school. This kind of behavior seems precocious, but it is extremely immature. Ninja is a very lonely profession. Only when I am a child, I have time to make friends. When I leave the ninja school at the age of 12, there are only superiors and subordinates. Besides, it is very impolite to use shadow clones when dealing with people in the ninja world. After the explanation, Kinoshita Figuang found that the shadow clone and the clone technique are similar, but slightly changed the operation method of chakra, but it is more convenient. He nodded the Ren seal in his hand, shadow clone technique. The chakra was instantly reduced by half, and then with a bang, a Gengtai appeared. It was Momoko Kinoshita. Success! Kinoshita Figuang said excitedly, "Number 1, you go to study. Amount, equals convex." Number 1 yelled, "Why let me go? I'm you don't like studying, and neither do I, bastard. Let you go, I am the body, and who said I don't like studying? I just don't have time." Kinoshita Figuang has a headache. This clone actually has his own ideas. This is not good. The tool person must have the tool person to be enlightened. Forced by the obscenity of the main body, Number 1 turned around and left with a frustrated face. Seeing the lonely departure of Number 1, Kinoshita Figuang felt a little unbearable, and felt that he was pitting himself. "Sorry Number 1, you'll get used to it later." The two of them were helpless to him. Kim Shitamuraki warned, "Although the memory will be brought back when the clone returns, but you must use it carefully, or your spirit will collapse. With your current spirit, no more than 3 at most, or your life will be in danger." Kinoshita Figuang nodded, but in his heart he felt that his limit was more than that. Spiritual shock was simply spiritual power, and the combination of his two lives, his spiritual power was much higher than that of his peers. Compared with opening and hanging, Namikaze Minato is purely a talent, and he will soon learn to shadow clones. Today, Kinoshita Hikari learned two ninjutsu, one is a B-level shadow clone, and the other is a D-level gold binding. Gold binding, also known as immobilization, is used to immobilize the target. Although it is rated as D-level, it has unexpected effects when used well. In the original work, Uchiha Itachi used the golden binding technique to hold Orochimaru, and then used the magic shackles technique to defeat Orochimaru. Chapter 24_UNFARI is going to do something. Thousands of hands stationed. Kinoshita Figuang found Tsunade, and after explaining his purpose, he handed the scroll back to her in his shocked eyes. He had a proud look on his face. If he wanted to be famous in front of others, he would have to suffer in the back. During this time, he studied day and night, and finally finished all the books. You've finished all your studies? Kid, do you know the price of lying to me? Tsunade is extremely serious. Slow learning is a matter of talent, and if he cheats, it is a matter of character. Although they know each other well. But after a month of learning, it is still unbelievable. Of course, how could I lie to Tsunade's sister? Well, I will test you, I hope you can answer it. A dangerous light flashed in Tsunade's eyes. If he couldn't answer, he would definitely educate him and let him know what honesty is. She did not choose the meridian map, but picked up the battlefield rescue and opened it, and asked carefully. Kinoshita Figuang didn't panic, and in his shocked eyes, the answer was fluent. At this moment Kinoshita Figuang can be sure that apart from practice, he is not much different from the medical ninja. Is a theoretical medical ninja. Crack. Tsunade closed field rescue, picked up another copy and continued to ask. As time went on, she became more and more shocked, and in the end, her eyes were dull, and she wanted to open Momoko Kinoshita's head to see what he looked like. Studying so many books in 1 month and thoroughly understanding it, Tsunade's overdue is 1 year, and he will officially teach magic after 1 year. Little devil, how did you learn so fast? It's simple. Kinoshita Figuang prevaricates and pretends to be invisible, which shocks Tsunade for a moment. Simple? This is also called simple? Tsunade had some doubts about life, but he had to accept this fact, fulfill his promise, and prepare to teach him magic techniques. But until then, this medical ninja seedling is not to be missed. She smiled brightly and had a gentle face. Figuang Zhang, what is your dream? Being Hokage. Kinoshita Figuang looked vigilant. Tsunade actually called himself by his name instead of a kid. There must be something tricky. What's so good about Naruto, dealing with documents every day? I'm so troublesome. Tsunade looked disgusted and smiled. Hikaru-chan, do you want to be a medical ninja? You can help your companions. No, I'm a man who wants to be a Hokage, so I don't want to be a medical ninja. Kinoshita Figuang refused directly. But he was overjoyed in his heart, knowing that this was Tsunade's love for talent. Although he didn't want to be a medical ninja, he had the system and didn't mind learning a few more skills, and now he refuses because he wants to refuse. But he obviously overestimated Tsunade's patience, and directly gave Kinoshita Figuang a shock. Bang! Kinoshita Figuang only felt dark in front of his eyes, his head was quickly red and swollen, and a big bag appeared. Stinky brat, dare to refuse, don't be ignorant of praise, angry anger. Kinoshita Figuang covered his head, this woman doesn't talk about martial arts. Without giving Kinoshita Figuang a chance to refuse at all, Tsunade made the final decision, just like that. I will practice magic power in the morning and medical ninjutsu in the afternoon. But I still have to go to school. Didn't you learn the shadow clone? Let the shadow clone go. Tsunade said indifferently. Kinoshita Figuang looked extremely serious, looked at Tsunade, and said word by word, "No, using shadow clones for school is disrespectful to teachers and partners, and I will never do it." At this moment, Kinoshita Figuang's eyes were as firm as a rock, and there was no room for negotiation. "What are you kidding me? I've been with you all the time, isn't it in purgatory?" "Hey!" Tsunade was stunned for a moment. He was just using shadow clones to learn, he did this when he was a child, is it necessary to be so serious? But when she saw Kinoshita Figuang's eyes, she was shocked. What a pure look! Suddenly I understood why the young masters of the major families gathered around a commoner. Sincere. Yes, the ultimate sincerity, treat people with sincerity. Tsunade was silent, thinking that he didn't have any friends when he was in school, and only when he became a subclass of genin would he have Orochimaru and Jiraiya. And it is not voluntary, but the teacher facilitates it. She smiled decadently. It turned out that the fault was always her own. She really failed, and she was taught by a kid. "Whatever you want, but I will check from time to time. If it can't be completed, you know the consequences." She raised her fist and threatened. Go to practice, I'm watching here." Tsunade sent him away. Looking at Kinoshita Figuang's figure, Tsunade's eyes were full of smiles, and he recognized Kinoshita Figuang. It was at this moment that Tsunade truly understood the will of fire. Where the leaves are flying, the fire is still alive. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow new leaves to sprout. The guardian and fetters Tsunade have already understood, but now he realizes one more thing: the ultimate sincerity of sincerity will make people want to approach them unconsciously. In a trance, she seemed to see Grandpa Qian Shaozuma, the hero who smiled at life and fought alone in the world. "Hokage, if it were you, it should be successful." The other side. Uzumaki Mito smiled slightly. As a nine-tailed person, she was born to perceive good and evil. In Kinoshita Figuang, she could not feel a trace of darkness, some only had endless light, and this kind of light he had only seen one person, that the human being is Qian Shaozuma, and also her lover. When he met such a person again, Uzumaki Mito was full of love, and he gave Kinoshita Hikari the secret technique of thousands of hands, and Mito felt relieved. Fortunately, Kinoshita Figuang didn't know all of this, otherwise he would be ashamed. He claimed to be not a bad person, but he was definitely not that good. All of this is due to the system, which prevents him from being viewed. Well, it's just a beautiful misunderstanding. The other side. Naruto office. "Are you ready?" "Hey, everything is ready." Anbu nodded and replied in a deep voice. Yuan Fury took a big mouthful of smoking, the smoke enveloped the whole room. The time is set in 3 days. To ensure that no traces are left, and the safety of Ju Xi and Nai, you must be more careful. "Hi! Go down!" After sending Anbu away, Yuan Fury Zhan looked at Hokagean, and he was in a trance. The 3 huge heads on it were Qian Shaozuma, Qian Shao Tobirama, and Yuan Fury Zhan himself. Uzumaki Mito's health is deteriorating, and he can't last for a few years, and Uzumaki Kushina has just come to Konoha. Although he is practicing with Kinoshita Figuang, it is not enough. This fetter cannot make Yuan Furyjian feel at ease. As a reserve person, you can't make any mistakes, you must have a heart for Konoha, and nothing can compare to a hero-saving beauty. For this reason, he specially arranged a plan: save the Uzumaki Kushina. It is played by Yun Ren's spy friendship, and Kinoshita Figuang's true character. As for how to let Yun Ren's spy take action, it's very simple, as long as you accidentally leak Kushina's information. And Kinoshita Figuang and a few people accidentally discovered some abnormalities, and they could think that Kushina was in danger. Doing all this is very simple for Yuan Fury Zhan, and only needs a small hint. "Hikaru Kinoshita, Minato, you must not let me down." At this moment, the big play begins. Chapter 25 Kushina was kidnapped. In the morning, 1,000 hands are stationed. In the right wing, the room is pink and full of youthful girlish atmosphere. Kushina stretched, her sleepy eyes were hazy, and she obviously hadn't woken up yet, with a smile on the corner of her mouth, a good night's sleep. Since getting to know Kinoshita Figuang and a few people, Xin Kuna has slowly walked out of the pain and lived a very fulfilling life every day. This kind of life makes the little Kushina very satisfied. She walked over to the mirror and combed her red hair carefully, treating it like a treasure, full of joy, thinking of Kinoshita Figuang's words. Kushina, your hair is so beautiful, like a flame, I want it too. Everyone, I've decided that Kushina's hair will be the symbol of our team in the future, burning like fire, blazing and sincere to our companions, okay? Good X8. Jun Figuang is so gentle. Looking at himself in the mirror, Juxina's face turned slightly red, and she was in a daze. A while. Going to be late, she exclaimed. Kushina hurried out of the room. Are you all ready? The training is about to start, put on the weights. After school, 10 people gathered together, took out the scrolls and put on the weights. Kushina reached out and touched the ninja bag, but felt empty. Oops, I went out in such a hurry in the morning that I forgot to bring it. She stood there at a loss and was extremely anxious. When everyone got dressed and saw Kushina staying in place, Kinoshita Figuang smiled and said, What's the matter, Kushina? It's not that I forgot to bring it on purpose, just avoid training. Uchiha Shigeru said. Everyone was accustomed to Uchiha's poisonous tongue, but they couldn't help but get angry, especially Kushina, whose face was flushed. Nonsense, they just went out in a hurry and forgot. After speaking, he secretly looked at Momoko Kinoshita, made sure he was not angry, and breathed a sigh of relief. You go first, I'll get the scroll, and I'll be right back. Kushina said. Everyone looked at Shigeru Uchiha. Look at what I do, I'm just joking. Uchiha Shigeru said unhappily. Kinoshita Figuang smiled and said, Let's run around first and then go to Kushina. Good. Go. Everyone ran fast, and after a lap, they ran to the Qianshao station. Kushina. Everyone shouted, but was told by the guard that Xin Kuna had not come back. Kinoshita Figuang's heart skipped a beat, but he knew that Zhu Xin was kidnapped by Yunren when he was a child, but this time was not right. He looked serious and said, Everyone, let's check along the school route. I suspect that Kushina is in danger. Shigeru Uchiha said in disapproval, there are Uchiha guards in every position of Konoha. I think she is just escaping training if she encounters any danger. Bastard! Kushina is our companion, a lifetime companion, how can we doubt our companion? Kinoshita Figuang was furious. Yes, I believe Kushina is not such a person. Narashika Issa said. Let's go. Minato Namikaze said impatiently. Sun Tzu, please. Leave it to the next. White eyes, open. Rizu's eye muscles burst with blue veins, and he looked around. After a while, he shook his head slightly, not finding Kushina. Mao, psychic cat, chasing smells. Got it. Uchiha Shigeru snorted. Hi, Su, Yu, Shen, Wei. Spiritual art. Meow Ninja Cat Dachi appeared, it was fat, like a meatball. When he saw Kinoshita Figuang, he shuddered, I can't eat meat anymore. Everyone. The ninja family is a contracted psychic beast of the Uchiha family, dedicated to serving Uchiha. Everyone is familiar with the Big Orange, and they have all smoked it, especially Kinoshita Figuang, who often invites the Big Orange to eat meat and successfully fatten it up. Do you still remember Kushina's breath? Help us find her, or let you eat meat every day. Kinoshita Figuang threatened. Meow. Big Orange shook his body, remembering Kushina, and lowered his head to sniff the smell. Follow me. After saying that, he ran forward, followed by everyone. All the way, everyone's faces became more and more solemn, and their hearts sank, because at this moment they actually left Konoha village. Stop! Everyone looked at Kinoshita Figuang suspiciously. Everyone, if you guess correctly, Kushina has already encountered danger, and it will be dangerous if you continue to walk. If you don't want to go, you can stand up. Don't have any psychological burden, just go back and report. Figuang. Minato Namifeng looked anxious. Kinoshita Figuang stopped it and looked at everyone. Bastard! What are you talking about? We are a whole, how can we leave? Shigeru Uchiha was furious, and at the same time felt guilty for doubting Kushina. Yet, don't insult our friendship, bastard. Although this isn't the best solution, I can't do anything to back down. Narashika Issa said. The crowd agrees loudly. Kinoshita Figuang looked at everyone, and everyone was extremely determined. Okay, everyone's right. There are always some things in this world that we need to protect with our lives. Maybe it's a bit reckless, but what I want to say is, our partners, we are guarded by ourselves. Roar! Everyone take off the load and move forward at full speed. We must save Kushina. Back in time. Shin Kuna's face was flushed with anger, and she ran to the Jianshao station. Smelly Mao, I'm so pissed that you don't believe me. A while. She was full of joy again. Jun Figuang is so gentle, 100 times stronger than Jiu Mao, no, 10,000 times stronger. She galloped all the way, very fast, walking through the streets. Crack! Kushina looked up and saw that a windowsill pole had been blown off by the wind. Squeak! A white eagle pierced the sky and screamed, the falcon bent like a hook, and its eagle eyes were sharp. She didn't stop, she lowered her head and ran, but the short street was extremely long at the moment, and she could never get out. And the streets were empty. At this time, Kushina noticed something was wrong, stopped and took out Kyowo's guard, and shouted softly, "Who, come out!" At this moment, a strange sound came from the sky. "Gg, the little girl is very alert, but it's too late." After the sound, countless white eagles gathered together and slowly condensed into one person. He was wearing a cloak and a mask on his face, so he couldn't see his true face. Damn, it turned out to be an illusion, but I obviously didn't see the enemy. Shin Kuna was anxious. When did he get hit by the enemy's illusion? The principle of illusion is to interfere with the flow of chakra in the opponent's body and control it, thereby operating the five senses. I usually choose to release it with my eyes, and I have never heard of a case where I was hit by an illusion before seeing a person. But it is useless to talk about it so far. The battle between ninjas and ninjas is the battle of chakra. There are two solutions in which illusion is involved. The first is that teammates use their own chakra to disrupt the illusion. The second is to forcibly stop or disrupt the flow of chakra in one's own body. In this way, it can definitely attenuate or even cancel the effect of illusion on itself. This method is also the way to cancel all illusions, and the popularity rate is high. Introduce myself, I'm Yun Ninja Murakami, Iru Kazuya. This time I'm inviting you to Yun Ninja as a guest. As for my illusion techniques, it's not just limited to eyes, psychic beasts can also. Yulu and Yazi are like white eagles. Chapter 26 Instant Kill Chunin. Kushina thought of the white eagle, and the pole rattled just to make him look up. The real illusion was eagle eyes. It was at that time. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but if you're not honest, then I don't mind giving you a hard time, said Yulu and Yi. What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? The country of Vortex has been destroyed by you, why are you still coming to me? Shin Kuna questioned loudly, her eyes full of hatred, because Yunren made great efforts to destroy the country of the Vortex. She was desperate, and just found a partner who recognized her, and then came to destroy it again. Like a maggot attached to a bone, she couldn't get rid of it. She wanted to cry, but she held it back tightly. You don't need to know, you just need to sleep peacefully, and you will know when you arrive at Yunren. Iru and Yi made a seal in their hands. Boundless tiredness came surging, Kushina couldn't resist at all, and fell to the ground softly. There were no people on the street, and the scenery changed. People came and went on the street. Only Kushina fell softly to the ground, but was lifted up by Ilu and Yi and fled away, followed by the two of them. Xin Kuna tried hard not to let herself fall into a coma. She had a firm will to survive, and believed that her companions would definitely save her. But she didn't pull her hair to leave clues like in the original book. Now Kushina cherishes her hair very much, and would rather die than destroy it. The three of them were careful along the way. Konoha went smoothly, and no one stopped the interrogation. Iru and Yi were overjoyed. It seems that Konoha is rotten, blinded by false peace. Walking out of Konoha, the three of them were vigilant about galloping around and heading for the border of the country of fire. As long as they left the border and arrived in the country of soup, they would be considered truly safe. But what he didn't know was that it was all presented in a crystal ball in Naruto's office. The other side. Kinoshita Figuang led the team, stepped on the tree, and galloped wildly under the guidance of Daiju. The forest here is lush and green, with flowers, birds and insects singing, and small animals playing. Meow, the smell is getting heavier and heavier. Big Tachibana sniffed his nose, and guided him on Kinoshita Figuang's shoulder. Sunshine. White eyes, open. Hyaga Sunzu opened his eyes, and he could see 2,000 meters away, carefully looking for the enemy. A while. I found it. There are 4 chakra fluctuations, one of them has weak fluctuations, it should be Kushina, the other 3, one has strong chakra, it should be Shangnan, and the other 2 are Chunin. The enemy has 1 Jainin and 2 Chunin, and the lineup is not without luxury. On the other hand, with 9 children, just because of their passion, there is a huge gap between the 2 sides. Kinoshita Figuang grinned, showing white teeth, and said quickly while running. Everyone, the enemy has 1 Joinin and 2 Chunin, are you afraid? Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Afraid? It would be a lie to say that you are not afraid of it. Chunin is already the cornerstone of the major ninja villages, not to mention Shangnan. What is Jainin is to master secret techniques and the nature of the 2 types of chakra. Not only can it break through the formation to make the enemy terrified, but it can also release a powerful ninjutsu that makes the atmosphere tremble. But I'm afraid it's of any use. I've come here, so I can't go back in despair, right? At this moment, except for Kinoshita Hikari and Namikaze Minato, everyone is supporting, not wanting to be weaker than others. The difference is that Kinoshita Figuang is eager to try, and Namikaze Minato is carried away by love. At this moment, Kinoshita Figuang did not ask for everyone's opinions, but acted arbitrarily. To implement Plan A, let's startle the snake first, and then cut off its arm. Good. Kinoshita Hikari took a deep breath, his stomach swelled, and growled, "Put down! Put down Kushina!" The sound shook thousands of meters, resounding through the sky, like a sharp sword passing through and getting into Yunren's ears. "Captain, the enemy is chasing, what should I do?" Ilu and Yi said calmly, "This girl is very important to the village, we cannot fail. You go first, and I'll hold them back." "Irija, you. Don't say it, everything is for the village, remember to help me take care of my wife." Irija said. "Don't worry, I will take good care of my sister-in-law, and I will never let you down." "That's good, you can go." Irija stopped, took out the detonating talisman, and started a simple trap. They separated, leaving one person behind and making a trap. Hizu said quickly, all this did not escape the detection of the eyes. As expected of the sun, everyone be careful and act according to the plan. Good. Irija made a trap, cast invisibility and hid in the big tree. At this moment, he thought a lot, recalled his life, and finally smiled relieved. From the moment he decided to break up, he never thought of going back alive. A while. His pupils shrank, he couldn't believe his eyes. Children. Kinoshita Figuang's eyes were full of sadness and helplessness, his feet staggered, and he cried loudly, "Kushina, Kushina, where are you?" It is extremely desolate and helpless, like a child who has lost his playmate. Iraja observed carefully, and his mind was attracted by Kinoshita Figuang. In the perception of ninjutsu, it could be confirmed that Kinoshita Figuang did not use transformation. His expression froze. It's really just a child, as big as that girl. But I always feel that something is wrong. What is wrong in the end? A while. A flash of light in my head. Time. That's right, it's time. From the sound just now, you can tell that the enemy is far away, thousands of meters away, but now it's coming so quickly. This kid is definitely not an ordinary kid. Thinking of this, Iluja's face changed greatly. All this seemed too strange, and he had to hide on his hind legs. Have you found it? It's a pity it's late. Kinoshita Figuang's eyes were cold hands-on. With the help of Bun, Iraja's every move is under everyone's control. Namikaze Minato jumped up, in mid-air, with his legs tightly closed. Rubber pusher. Kinoshita Hikari stretched his hands back, then pushed them out, hitting the soles of Minato. The powerful force made the speed of Namikaze Minato skyrocket, and he was in mid-air, condensing chakra in his right hand. At the same time, the art of turning the heart Kiki Yamanaka launched a secret art. Control Iraja. Iraji was shocked, and chakra burst out, expelling Kiki Yamanaka. Total control for 1 second. Although a second is short, it can be fatal in the battlefield. Golden Binding Art X2 Shigeru Uchiha and Mikoto Uchiha activated at the same time, immobilizing the book, and controlling them for another second. Shadow Imitation Technique Narashika Issa performed a secret technique, and he followed. Another second. 3 consecutive controls, total control of Iraja for 3 seconds. After being controlled by the enemy for 3 seconds on the battlefield, you can already report to the god of death. At this moment, Minato Namikaze arrived, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, anyone who dares to hurt his companions is an enemy. Spiral pills. The right hand hit Iraja's chest fiercely, only to hear a click, the sternum shattered, and then flew out. Chapter 27 Intelligence in bits and pieces. In the forest. Everyone gathered and looked at Iraja. At this moment, he was lying on the ground and vomited blood. He was dying, and his face was unwilling. This battle took 23 seconds to end a Chunin. Maybe he still has a lot of moves that he didn't use, but the battlefield is like this, every time is racing. Now, not only is Iraja unwilling, but everyone also has a feeling of being in a dream. Is this dead? Is this a Chunin? Killed so helplessly? Qian Sha Rashu and Chu Dao Dingza looked helpless. Everyone played a role, and they made a soy sauce. Sunshine. Kinoshita Figuang said hello, and everyone continued onward. Everyone's face was flushed, and if it wasn't for Kushina who was still in danger, they might have cheered excitedly. At this moment, everyone feels, Chunin? That's it. Nothing remarkable. Kinoshita Figuang had long anticipated that this would cover almost all the giants of Konoha, and had precise tactics. Killing a Chunin was not a piece of cake. Everyone, don't be careless, there is another Shangnin waiting for us. Kinoshita Figuang said. His warning could not interrupt the excitement of the crowd. Shangnin? It's just a higher level. Chunin for 23 seconds. Kinjoin give him a minute. The other side. What? Is Iluyi dead? How many people have Konoha dispatched? Could it be that the elites were dispatched? Iru and Yi were shocked and asked their psychic beasts. When he was in the back of Iluja, he released the White Eagle to investigate, but he didn't expect to bring back such a shocking news. No wonder he was so shocked, except for the distance. In such a short time, Iraja was equivalent to being killed in seconds. Although the White Eagle can't speak, Yulu and Yi have learned the eagle language and can communicate with it. How many children? Ilu and Yi think that the psychic beast, the White Eagle, is wrong, that a few children can kill Iluja in seconds. Is this going to go against the sky? If this is the case, what kind of battle is it going to be? After a while, he finally understood. When he learned that it was the various secret techniques that killed Iraja in seconds, and there were also white eyes, strong greed flashed in his eyes. That white-eyed kid, is there a swastika mark on his forehead, or is he tied with a forehead cloth or something? No. Bai Ying shook his head. Iru and Yi suddenly stopped running away. What's the matter, Captain? Iru Chen said. He didn't understand eagle language, he only knew that the captain's face was like a Facebook, changing rapidly. Iru and Yi told the intelligence again and made an important decision in his shocked eyes. During the First World War, Yunren suffered enough from his eyes. Under those eyes, there was nowhere to hide any sneak attack. Just like radar, this also made Yunren extremely eager to get the white eye. However, the Hinata clan rarely participated in the battle, and only dispatched the branch to depict the caged bird on the battlefield. Yunren never had a chance. Now that the opportunity comes, Iru and Yi will definitely not miss it. To lay out traps, the village needs to turn a blind eye. This will be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and we must not miss it. Hi! Ilahan's face was resolute, his eyes were blank, and the eyes of the Hyagazong family were unparalleled and precious. No less than the girl in his hand. It should be said that it is far more than Kushina. The two simply laid out the traps, found an open space, and quietly waited for the light to fly under the wood. Iru and Yi knew that any concealment under the eyes of the eye was a trick that would be seen through at a glance. However, the stronger the white eye, the more excited Iru and Yi will be. He can already imagine what kind of scene it will be when he returns with the white eye, and he will definitely be treated like a hero. As the first person to get the white eye, he will surely shock the ninja world. GGG. The target stopped in an open field, and they stopped and waited for us. Sun Xiaobai opened his eyes and said quickly. Stop. The crowd quickly approached. Kinoshita Figuang's eyes were solemn. It seems that the enemy found us in a form we didn't know about and planned to hunt us. What then? Narashika-isa pondered, and then said, this is in the country of fire, the enemy should be in a hurry. After all, the more delay, the more danger, unless there is a greater temptation, such as... He looked at the sun and sun feet. Blind eyes. Kinoshita Figuang thought quickly and said, let's change our thinking, that is to say, the enemy not only detected us, but also saw white eyes with his own eyes. That's right. I can be sure that there were no ninjas approaching at that time. Sunfoot said. Not necessarily people. You mean psychic beasts? Narashika-isa reacted instantly, the enemy has psychic beasts. If you calculate it like this, dividing the distance by the time can rule out ninja beasts walking on the ground. That's right, the enemy is not only Jainin, but also has flying ninja beasts. Hyagahizu reacted and said, I just remembered, when I was fighting that Chunin just now, a white eagle hovered in the sky, and it flew away from a distance. After saying that, Rizal looked ashamed, and felt that he had not discovered such important information. After all, the eagle hovering in the war was suspicious no matter how you looked at it. Don't blame yourself, you have done a good job, now what we need is how to rescue Kushina. That's right. Minato nods again and again. Kinoshita Figuang glanced at it, this fool has been carried away by love. How old are you? Is it too early to think about this now? If this is the case, then except for the few people who just shot, only the rope tree and Dingzuo are our trump cards. Thousand-hand rope tree is instantly excited. Trump card? Is it me? What should I do? Defense. Clam, isn't it a whole card? How is it defense? Kinoshita Figuang said the plan once and then ignored it, looked at Chudeo Dingzuo, and said, this time you are not attacking frontally, but a surprise attack. Hizu, can you see Kushina's current state? Yes, his body is fine, but the chakra operation is obscure, not like being sealed, but more like an illusion. Hyaga Hizu said quickly. Very good, there is one more piece of information, the enemy is good at illusion. Kinoshita Figuang sighed in his heart, he is indeed the direct line of the big family, although the strength is still very weak, but the knowledge is not low. Okay, now implement Plan B and Minato and I will contain Hunin, you will save Kushina, and then fight back. Good. Everyone agreed and stretched out their arms one after another, 9 hands on top of each other, connecting everyone's hearts together. Kinoshita Figuang's eyes were sincere and hot, and he said, mutual trust and mutual assistance, from the very beginning of life, has always been with the cherished people, and then, after pondering over time, it becomes stronger. This is not a big reason, as long as it is tied with the thread. Everyone is like this, because you are the people I cherish the most, and you are the people I cherish the most, and so is Xi and Juna, so my friends, let's move forward and fight together, with these hands, rescue our partners. Yes, use these hands to save your comrade. Companion. Uchiha Shigeru murmured, feeling extremely moved in his heart and finding the meaning of life. Right now. The hidden chakra gathered his eyes were red, and turned quickly, and finally formed a hook. Everyone also noticed this scene and exclaimed, Mao, you are awakened. Shigeru Uchiha stroked his cheeks with excitement, thank you Figuang, you made me understand love, I woke up. Kinoshita Figuang. God loves so much, you can wake up with a bowl of chicken soup, blood round eyes are really worthless. He smiled brightly and said, Uchiha is a family of love, and Shigeru has the determination to protect his companions. It is normal for him to wake up. But since you are awakened, it is up to you to find the enemy's flaws, can you do it? No problem, leave it to me. Chapter 28 _ Psychological Warfare. Naruto Building. Yuan Firi Zhan stared at the crystal ball, monitoring its every move, with a solemn expression. At this time, the Patriarch Hyaga arrived, followed by the major patriarchs. Everyone is here, sit down. Yuan Firi's face-slashing eyes were sharp, and anger was rising in his eyes. Everyone goes to battle, what are you doing? Forcing the palace? He took out his bong and took a hard puff, the smoke covered his face, and said, what do the patriarchs say? 3 generations, I heard that Konoha infiltrated a spy, I wonder if he caught it, said the Patriarch Hyaga. Everyone looked at Patriarch Hyaga in surprise. His son would have his eyes gouged out, and he was still thinking about wrangling. Just this one-handed effort to raise chi really deserved to be a Konoha wealthy family. Spy? What spy? Konoha has a spy infiltrated. Yuan Firigian said blankly, Patriarch Uchiha, can there still be a spy in Konoha's management? The corners of Uchiha's mouth twitched, and he glared at Patriarch Hyaga. Old stuff. He calmly said, Uchiha won't let anyone who wants to hurt Konoha. Crowd? So what? Whether this spy is there or not, he said a lot, it's just nonsense. And Yuan Fei Zhan wanted this effect, and now he needs to delay time. Although everyone is very anxious, they are restrained, and no one has come forward to pierce this layer of window paper. Otherwise, if the questioning is reasonable, it will become unreasonable. Your son has just disappeared for less than an hour, you know, not only that, but also the spies have been found out. Now that you know why you didn't stop it, why are you still looking for Yuan Firi Zhan? At this moment, the several patriarchs saw Yuan Firi's slashed expression, no longer anxious, and began to brag to each other, quietly waiting for the result. The other side. Iru-san's face flushed, he controlled Shin-kuna, and clenched kunao in his hand. In my heart, I warned myself not to commit a major taboo on the battlefield, but when I thought of rolling my eyes, I couldn't control myself at all. Compared to Iraja's unbearable performance, Iru Kazuhiro, who is a shangnan, shows the true quality of a shangnan. He spread his eyes to obtain the maximum vision, kept alert, looked towards the forest, and leaned against Iraji to reduce the blind spot of vision. Come on, he warned. There was a rustling sound in the woods, and a large number of shuriken came from the sky. Ridiculous. Yulu and Yi didn't panic at all, and Kuu didn't dance, forming an afterimage, knocking most of the shuriken flying, and his legs were extremely flexible, always dodging in the slightest. Figuang under the wood rushed out of the woods, came very fast, jumped up in the middle, condensed chakra in his fist, and was like a thunderbolt. Rubber pistols. This punch blessed Feng Dun, fast as lightning. Iru and Yi gave a sinister smile. Iru really stepped forward by mistake, raised Xin Juna in his hand, and smiled proudly. Despicable. Kinoshita Figuang suddenly retracted his right fist and stopped in the middle with a look of anger. Little devil, why don't you attack? Hit it, hit this. Iru-chan pointed his finger at Xin Kuna and laughed wildly. Let go of Shin Kuna, you can leave. Leave. Iru looked at Kinoshita Figuang in astonishment, laughing loudly. Leaning back and forth with laughter. Little devil is a little devil, I can't figure out the situation at all, I have a hostage in hand, why should I leave? If I read it right, you are a new type of bloodstain, which is really good. But our target is not you, let the rest the little devil comes out, otherwise. Iru really knuckles against Xin Juna's neck and gestures up and down twice. Kinoshita Figuang said nothing and looked at the two of them stubbornly. Captain, look, this kid is about to cry, aren't we too cruel? Irija teased. Iru and Yi had a ferocious look on their faces. Little brat, I count to 3. If they don't come out, I can't guarantee what I will do for my subordinates. Yet, what will I do? How about cutting off her limbs? Haha, Iru said. Kinoshita Figuang understands that this is how ninjas fight, and they can do everything they can. When this Iru and Yi knew that everyone was just children, they used psychological tactics to break through their psychological defenses. You know it's one thing, but you can't be indifferent at all. Especially Namikaze Minato, he rushed out before Irijin could speak. Don't hurt Shin Kuna. Yulu and Yi's eyes flashed with pride, and they remained silent. Little devil, do you not understand the words? It's all, come out, especially that little devil Hyoga. Iru Genkyo roared as he pressed Xin Kunao's neck. Leave me alone. Xin Kuna squeezed 3 words from between her teeth with tears in her eyes. Iriji punched Shin Kuna's stomach. Stinky brat, don't be too busy. If she doesn't come out, I'll cut off her arm. Don't! Shouted with tears in his eyes, everyone, come out quickly, or Kushina will be in danger. Minato you! Kinoshita Figuang looked shocked. I'm sorry Figuang, I can't let Kushina get hurt. The leaves rustled and everyone came out. Watergate, you are too reckless. It's the enemy's trap. Even so, I can't just sit back and watch my partner get hurt. Seeing Sun Tzu's white forehead and white eyes, the battle-hardened Iru and Yi couldn't help trembling with excitement, and their brains were extremely excited. Uchiha, Hinata, pig deer butterfly, 1,000 hands. What a great feat this is! Now, the two sides confronted each other, with 9 people side by side, Kinoshita Figuang on the far left, and Hyoga Hizu on the far right. Iru-chan held Xin Juna in his hand and Iru and Yi were behind him, instantly capturing the fighter plane, using the blind spot of vision, and quickly forming a seal in his hand. Chi! The white eagle roared, and the voice was sharp, like thunder, and everyone couldn't help but look up. Their eyes instantly became dull, and they fell into the illusion. Yulohei is extremely confident in his illusions. The land of thunder is densely covered with mountains, towering into the clouds, and there is infinite thunder. And this white eagle is a unique beast in the land of thunder. It likes to live in the mountains of thunder. He listens to thunder all the year round, and the chirping can shock people's hearts, attract the attention of the enemy, and cooperate with his illusions. In fantasy, Yulo and Yi stepped on their feet, bent their hands into claws, and flashed lightning, like a falcon catching prey, emitting a cold light. A pity flashed in his eyes. If Bai Yan was brought back to the kingdom of thunder, then Yunren would have an extra blood-stained family, but some things had to be chosen, and everything could not be satisfactory. Catch an orphan who is suspected of mastering the vortex secret technique, and get a pair of pure white eyes. What is there to be dissatisfied with? Lightning and thunder came in an instant, and the eagle claws pulled out the eyes of the sun. There was a stab, and blood spattered. Looking at the white eyes in their hands, Iru and Yiyuru were in a dream and grinned. He laughed wildly. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still very excited when he actually achieved it. The rest of the people's eyes were still dull, and painful tears flowed from Shin Kuna's eyes. Don't! Iru really grinned, and he was about to step forward to see the white-eyed lineup. Bang! The white eyes turned into smoke and disappeared, and then there is not necessarily the sun and the sun. Iru and Yi's face was stiff, as if his throat was stuck. His face changed from red to white, then from white to red, and finally from red to purple. He was actually deceived by the shadow clone. His face was terrifying, like a ghost in hell, huge excitement, followed by huge disappointment, and the difference in mood disturbed his heart. With a flick of his right hand, he fired 3 shuriken. Bang bang bang! Uchiha Mikoto, Senjurashu, Uchiha Shigeru, turned into white smoke. Not good. Compared with Yulo and Yi, Yulo is really unbearable. His eyes are white and he is extremely lost. Right now, the shuriken scattered on the ground turned into Shigeru Uchiha with a bang, and his eyes were red and demonic. Chapter 29 Deathmatch. Si, Wei, Shen, Hai, Wu, Yin. The Art of Fire Escape and Fireball. A huge fireball spit out from Shigeru Uchiha's mouth and sprayed towards Iryuchen. The distance between the two was less than 10 meters. The monstrous heat wave hit, and Iryuchen, who was in a chaotic mood, instinctively jumped back to avoid the ninjutsu. As soon as he landed, Illahan found that his body was controlled and he couldn't move. Shadow Mimic, success. Narashika Issa released the transformation technique and used the family secret technique with a smile on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, softboxing 8 trigrams 32 palms. This is the family tradition of the Hinata clan. Softboxing is to penetrate one's own chakra into the enemy's body, thereby damaging the meridian system and internal organs of the enemy's chakra passageway, and can only exert its power in conjunction with the bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, White Eyes. Because the internal organs cannot be exercised, no matter how powerful the ninja is, it is often fatally injured by soft fists. Hinata Rizuchi stepped forward, opened his eyes to watch the chakra pulse, and his palms slapped on all the meridians of Illahan's body like a gust of wind and rain. His body stiffened and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't grasp Xianjuna any longer, and his hands loosened. Shin Kuna landed vertically. Namikaze Minato cancelled the transformation technique at the same time. His eyes were cold. He stepped forward, kicked hard, and walked with him, grabbed Kushina with his right hand, rotated his body, and threw it backwards, while his left hand held an egg-sized stone and hit him. Flying light under the wood. In the illusion, Kinoshita Figuang only felt a huge pain. The world shattered like a mirror, and instantly woke up. To be honest, everything is done between lightning and flint. Kushina was rescued successfully. She was in mid-air, and she burst into tears, everyone. When he was about to land, he was caught by a 1,000-hand rope tree, his face was solemn, and he was staring at the battlefield. At the same time, at the end of the 32 palms of the Sunfoot Bagua, he leaned forward with the center of gravity backward, jumped up, and was in the air, curled up into a ball. Namikaze Minato jumped into the air, spun, kicked out his legs, and kicked Hyaga's foot out of the center of the battle. Chien Shirasha was already prepared, and the latter came first to catch Hyaga Hizu, and quickly formed a seal with both hands to perform B-level ninjutsu, soil flow wall. Chen, Si, Wei. Earth escape earth flow wall. The ground cracked, and a wall of earth rose in front of them to protect everyone. Now, the departure of Hyaga Hizu caused the door of Ilahenzong to open wide, and Chudeo Dingzuo followed closely behind, turning his body like a windmill and spiraling towards him. Meat bomb chariot. Ilahen's whole body was stiff, the acupoints were sealed, and he couldn't move a finger, so he couldn't resist at all. At this moment, the time slowed down, and Ilahen's mind flashed a lifetime of memories like a marquee, and finally settled on Iluja's entrustment. I'm sorry Irija, I can't take care of my sister-in-law anymore. At this time, there was joy in everyone's eyes, and after defeating another Chunin, they couldn't help but smile. But the next moment his eyes froze. Yin-si. Water shield water wall. At this critical moment, Iru and Yi rushed to block the fatal blow. The turbulent water turned into a wall of water to resist the meat bomb chariot. The power of rotation erupted, rolling up the sky full of water vapor, and Chudeo Dingzuo did not retreat, but instead advanced and attacked with all his strength. It can be seen that the fat cheeks are trembling, with a hint of joy, but the eyes are extremely firm. But when the gap was too big to let go, Iru and Yi kicked it away. Now, his expression was furious, his face was hideous, chakra erupted, exuding monstrous killing intent, sweeping over his body and spreading rapidly. The pressure of Shangan is like the mouth of the abyss swallowing the soul. What is this? Defeating Chunin greatly boosted everyone's confidence, and even wanted to challenge Shangan. Fear flashed in everyone's eyes, and they were shocked by the killing intent, unable to resist the will. Stinky brat, this uncle is going to kill you all. So far, the dignified Yunren Murakami has been led by the nose all the time. His figure disappeared in a flash, like chasing light and electricity, appearing in front of Minato Namikaze, raising his legs and swept over, carrying the gust of wind, the air humming. The speed and force of this foot coexist, as if to blast the air. Corrupted by the killing intent, Minato Namifeng slowed down his response. He could only fold his arms in front of his chest to resist, but was kicked away. Yuru and Yi were unforgiving, cruelly smiling and showing white teeth, progressing forward, to kill Nagao Minato. But it was blocked by Kinoshita Figuang. Rubber balloon. Kinoshita Figuang took a deep breath, his stomach swelled and enlarged, blocking the attack. Yuru and Yujian couldn't kill Minato Namifeng in seconds, and they turned back to Yulahen in an instant, took out the kunao vigilance around them, and said, "Really, how are you?" Although he escaped the fatal blow, he was seriously injured and unable to fight. At this moment, Iryuchen was lying on the ground, unable to move. This is the territory of the country of fire, and being seriously injured means death. He has the pride of Yunren, and he is unwilling to drag down his companions. "Give it to me, Captain, I don't want to die like this." Iru and Yi's eyes were complicated, and then turned into firmness. "Since you've made up your mind, let it go. Everything is for the sake of the village. Everything is for the village." He took out a red pill and fed it to Iryuchen. "This is Yunnin's secret medicine. It is very powerful. Taking it can make people lose the pain and turn it into a killing weapon. The effect of the medicine lasts for 5 minutes, and the price is death." All this happened too fast, and everyone couldn't stop it at all. After Iryuchen took the medicine pill, his whole body twitched, his face flushed, and the hot air turned into a mist. The seriously injured body quickly recovered, he turned over, his eyes were red as blood, full of violence. "Little devils, I will tear you apart little by little." Ilyuchen made a bold statement. At this moment, the world in his eyes was blood red, his mind was slowly dissipating, his animal nature returned, and he was extremely bloodthirsty. The sky was dark at the moment, and the dark clouds covered the setting sun. The two sides faced off in the field. And the first round ended, led by Kinoshita Figuang, successfully rescued Kushina. The first battle ended perfectly. Next round, death fight. "Little devil, I have to say that you are the smartest and most daring kid I have ever seen. You even thought of turning into a shuriken and approaching me." As a Jainin, he has a lot of combat experience, but he was deceived by a few goblins, which made him feel a sense of frustration, and at the same time was shocked by the courage of these goblins. Kinoshita Figuang grinned, smiled brightly, and warmed people's hearts, which was out of tune with this battlefield. "Life and death support each other, never give up, my partner trusts me, just as I trust my partner. How did you guarantee I wouldn't hit? You must know that Iryu and Yi shot down the shuriken randomly, but they were all evaded. Could these brats have figured out my attack pattern?" "You?" He was shocked, unable to believe what he was thinking. "Yes, because we have already calculated your attack method," Kinoshita Figuang said, recalling the battle plan just now. Time goes back 3 minutes. Chapter 30 _2nd round. Inside the forest. Kinoshita Figuang glanced at everyone and said quickly, "In 30 seconds, now everyone thinks about a question, tell me how to do it, and whether it can be done. Luyu, what position is the most likely to be overlooked when facing a large number of shuriken with kunao in hand? Mikoto-chan, what is the kinetic energy of Joinin? Rope tree, how can you resist the attack of Hunin? Mao, when is the best time to sneak attack on the enemy? Hizu, how to enter the arena to attack Chunin and then exit safely? Minato, how to rescue Shinkuna? Hai Yi, how to fine-tune the battlefield? Dingzhou, how to make the final blow?" Although everyone was taken aback by the question, they still thought about their own questions seriously. This question is not a random question. The Nara family is the most intelligent family in Konoha, and most of the clan members serve in the Konoha staff. In the First World War of the Ninja World, Konoha's main opponent is the Country of Thunder, and the second-generation Naruto Jianshao Tobirama was killed by Yunin's Golden Horn and Silver Horn brothers. Konoha has done a lot of research on Yunren. 30 seconds passed quickly. Kinoshita Hikari looked at Shikaku. According to the description just now, this Jainin is 180 cm tall and has a burst of chakras. He should be majoring in thunder, while Yun ninjutsu is mainly based on steel fists. Steel fists mainly attack with leg steps, so compared to for the legs, he should be mainly alert to the upper body. Therefore, it is judged that the lower body is the easiest to ignore, because they are very confident in their strongest attacking weapons. The specific location is the calf. This is because his calf is the most flexible and rigid, and if guessed correctly, his calf even has protective gear to increase lethality. As expected of Luyu. Kinoshita Figuang praised, now this plan has prerequisites. Mikoto-chan. Professional problems need to be explained by professionals. As Uchiha, the blood-stained blood wheel eye is also called the observation eye, and it is very important to the rhythm of the battle. It also pays the most attention to observing the 8 ninjas. Now that forbearance, strength, body, technique, magic, essence, wisdom, seal. This Jainin used illusions to attack Kushina, and he had the Thunder Sea Phantom Eagle as a psychic beast, so he must be particularly good at illusions, and he also had steel fists as melee combat. 100 meters in 1 second under the burst of chakra. The screen returns to the battlefield. The open ground was overgrown with weeds, and an earthen wall lay in the middle. With Hirako Kinoshita as the center, Iru and Yi are 80 meters ahead, and 50 meters to the left. Everyone is hidden behind the earth wall, only Uchiha Shigeru stands on the earth wall. Kinoshita Figuang looked at Iru Kazuya, and was afraid that if Minato Namifeng woke up a second later, he would really have to explain it here. Everyone is a shadow clone, but Kinoshita Figuang is used as a bait, but it is the real body. Now. The field fell into a brief silence, confronting each other, which was extremely strange. Next moment, Iru Zhen roared and rushed towards the crowd in an instant. The calm was broken, and the whole body was moved with a single hair, and Kinoshita Figuang shouted. Mao! Cut! Uchiha Shigeru opened a hook jade, ran fast, crossed Iryuchen, and joined the two halfway. The three attacked Iru and Yi together. Everything is going according to the second battle plan. The three will fight against Ulohei, and the rest will deal with Ulohen. Originally, the first plan was to solve Ulohen first, but the plan could not keep up with the changes. A cloud ninja medicine disrupted the plan, and only the second battle plan could be implemented. Iryuchen didn't care about the three of them, and rushed straight towards Hyagahizu. Now. Battlefield Division. The death match officially begins. Kinoshita Figuang and the three of them ran at extreme speed, crossing the road on the way, causing visual disturbances and quickly forming seals. At this moment, the three of them formed an inverted triangle, with Kinoshita flying behind. Wind escape, wind lie palm. The two bent their legs and jumped, and Kinoshita Figuang gathered chakra with both palms and pushed hard against the soles of their feet to accelerate them. In midair, he shouted at the same time. Fire escape, howling fireball technique. Wind escape, breakthrough. Compound fire and fire double kill. The wind helped the fireball rose against the storm, the heat wave swept away, and when it hit the target, it exploded suddenly. Sparks flew everywhere, blocking his vision. Just look at the refraction of sunlight in the hands of the two, and a thin steel wire is holding tightly. Touch Ulu and Yishi with the help of skill, rotate them at 360 degrees Celsius and wrap them tightly. This is a ninjutsu steel wire, which is extremely tough and contains a small amount of chakra metal, which can conduct chakra very well, and each one is very valuable. Even the jounin can't break free. Spiral pill. Kinoshita Figuang pierced through Iru and Yi's chest, blood spattered. The three were not happy, but extremely solemn, quickly approaching in a triangle. Bang! A puff of white smoke erupted from the body, leaving only a piece of wood, and Ulu and Yujin disappeared. The three of them were vigilant and waited for them. On it! Uchiha Shigeru shouted. The blood wheel eye turned quickly and found Iru Kazuya, who was using the invisibility technique. Disperse! The two retreated, and Kinoshita Figuang pressed down. Rubber machine guns. The fists are like a gust of wind and rain, fast and dense, driving the wind and hitting the sky. Iru and Yi didn't expect that they would not only find themselves, but also have the means to control the air. Although he couldn't dodge in midair, Iru and Yi didn't panic at all. The fist hit the wall of the water formation to generate a reaction force, and Ulu and Yi jumped to the distance and landed safely. Little devil, he has a good momentum, but he is still too young. The three of them sank in their hearts, feeling that the Jainin was too tricky, and the speed was not enough to catch up. The other side. Narashika Isa assigned the task. Hiki, you come to protect Kushina, and the rest will meet the enemy. Yamanaka Hai nodded. At this moment, Ilohen's spirit was bursting with excitement, and he couldn't control it at all. He could only protect Kushina. Thank you, everyone. Kushina's face was pale, and her eyes were full of tears. Don't say this, we are companions, how can we leave you alone? Boom! Ilohen jumped over the dirt wall with one footstep, hitting the ground with a huge roar, and the dust flew up. The smoke dissipated, Yulahen knelt down on one knee, raised his head suddenly. The eyes of the red blood were full of tyranny. The first goal is to almost kill his own Chudeo Dingza. Under the effect of the medicine, he was extremely fast, chasing electricity and wind, and instantly rushed to the front of Chudeo Dingzuo, punching and hitting. The fist condensed chakra, and the momentum was heavy, like a cannonball, ruthless and domineering. Bang! Chudeo Dingza flew out upside down. Ilahen kept walking, and the second target was Jiansha rope tree. The defense of this little devil's first-hand soil escape is too high, and the priority is to solve it. In an instant, another punch knocked it flying. The two punched like a demon, making everyone's heart sink. Uchiha Mikoto looked angry. It is unforgivable that you dare to hurt my companion. He took out the space scroll, showed a short knife, and galloped with strange steps. Uchiha Ryu Sword Uian. Jian Uian needs to cooperate with specific steps to confuse the enemy and find a dead end. This is one of the many ancient sword skills of Uchiha. Uchiha Mikoto's body appeared after images, so that Iru really couldn't distinguish her real body. When approached, the blade was red, emitting a heat wave, and slashed towards her neck. Catchy! The short knife slashed to his neck without the blood splattering as expected. The short knife and the skin confronted each other, making a screeching sound, like the sound of gold and iron rubbing against sand. Sparks splashed between the sword in her hand and the skin. The sword could not break through the skin wrapped by chakra, and was blocked, leaving only a light red mark. This made Uchiha Mikoto in disbelief. Be careful! Chapter 31 _ The strong ninja is so terrifying. Now, the height difference between the two is too great. Uchiha Mikoto chopped off his neck, and now his body is off the ground, and there is nowhere to borrow. Ilahen grabbed Uchiha Mikoto's neck with her right hand, stroked her neck with her left hand, and smiled cruelly. Little devil, are you tickling me? He used his right hand to crush Uchiha Mikoto's neck, but he felt his body stagnate and couldn't move. Shadow imitation, success. Narashika-isa's face was covered in sweat, and he shouted, Hizu! Needless to say, when Uchiha Mikoto was caught, Hizu had already opened his eyes and used the field of gossip. Soft boxing 8 trigrams 32 palms. Opening his eyes all the way, and performing 2 soft fists in a short period of time, his chakra consumption was severe, and his face was as pale as paper. But his face was firm. He rushed forward, his thin body was extremely flexible, his palms radiated green light, chakra erupted, and he killed Yulahen. As soon as the palms touched, I felt like Iru was wearing a layer of chakra armor, wrapping it tightly. The sun was drinking heavily, squeezing chakra frantically, and all the 32 palms were hit in one position. It's its chest. With a click, the defense was breached, and the sun foot was knocked out. Dingzuo, suppress him! Chudeo Dingzuo rubbed the corner of his mouth. Meat bomb chariot. Boom! The body smashed hard on Iryuchen's body. Rope tree, blow him up! Narashika-isa shouted. The thousand-hand rope tree has already reacted at this moment, resisting the huge pain in his body, and crawled up with a grunt. The next moment, he explained what a local tyrant was. He took out the scroll and unfolded it. There were 10 explosion characters on it. After unwrapping one, a thick stack of explosion characters appeared in his hand, and there were hundreds of them. Flash away! With a hello, 100 detonating talismans were thrown at one go. Mummy! Chudeo Dingzuo's eyes were sharp, and he was shocked. His fat body was extremely flexible and rushed out. Earth escape, earth flow wall. The thousand-hand rope tree blocked everyone. Boom boom boom. A series of dense explosions sounded, setting off dust all over the sky, strong airflow surging, air waves flying, and the earth wall was crumbling. After the explosion stopped and the smoke dissipated, Ilahen was found to be charred black and beyond recognition. The dead can't die anymore. Everyone slumped to the ground at once, Narashika Isa gave Senjurashu a burst of chestnuts. Bastard, I let you bomb him, and I didn't let you use so many explosive charms. Then you didn't say how many to use, how can you blame me? Idiot. Humph, Jian Sha refused to accept it and felt that he was the biggest contributor. Don't make any more noise. Uchiha Mikoto said, can you still use your eyes, Hizu? Look at Fei Guang and them. It's okay. A Chunin is so hard to kill, let alone a Shangren, everyone is worried. The sun stood strong, opened his eyes and looked into the distance, his face suddenly changed. Minato fell to the ground, Mao fell to the ground, and only Fei Guang was still fighting. Hey! Kinoshita Fei Guang was extremely embarrassed, but he didn't expect Shangren to be so powerful. As the pinnacle of the ninja army, Shangnan can perform Lingli's physical skills, illusions, and advanced ninjutsu that shakes the atmosphere and trembles with blood. In addition to leadership ability, it is also required to have outstanding performance in various aspects such as ninjutsu and analytical ability, and be an all-around ninja. Not to mention anything else, just the same speed leaves the three of them out of reach, and they can't touch the enemy. How can they fight? The three of them fought against it head-on and were suppressed from the very beginning, and now the two of them are seriously injured. He remembered that in the original Nami Feng Minato, one person killed all the enemies, and now 9 people can't beat them. Could it be that the protagonist can only act alone? Otherwise, you don't have to play dead to find a chance. That's right, Watergate is waiting for an opportunity, not just him, the three of them are waiting for an opportunity. It was at this time Hiraki Kinoshita heard a huge explosion. The corner of his mouth twitched. No need to think, there are so many detonating charms that are definitely rope trees. As the crown prince of Konoha, the wealth in the family is amazing, and the detonating talisman is even more calculated. If others want to do this, they will be stopped by poverty. Little devil, die in peace, I will remember you. Iru and Yi said in admiration, they really admire this little devil, no matter what kind of blow, he can get up. If someone told him before today that he would be entangled by a kid, he would not believe it if he was beaten to death. But now, he was convinced that this world really had geniuses, and perhaps to Yunren, Bai Yan was the most valuable, but to Konoha, these people together were not as valuable as the kid in front of him. Yes, then I really want to thank you. Iru and Yi arrived with lightning flashes, their legs were flexible, sweeping, kicking, whipping, staring, kicking, smashing, and various moves were unpredictable, so Kinoshita Fei Guang had to dodge again and again to avoid key attacks. Bang! Long-term defense will be lost. Iru and Yi seized a gap in Kinoshita Fei Guang, kicked one leg on the stomach, chakra broke out, and Kinoshita Fei Guang was instantly knocked away. Yulu and Yi stepped forward, swept out with one leg, and the momentum sank. This leg swept over, the wind was blowing, with the sound of breaking wind, it was him that charged a blow. Then he stepped forward and raised his right leg high, and he was about to give Momoko Kinoshita a fatal blow. Bang! Kinoshita Fei Guang hit the ground heavily, and his thoughts were smashed a little. No! He bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, and instantly woke up under the stimulation of the huge pain, the chills on his back stood upright, and there was a hint of coldness. He rolled over, dodged the fatal blow, and stood up quickly. Break through the limit, rubber fruit proficiency +1, the proficiency is full, do you want to upgrade? At this time, the sound of the system sounded. Kinoshita Fei Guang had a happy expression on his face, and said quickly, upgrade. The upgrade is successful, the rubber fruit is intermediate. A warm current poured into his body, and he could clearly feel the changes in his body. It seemed that infinite physical strength emerged from the inside out, and his heavy body was extremely light. Grasping it with empty hands. Feeling the strength in his body, he smiled brightly, a new battle has begun. Since the rubber fruit reached 99, it has not been able to break through that level no matter what. Now I understand that what was lacking from start to finish was just a good fight. Yulu and Yi were in shock, they were hit so hard that they were like nothing. Was this kid beaten by iron? Not only that, it may be an illusion. Iru and Yi actually feel that the more beaten this kid gets, the more spirited he is. What kind of immortal is this, who has developed such a perverted physique? Gan. Momoko Kinoshita no longer defends but attacks quickly, jumping up and down like a spirit ape. In the end, he found that such an attack was too tiring and chose to switch to the next 3 lanes. Ilu and Yi only felt a chill in their lower body. This kid doesn't talk about martial arts. He also thought about using illusion to solve Momoko Kinoshita, but Momoko Kinoshita didn't look at him at all and couldn't find a chance. The fruit has been upgraded, the physical strength has greatly increased, and the enemy can finally be trapped. At this moment, he no longer hesitates and makes a decisive move. At this moment, the offense and defense were out of place, he seized a chance in the gap, and his body quickly wrapped around Iru and Yi. Rubber octopus. Chapter 32 Everything is drama. Minato, oh, Kinoshita Figuang shouted, this sentence is like a panacea. The unconscious Minato Namikaze bounced up in an instant, and he had already begun to gather chakra in mid-air, attacking with all his strength. Not only that, Shigeru Uchiha, who was seriously injured, also stood up in an instant, holding a short knife, and approached at high speed. Amount = convex. These 2 teammates are too dog, they keep watching themselves be beaten and indifferent. Too bearable. Yulu and Yi's faces changed drastically, struggling hard, and they never thought that the 2 who should have been seriously injured were actually alive and well at this moment. What the hell, why did I make such a low-level mistake? Iru and Yi shouted and struggled, but couldn't break free. At this moment, Kinoshita Figuang was very resilient, like a real octopus, controlling Iru and Yi tightly. Spiral pills. Minato Namikaze condensed his entire body of chakra and slammed Iru and Yi on the back. Uchiharu Gale Slash. The body of Shigeru Uchiha's sword flashed red, and flames rose up and slashed above his neck. Click. With the sound of broken sternum and blood spurting, Iru and Yi came to an end. As Shangnan, Iru and Yi have thought about many ways to die, but they have never thought about this, so they closed their eyes with unwillingness. At this moment, the memory in his mind rushed and he remembered everything. So, seeing that the enemy was defeated, Kinoshita Figuang relaxed and fell to the ground, gasping for breath. What a pit, you 2 just watch me get beaten up. After defeating the enemy, the killings disappeared, and everyone returned to a state of heartlessness. Sorry, he's too fast, but thanks to Hikari, Minato Namikaze scratched his head and smirked. Humph, I can do it alone, I don't need Watergate at all. Shigeru Uchiha said proudly. Why can't it be Watergate, we can be beaten together. Amount = convex. Shigeru Uchiha's face froze, seeing Kinoshita Figuang's bruised nose and swollen face, he said angrily, no road race. I am a proud Uchiha, how can I be beaten? Haha. Kinoshita Figuang laughed, pulled the wound, and hissed and gasped. This funny scene made the 2 of them laugh, but it also affected the wound. The 3 of them looked at each other, smiled, and sat on the ground. Everyone. The 7 people came over at this time, their faces were full of excitement. Kushina beckoned to the 3 of them, and Minato Nakase ran over instantly. Amount = convex. Reserved, Watergate. In the past, when I saw Namikaze Minato, it was a carefree Kushina, with a rare blush. She thought of what Namifeng Minato said just now, it was too blatant and unbearable. Everyone also thought of the rhetoric of Watergate just now. I can't let Kushina get hurt. Rope Tree crossed his hands and twisted and twisted. Minato smiled shyly, wishing he could find a crack to get in. Damn, the shadow clone is too messy. He even spoke his heart out. How can I see Kushina? In the end, how to do? He suddenly covered his chest and screamed, lying on the ground. Amount equals convex. Everyone saw through his poor acting skills. Kinoshita Figuang stepped forward and rocked him up and down. Watergate, you're so rude, you just confuse the enemy, and you're only 7 years old. Seeing that Minato was about to play dead to the end, everyone ignored it and made fun of each other. Now, everyone relaxed. Kushina couldn't control her emotions any longer and cried, thank you everyone. What nonsense, we are companions who depend on our lives, say thank you, but if you invite me to dinner, then I will be very happy. Everyone is speechless, this is very light. Okay, then I'll cook by myself. Juzune's little face, crying into a tabby cat, was filled with a bright smile. Amount equals convex. Kinoshita Figuang suddenly had a bad feeling. The other side. Naruto office. The crystal ball reflected everything. Yuan Firi Zhan smiled, knowing that the plan had been successful. Juxina could not do without Konoha, and she had found a life-supporting companion in Konoha. But a few people did not disappoint him, and solved 2 Chunin and 1 Jainin alone, although this Jainin was in illusion and never performed deadly attacks. But for a group of children, it is already invaluable. After all, the strength of Shangnan is beyond doubt. How could the cunning Yuan Feirigian do something he was not sure about? The worst result was that everyone was injured and Kushina was not saved. But as long as Iru and Yi reach the boundary line, the illusion on his body will be activated, and then he will obediently return to surrender. There is absolutely no accident, because that is the ninjutsu released by Yuan Firizan himself. Illusion change of mind. It can modify the will of a person, and the practitioner cannot detect it, so let him be obedient. The time depends on the will of the practitioner, and it can last for up to 1 year. It is an S-level taboo illusion, developed by the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama, inspired by Uchiha. It is also a ninjutsu that can only be learned by becoming a Hokage. After all, it's all just a big show, everyone is an actor, and the director is Yuan Firi Zhan himself. Happily, this time it worked out very well. He lifted the telescope technique, stood up and said with a smile, every patriarch, the enemy has been eliminated, everyone is safe and sound, you can rest assured. Everyone looked at each other, shocked in their hearts. Although they didn't see the picture on the crystal ball, they knew that the effect had achieved the expected effect by looking at Yuan Firi's smile. There is only one idea in everyone's head, and that is how to do it. Shangin is not a Chinese cabbage, how could all 10 little devils be safe and sound? As expected of Hokage, there are so many trump cards. Although they are full of doubts, everyone will not ask them directly, but keep them in their hearts. Everyone, as Konoha elites, I think you should know what to say, what not to say, what to ask, and what not to ask. After all, some things are fine as long as the purpose is good. After all, everyone is for Konoha. His tone was calm and slow, without a hint of firework. Everyone felt a chill on their backs, and there was a feeling of reacquainting with Yuan Firi Zhan. I understand, since this is the case, I will leave. The Hyoga family believes in inaction and governance. As long as the eyes are fine, the rest of the Hyoga family don't want to know. Yuan Feirigian personally sent Hixiong Patriarch out of the office. Seeing this scene, everyone got up and said goodbye. When everyone left, Yuan Firi Zhan's eyes flashed with determination. One thing he didn't deceive everyone was that it was all for Konoha. For this reason, he personally went off the court and did things that were inconsistent with his personality. Ruined his influence for so many years. It's all worth it. It's all for Konoha. He could imagine that 10 years later, when these children grew up and took over their respective families, Konoha would never be the same as now, with undercurrents surging people's hearts. That's going to be true solidarity, and it's all because of a kid, and a civilian ninja. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Kinoshita Hikari, Namikaze Minato. Yuan Feijian smiled smugly. But, can things really develop according to the script written by Yuan Feijian? The other side. Iru Kazuya, whose throat was slashed and spine was broken, remembered everything before dying. He remembered that he was captured that night, and that he was released by Yuan Feri again. Everything is a conspiracy, and he is just a pawn. A pawn that trains everyone. The chakra in the heart flickers like a candle, and it will go out at any time. But his unwillingness, resentment, and monstrous resentment made him climb out of hell. With the last bit of strength, he clenched his back teeth and swallowed the secret medicine into his stomach. Yuan Feijian. Chapter 33 Mikato opened her eyes. Iru and Yi, who were supposed to die, suddenly burst into flames, punching in the air, entangling chakra, with a terrifying momentum, and dancing wildly with black hair. One punch hit Uchiha Mikato. His eyes were cold, icy, and bone-piercing, and his fists shone with thunder and lightning, as if Lei Ling had descended into the world. With endless rage and surging thunder. This punch is too fast. Like a white light from the extreme night, it cuts through the sky and arrives in an instant. Be careful! Kinoshita Figuang roared, his eyes splitting. Uchiha Mikato's pupils shrank suddenly, her mind went blank, she froze in place and couldn't move, and she didn't know how to avoid it, she stood there on the spot. Is it over? Uchiha, father, mother, grandpa. Everyone. Figuang-kun. My name is Kinoshita Hikari, the man who wants to become Hokage. I really want to see you become Hokage. Uchiha Mikato regretted in her heart, but she has accepted the fact that she is about to end. But the next moment, her pupils suddenly darkened, her vision was blocked by a thin figure. He opened his hands, ready to use his body to resist. Uchiha Mikato tried her best to widen her eyes, trying to see the figure clearly. But she couldn't see the thunderbolt, but she would never forget the familiar back. This moment. Her voice was shrill and weeping. Don't. Kinoshita Figuang seemed to have an infinite force in his body, and he opened his hands and used his body to resist the blow. The fist was wrapped in a monstrous force, driving the thunder and lightning, and slammed into Figuang's body under the wood. Boom! The two collided and exploded with a huge roar, and the air waves spread to the left and right, and the terrifying attack was resisted by Kinoshita Figuang with his body. Wow! Kinoshita Figuang instantly spit out a large mouthful of blood, his eyes burst out, his eyes turned white, and his consciousness returned to chaos. Is there a belief that we live and die for? His legs were deeply planted in the ground, and he didn't take a step back. Facing Iru Kazuya's attack, Kinoshita Figuang didn't hesitate at all, and instinctively rushed over. Now! Kinoshita Figuang's remaining consciousness had only one thought, and he couldn't retreat. Absolutely can't go back. The bits and pieces of life training together, these people have lived in Kinoshita Figuang's heart, they are the people he cherishes, and they are the people who will protect them with life. Even if he will die in the next moment, he will never retreat. Ulohei did not expect that his full blow was actually blocked by this kid, and he praised in his heart, he and other powerful beliefs will keep you from taking a step back. This kind of belief needs to be respected from the heart, kid, I approve of you. But at this moment, he was no longer the Jainin who likes to slap the mouth in the deep illusion, without the slightest hesitation, clenched his fists and bombarded at high speed. Bang bang bang! The fast and dense fists are like torrential rain and wind, and the shot is the ultimate move, killing Momoko Kinoshita to death. The light flying under the wood was like grass in the wind, dancing with it, blood spurting out, and the sound of cracking bones could be vaguely heard. D. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, a drop of rain fell on the ground. And then it fell suddenly and pouring rain. The blood mixed with the rain soaked the ground, and the light under the wood did not retreat half a step, standing still. He turned his head stiffly, and saw that Mikoto was fine. The corner of his mouth twitched. Run! Flying light! In the face of the ruthless killing of their best friend, everyone was furious, and each launched a ninjutsu to fight Irune. Minato, who was lying on the ground and pretending to be dead, was even more furious. He condensed the only remaining chakra in his hand and used the spiral pill. Bastard, you let me go. In the world of Watergate, when he lost his parents, he only had one brother and one close friend, and this was his only remaining relative. He rushed like crazy. What tactics, what wisdom! At this moment he didn't think about anything, there was only one thought in his mind, that is to save Momoko. Uchiha Mikoto didn't notice but just stared blankly at all this. Her tears couldn't stop falling. It's tears, am I crying? Mikoto-chan, don't be deceived, the eyes cannot see the essence of things, only the mind can see everything. She caught her tears with her hands, thinking of the time she spent with Kinoshita Hikari. I want to eat meat. Mikoto sauce is delicious to cook. Live and die together, never give up. Because we are partners. My ninja is to protect the people I hold dear, and you are. Flying light. Uchiha Mikoto shouted, horse. The eyes revolved extremely fast, the chakra rioted, the yin chakra converged to the eyes, and finally turned into a hook. Under the strong stimulation, Shualunyan woke up at this moment. She jumped up like crazy, and slashed with a knife. King Kong blockade. As the princess of the Whirlpool family, the immortal bloodline is pure, and the immortal body has long been awakened. Now, Kushina used the vortex secret technique, and 4 chakra chains were born on the back, which tied Momoko Kinoshita and dragged it to the front. The other side. Naruto building. The plan was successful. Yuan Firi Zhan was in a good mood and called Anbu. If Irune's body is taken back, leave no trace. Hi! I'll see where those little ghosts are, just follow the route. Yuan Firi used the telescope technique, but the crystal ball did not appear. He suddenly had a bad feeling. The main working principle of the telescope technique is to use a crystal ball to monitor a specific character from a distance, and it is necessary to master the character's chakra characteristics. He performed illusions in Irune, which is equivalent to having his chakra in Irune. This allows real-time monitoring, even if he dies. But now it can't be used. There can only be one situation, that is, Kazuya uses a method he doesn't know to crack the illusion. Thinking of this result, Yuan Firi Zhan's face changed greatly. He couldn't imagine what would happen if several people were killed. Quick, the plan has changed, hurry up to support Kinoshita Figuang, and must not let a few people have an accident. Hey! The Dark Corps commander agreed. As an elite Jainin, he was extremely fast and disappeared in a flash. Yuan Firi sat back in his seat and smoked heavily, disgusting this kind of change. He stood up and paced back and forth. Although Yuan Fijin, as an elite Jounin, could easily deal with a Jounin, he was still worried in the end and got up and rushed out of Konoha. Yuan Firi Zhan had already thought that since Yulu and Yi had lifted the illusion, if they said something that shouldn't have been said, then everything would be in vain. Although children are pure in heart, they are very sensitive. If there is a gap, they will not be able to steal the chicken. As soon as Yuan Firi Zhan walked out of the Hokage building, he was discovered by the Dark Sons of the major families and quickly notified their respective patriarchs. When the information was handed over to the major patriarchs, they all frowned, thinking about the deep meaning of it. Did something go wrong? Yuan Firi cut off the play? Thinking of this, the heart that had just been put down picked up again, and invariably walked out of the house and rushed out of the village. When they walked to the gate of Konoha, everyone met, looked at each other, their faces were extremely ugly, and Chakra broke out and galloped away. Uchiha's patriarch was even more angry, and the 3 hooked jade blood wheel eyes spun rapidly. If not all families were involved, he would really suspect that Sarutobi Hidden was targeting Uchiha. This is Uchiha's opportunity, and he will never be allowed to be destroyed by anyone. The other side. In the forest battlefield, everyone was knocked to the ground, swallowing up the ultimate outbreak of the secret medicine, and everyone could not resist. All of them were seriously injured and unconscious. Iru and Yi's eyes flashed with excitement and bloodlust, and he slowly walked towards Hyagahizu. Little devil, I took your eyes. Although I'm about to die, I just need to dig out the eyes of Hyagahizu and use the psychic beast to bring it back to the village. Then my sacrifice is worthwhile. Reikage-sama, this is the only thing this subordinate can do. Hyaga's feet were unable to resist, her arms were drooping in front of her chest, and they had long since broken, so she could only watch Iru and Yi coming. Don't underestimate the awareness of the Hyaga family, even if you die, you don't want to get the blood of my family. He secretly tried to use his only left hand to destroy his eyes. Second grade. When activated, use your hands and feet as pumps to accelerate the flow of blood and strengthen your body. The speed is greatly increased. This is a unique move of rubber people. If ordinary people can use this move, they will definitely die due to the pressure of blood pressure and the rupture of blood vessels. The skin becomes flushed and vaporized when used, as if using a stimulant. Now, Kinoshita Figuang came to Hyagahizu in an instant. Hizu, leave it to me next. A simple sentence, with infinite trust, the Sunfoot who wanted to destroy his eyes slowly released his hand. Ah! I'll leave it to you. After saying that, he fell to the ground. Kinoshita Figuang looked at Iru Kazuya with cold eyes. The guy who hurt my partner, I will never forgive you. Dish, _ Chapter 34 _ Fight to Madness. Everyone in the field was knocked down, and the only thing to be thankful for is that no one died. Now, there is only Figuang Kinoshita left, his eyes are icy and piercing, and there is a burning flame in his eyes. Yulu and Yi were shocked and suffered so many blows from themselves, how could this guy still stand up? Not only that, he could hear the sound of Kinoshita Figuang's bones shattering, obviously he had broken all the bones in his body. Why is he still standing here now? Little devil, why aren't you dead yet? Kinoshita Figuang didn't answer, he shifted his left leg sideways, his weight was lowered, his hands were placed on his knees, red steam rose from his whole body, and there was a trace of mist. In my mind, I recalled the scene just now, when my consciousness dissipated and my bones were broken. In the haze, I only felt a jade lotus arm, which was sent to my mouth. After biting it instinctively, chakra poured into the body and quickly recovered from the injury, and when I opened my eyes, I saw the weak Kushina. You! I will never let Figuang-kun die. Kushina forgot her mother's admonition that this ability must never be exposed. But for the sake of her partner, for the light that illuminates her dim life, she is not afraid even if she falls into hell the next moment. So he used this ability without hesitation. This is also the ability of Vortex Xionglan in the original work. As the princess of the country of nests, how could it not be? But this ability is too unnatural, and will be coveted by the enemy. Therefore, the Vortex clan strictly forbids the clansman to use this ability. But how could he just watch his partner die? She has made up her mind and can bear any consequences. Flying light, you know. I'm afraid of being alone, because when I'm alone, I always hear the screams and wailing of my clan. In the depths of my heart, the figures of the tribe will keep approaching me and tell me not to trust anyone anymore. You can only live by hiding yourself. Every time I close my eyes, they will remind me, will keep admonishing, every admonition will make me lose a confidence in this world. I even want to die. They torture me all the time, but it's you, everyone, and you who make me believe. The world is not all darkness, there is light. So even if I die in the next moment, I must save you, because I believe in you, I need you, and I am even more afraid of losing you. Kinoshita Figuang's eyes are complicated. In the original book, Uzumaki Kushina never used this ability until he died, but now he has used it. Thank you, I will never betray your trust. Anyone who wants to hurt my partner must step over my body. Kushina's crying little face, filled with a bright smile, nodded heavily, Figuang-kun, I believe in you. Kinoshita Figuang stared at Iru Kazuya and said, I carry the trust of my partners, how can I fail? Come on, let's decide the outcome. Today, even if you die, I will pull you. Rubber jet pistol. In the second gear state, Kinoshita Figuang's speed increased several times, and the fist peak broke through the air and bombarded away. The speed broke through the sound barrier and made a sonic boom, turning into an afterimage, rumbling, and punching Yulu and Yi flying. At this moment, Kinoshita Figuang's speed is already on par with Iru Kazui. As soon as he stepped, he came in an instant, his right leg was raised high. Rubber jet tomahawk. Iru Kazuya, who flew out upside down, curled up, spun quickly, and then stepped on the ground, not allowing time to avoid the blow. Boom! The ground cracked, and the gravel was splashed. At this moment, Xia Figuang had great power in every move, and Iru and Yi would not retreat but advance instead. Running wildly with one step, Chakra erupted, at a speed of 100 meters per second, when Kinoshita Figuang closed his legs. His right leg swept across. The calf shone with thunder, and the dim sky suddenly lit up, kicking Figuang under the wood fiercely. Wow! Kinoshita's light bow was like a prawn, spitting blood, his legs pierced the ground, and his waist slammed with force. The rhythm of Yulu and Yi was disrupted, and his right fist hit hard on Yulu and Yi's chin. Both of them were hit by the opponent's attack. Kinoshita Figuang stretched his legs to the ground, kicked hard, and attacked head-on. Not to be outdone, Yulu and Yi, the thunder under his feet became heavier and heavier, and afterimages were drawn out. Like a cannonball, the thunderbolt chakra exploded when it touched. Kinoshita Figuang has a firm belief and will not give in, vowing to defeat him, and Iru and Yi have little time to take the secret medicine, and they have no scruples. The two sides began to bang, punching, and kicking, bringing bursts of roars. At this moment, the heavy rain is getting more and more majestic, and thunder is generating water. The environment is very favorable to Yulu and Yi, but there is no joy in his eyes. The two have been bombarding for a long time. Another bang, with a bang, the two separated. Little brat, why are you still able to move? My thunderbolt chakra should have penetrated into your bones. Because I'm rubber. Kinoshita Figuang consumes a lot of physical strength and knows that there is not much time. We can't delay any longer, we need to kill him with one blow. Yulu and Yi also have this intention, and only 5 minutes to take the drug, and at this moment, there is not much time. Even if he is deep in hell, he will definitely take Momoko Kinoshita to go with him. Iru and Yi condensed all the chakras of the whole body on the right leg without reservation. This blow is the lore and the last blow. Thunder Dragon. He jumped up in the air, turned over, and rotated, with boundless rage wrapped around his right leg. Right now. There was an explosion in the sky, and the dark cloud shot a thunder light, which smashed on Yulu Hei's right leg, with the help of nature, adding 3 points of power. Slit the sky, cut off the rain layer, and exhausted everything. Kinoshita Figuang's eyes were firm, without the slightest cowardice. He recalled the scenes of Tsunade teaching himself the magic technique. The bones of the body moved like waves, the blood circulation accelerated again, and the chakra erupted meticulously. As soon as he stepped on his feet, his fists were like a violent storm, mercilessly bombarded. Rubber jet machine gun. Crack! There was a thunder in the sky, as if cheering for the two of them. Next moment, the two collided, the sky trembled, the strong airflow even caused a vacuum, and the rainstorm stopped suddenly. Boom! The sky exploded and the rainstorm fell again, but the attack of the two had just begun. Wood big. Yulu and Yi can break through all methods with one force, their legs are like peerless swords, they can slash everything, and they are invincible. Mo Xia Figuang is red and steaming, blood is like wolf smoke, and the infinite power is shot out. The gust of wind roared, and the person who was blowing couldn't open their eyes. The people lying on the ground were stunned to see this scene. Seguyi. Everyone thought that Kinoshita Figuang was very strong, but they never thought that Kinoshita Figuang, who was only 7 years old, could keep up with the shinobi head-on. This scene is so shocking that it makes people speechless, like falling into a dream. I can't help but ask in my heart, they are all the same age, and some people are 2 years older than him, why is the gap so big? Iru and Yi couldn't believe it, their full blow was blocked. Damn! He could clearly feel that there was a crack in the right leg bone, and his body could no longer hold on. Is this the end? Not reconciled. Ah! Iru and Yi shouted, not believing that they were no match for a kid. Kinoshita Figuang clenched his teeth and waved his fists with all his strength. This is a competition of strength and endurance. It depends on who can't hold on first. He was cheering himself up in his heart. You can't fail. Now. Kinoshita Figuang has no way to retreat, and his partners are seriously injured. If he fails, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, another strength emerged from the tired body. But when manpower is scarce. Click! Kinoshita Figuang's arm couldn't bear it any longer and broke apart. Chapter 35 _ The storm is coming. Broken forearm bone, heart-piercing pain. Under the severe pain, Kinoshita Figuang screamed, and the offensive could not help but stagnate. Yulu and Yi quickly approached, and the two were less than 10 meters apart. No matter the broken arm, Momoko Kinoshita continued to attack like a madman, roaring, I must defeat you, I must defeat you. Even if the limbs are broken, or the bones of the whole body are broken, I must defeat you. You. No matter how strong or powerful you are, I will never let you hurt my companions, do you understand? Everyone lying on the ground burst into tears when they heard Kinoshita Figuang's declaration, and Uchiha Mikoto cried loudly, no, no. They struggled and cried, hated their weakness, and finally got up slowly, their eyes very firm. Squeeze your own limits, although I don't know if it is useful, but you must try hard. Shadow Mimicry. The art of turning your heart. Fire Escape Howling Fireball Technique. Fire Escape Howling Fireball Technique. Tudun Tolong Gun. King Kong Blockade. Multiplication Technique, Meat Bomb Chariot. Spiral Pill. White Eyes 8 trigrams 32 palms. Control, Long Range, Melee, all do their best. 9 ninjutsu hit the body, stronger than Yulu and Yi, but they couldn't help but stagnate, staggered, the attack track shifted, and the empty door opened wide. Kinoshita Figuang seized the opportunity, tried his best, bet his life, punched Iru and Yi's chest, and then his fist fell like a meteor, all bombarding his body. Bang bang bang! Kinoshita Figuang has gone crazy and vented all his anger. Finally, the offensive stopped, Kinoshita Figuang fell to the ground exhausted, gasping for breath. Iru and Yi fell to the ground like rags. At this time, Kushina staggered to Figuang Kinoshita's side, stretched out her arm and brought it to his mouth. Kinoshita Figuang didn't accept it. With a bright smile on his pale face, he said, Kushina, if it wasn't to protect my companions, how could I hurt you? I can stand it, don't worry. Shinkuna stayed on the spot, tears welling up in his eyes, he couldn't remember how many times this was the first time he cried today. Flying light. She murmured, and the feeling of worry and fear just now disappeared. At this moment, he could be sure that even if the whole world would hurt her, the man in front of him would not. Because they are partners, they trust each other and share life and death. Kinoshita Figuang stretched out his hand and said, Xin Kuna, help me up. Oh! Kushina helped Kinoshita Figuang, but because the movement was too big, he grinned. Enough is enough. Xin Kuna apologized again and again, afraid that Kinoshita Figuang would be angry, but he didn't expect a bright smile in exchange. Mao, give him a shot, this man is like a monster, he can suddenly be resurrected. Cut Uchiha Shigeru staggered to the front of Iru Kazui and got to know him. Then slumped to the ground. Everyone, are you all right? Everyone was panting and gathered together. Although they were seriously injured, they were extremely relaxed. Everyone is fine, that's great. Kinoshita Figuang relaxed and fainted instantly. Vaguely seeing everyone calling anxiously, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile. The night will inevitably be dark and cool. There will be dawn when you move forward, and the sincerity of your efforts will also have an echo. When Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived, all he could see was this tragic battlefield, and the severely injured people were all lying on the ground exhausted. Where's the enemy? Everyone pointed to Iru and Yi. This is Yunren, did the enemy give any information? Everyone shook their heads, seeing that there was nothing unusual about the few people. Yuan Firazan breathed a sigh of relief, only then did he realize Kinoshita Figuang in a coma. Let me see. He stepped forward to check, bone is broken, but it is not life-threatening, hurry back to Konoha, Xiao Figuang needs immediate treatment. At this time, the major patriarchs also arrived, and they didn't care about Yuan Feijian, so they stepped forward to check. Dad, why are you here? Rizu asked. Patriarch Hyaga had no intention of answering, it was too tragic, and his son was beaten beyond human form. Don't say that, go back to Konoha first. Yes, hurry up. That's right. Yuan Feijian glanced at everyone, his eyes were as kind as always. To dare to spy on Hokage is really getting more and more presumptuous. If the storm is not coming and the war is about to start, I must beat you all. He didn't speak, galloped and returned to Konoha with Kinoshita Figuang in his arms. Everyone. Unlike other people, Uchiha Patriarch was very happy to see that the two had awakened Sharotan. As the strongest bloodstain, as long as you open your eyes, your combat power will instantly increase by a level. And most of Uchiha's awakening time is 12 to 15 years old. Awakening blood at the age of 9 is a genius. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, he really wanted to laugh out loud. The country of thunder, the village of Yunren. Rying's office, different from Naruto's office, looks very empty, with only one desk, and the rest are all fitness equipment. A tall, dark-skinned strong man is ironing. That body has solid muscles, bulging veins, and lightning flashes from time to time on the body surface. This is the secret technique of Yunin's body forging, and the Thunder Chakram mode can be activated during battle. The 3 generations of Reikage AI, known as the strongest spear and the strongest shield, are also the strongest Reikage in all dynasties, and believe in fists and strength. A secret letter came 3 days ago, asking for Rai Ying's approval to arrest the orphan of the Whirlpool. Directly agree that although they participated in the war in the country of Vortex, they did not get the fundamental secret technique of the Vortex family. There is expectation in his eyes, as long as Yunren has the Vortex secret technique and can completely control the 8 tails, then he will definitely win the war. The Kingdom of Thunder has prepared for war, and even held the Shangnan Conference to explore the fighting spirit of Yunan village. As a bowling Reikage 3 shouted. The door opened and a beautiful woman came in. Mabuling is tall and slender, with long blonde hair, different from ordinary people in the Kingdom of Thunder, with fair and delicate skin. What's the matter? Mabuling's tone was indifferent, without a trace of respect. Sandai Ai is not angry either, this is his dear wife, but he doesn't dare to get angry, otherwise it will be miserable when he returns home. What happened to the people who were sent to the border of the Fire Nation? He lowered his voice and did not dare to speak loudly, clearly out of fear. If outsiders found out at this moment, they would definitely drop their jaws. The third generation of unparalleled heroes is afraid of his wife? The news just came that it has reached the border. Okay, as long as I can control the 8 tails perfectly, then I must let Konoha taste my power. Mabuling frowned. No, Yunren can't be the first to fight, and he can't be the first to fight, otherwise, we will fall into the quagmire of war, and we will lose a lot. What then? Wait, compared to Yunren, the country of wind is more impatient. According to the secret report, the country of wind is ready for war. When the two countries suffer heavy losses, Yunren can end. Well, you're right, Yunren's son cannot make unnecessary sacrifices, we just wait quietly. 3 generations of AI think that what his wife said is very reasonable, definitely not afraid of his wife Omega. Chapter 36_Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Where is this place? Kinoshita Figuang was awakened by the laughter, his eyes were a little blurry, and he rubbed it hard to see clearly. Amount, equals convex. As a big brother, shouldn't you be extremely worried at this time? Why do you still have the heart to flirt? Are you awake? Go home first if you have nothing to do. The hospital is very expensive. Kinoshita village turned around and left as soon as he finished speaking. Brother, where are you going, and everyone else? They all went home, and I'm going to send Cai Jingjiang home. It's not safe for the girl to go alone. No need, you stay with Xiao Figuang, I can get it myself. Bo Duojing said quickly. It's all right, Omega. Kinoshita Murakami smiled brightly, only the waves were quiet in his eyes. My brother also wants to continue the inheritance of the Kinoshita family, don't blame me, forgive my brother, this is the last time. Omega. Clam. Kinoshita Figuang's face froze, and he couldn't control his power. Just when I was about to have an attack, I found that the person had left. Can this brother return it? He tried to move, and found that his body had recovered, and even his broken arm had recovered as before. It's amazing. You must know that Kinoshita Figuang has broken a lot of bones, and he just slept and recovered as before, which had to make him feel the magic of chakra. But he didn't know how much resources were spent in order to save him. Turned over and got out of bed and jumped a few times, nothing happened, and there was no sign of injury at all. Goo! There was a loud bang in the stomach. I just felt a huge hunger surge. I'm so hungry. His face was instantly pale, and he no longer had any energy. He walked out in a sluggish manner. At this moment, there was only one word meat in his mind. It takes a lot of physical strength to open the second gear. In the final duel, the battle is exhausted. The body lacks energy. The hospital only cares for the wound, but it doesn't matter if the stomach is hungry or not. It was getting dark at the moment, and he didn't know how long he had slept, but Kinoshita village didn't say anything. Kinoshita Figuang activated the wandering mode, his eyes were blank, and his tongue was drooping like a demon. Suddenly, a strong fragrance was introduced into the nose, which was different from the fiery aroma of barbecue. This fragrance was more able to arouse the appetite. Kinoshita Hikari looked up and saw Ichili Ramen Restaurant written in front of it. Not only that, there is also a red cloth hanging on it, the opening ceremony will be 30% off. Kinoshita Figuang became interested in an instant, and Yul finally came to Konoha to open a shop. This is a store that claims to never close down, and even pain can survive the destruction of the village. The man who was nicknamed Kazuki Otsutsuki finally came. Kinoshita Figuang walked towards Yul Ramen Restaurant with great interest, but stopped halfway. Because he found he had no money. Where's my wallet, where's my frog wallet? Kinoshita Figuang wailed, this was all his belongings, and it was gone. Although he is not obsessed with money, as a big stomach king, how could he not want to make money? This is the money he earned by hunting and selling animal meat a little bit, and every point represents labor and sweat. The other side. Kinoshita Muraichi took the frog wallet and bought a present for Bo Tijing with a proud look on his face. I didn't expect my younger brother to be so rich. I was really careless as an older brother, and I didn't even realize it. 200,000 taels in the small wallet, which is equivalent to an A-level task bounty. I'm sorry brother, my brother keeps it for you, you are still young and you can't control it. Forgive my brother, this is the last time. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk. Although I don't have money, I can't stop eating. Kinoshita Figuang took a deep breath and adjusted his state to the best. At this moment, Kinoshita Figuang's face was ruddy, and he didn't look very hungry at all, more like a child's curiosity about new things. When he walked into Yul Ramen restaurant, he saw a young boss working hard. There are two other guests eating noodles. Brother, what are you selling? Kinoshita Figuang looked puzzled, his big eyes full of exploration. At this moment, Yul is only 20 years old, so it is appropriate to call him brother. He turned his head and saw a lady with ruddy complexion and red lips and white teeth. My brother sells ramen, it's delicious, do you want to try it? There is a discount for the opening of the new store. What offer? 30% off site-wide for 3 days. Yul raised 3 fingers. For this offer, as well as his own craftsmanship, I believe that he will definitely be able to open up the situation in Konoha. Is it 30% off for a bowl? That's right. What if I can't eat a bowl? Kinoshita Figuang blushed, showing a shy look. Ye thought about it very seriously and found that the amount of ramen in his house was too large, and many children could not eat a bowl at all. Little friend, you are right. I will launch a small portion of ramen tomorrow. In order to thank you, my brother invites you to eat a bowl. Kinoshita Figuang waved his hands again and again, his face flushed. I just asked, my mother said, you can't take advantage. The more sensible children, Yul instantly has a good impression. Kinoshita Figuang felt that his good feelings were almost over, and he said the purpose, and said, I'm leaving my brother first. I went out in a hurry today and didn't bring any money. I must come and try the ramen made by my brother tomorrow. He smelled it with intoxication on his face, and couldn't help saying, it smells so good. If it weren't for Konoha, Ichili would definitely be vigilant, but as the most prosperous place in the ninja world, he never thought that someone would not be able to eat a bowl of ramen, and he wanted to invite him to eat a bowl. Yul said, it doesn't matter, you can eat first, little one, and you can pay for it tomorrow. The battle was successful. Kinoshita Figuang looked overjoyed and pretended to be reserved, but I have a big appetite. Yul didn't care, and said in her heart, child, how much can you eat, how much can you eat? You must be embarrassed to ask what to do if you can't eat a bowl. Without a word, Ye made a bowl of tonkatsu ramen for Kinoshita Figuang. Then, Yul's nightmare began. Bowl. 10 bowls. 100 bowls. Yul's eyes are blank, his hands are shaking constantly, and his expression is constantly changing, from surprise, to shock, to panic. Kinoshita Figuang was round at the moment, and shouted, I will check out tomorrow, and run away. Ichiro didn't stop him, there was only one thought in his mind, is this the child of Shinobi Village? Really terrifying. Kinoshita Figuang, who was full of food and drink, was extremely satisfied, remembering the expression on Yul just now, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In fact, Kinoshita Figuang could use his words to fool Yul to get him to avoid the bill, but he didn't do that. There is no other reason, it is simply too ruined, and the gains outweigh the losses. He walked home slowly and leisurely, and when he passed by the Tangchuan family, he found that there was actually a white hair on the roof. It was already dark at the moment, and if you had bad eyesight, you wouldn't be able to find it at all. Kinoshita Figuang approached curiously. *M. I saw one covered with a camouflage cloth, with only a little hair showing. This camouflage cloth is so large that it can completely cover it, but this person is too excited to see it, and his body keeps twisting, exposing himself. Kinoshita Figuang instantly knew who this person was. Lustful, white-haired, and likes to peep. Come also. He walked steadily, and after approaching Tang Chuan, he jumped up and lifted the camouflage cloth. With doubts in his eyes, he said, "What are you doing?" Jiraiya, ****. Chapter 37 Jiraiya is also very middle school. The air was suddenly quiet. After Kinoshita Figuang finished speaking, he saw Jiraiya's body stiff and turned his head slowly. What caught my eye was a wretched young man with a face painted in oil paint, with a flushed face and a pig-like look on his face. The 22-year-old Jiraiya traveled to the world of ninjas, following the Toad Fairy's prophecy, and was looking for the Child of Destiny. However, after searching for a few years, the Child of Destiny has not been found, and now he has been recalled by the 3 generations of Hokage. Just returned to Konoha. After not returning to Konoha for several years, Zilla also came to the Tang Chuan family with great interest to relax. It turned out to be a kid who was almost scared to death. Zilla also whispered, "Go home quickly, don't disturb me to collect materials." Material? Kinoshita Figuang looked puzzled, and looked down the cat's eyes that Jiraiya opened. His face was reddish, and his eyes were full of white flowers. Accompanied by the transpiring mist, it was hazy, alluding to temptation, making people feel wanna get in. "How is it? It looks good." Zilla also looked proud. This was the perfect position he found with many years of experience, and it was also a secret that was not shared. Now that he was seen by a kid, he couldn't help but want to show it off. "Oh, I see." Kinoshita Figuang suddenly realized, like a child who has not yet experienced the world. "What do you know?" There was a chill behind the unexplained feeling, and a bad premonition, feeling that something terrible was going to happen in the next moment. His hunch was right, but Kinoshita Figuang glanced at him again, with a righteous look on his face, the light of justice shining in his eyes, and shouted, "Come on, someone is peeping." The sound was so loud that all the ladies and sisters who were soaking in the hot spring looked up. A proud stand. Seeing all this, Jiraiya through the cat's eyes, nosebleeds surged, and instantly petrified. "Sai-kui." The next moment, he immediately woke up, knowing that this was not the time to be greedy for the white rabbit. If he was caught, he would definitely be torn apart by the angry lady. This stinky brat, who was peeking just now, turned his face and didn't recognize anyone. He cursed secretly, grabbed Momoko Kinoshita and ran away. Kinoshita Figuang didn't resist, just shouted, "Come on, someone, the peeping thief is running away." Kinoshita Figuang, who wanted to say something more, covered his mouth with Jiraiya. There were screams in the soup bath, the voices came one after another, and then there was a rustling sound of dressing. Some wild ants wrapped a bath towel and rushed out with a wooden tub in their hands to find the voyeur. But there was only a camouflage cloth left on the roof at this time. The thief had already fled away, and the angry ants cursed, and finally had no choice but to go back. "Goddamn peeping thief, my mother already remembers you, don't let my mother catch you, or you will definitely not be a man." The other side. Jiraiya ran all the way at a very fast speed, chasing the wind and electricity, and having experienced the guidance of Miyamu Mountain, one of the 3 holy places, his strength was very terrifying, and he was also the most powerful group of ninjas in Konoha. Although he has not yet won the title of Sunin in the battle with Sanchoyu Hanzo, it does not affect his strength at all. Kinoshita Figuang was caught by Jiraiya under his arm, his heart sank, and Jiraiya, who was traveling outside, was also recalled, indicating that the war was about to begin. The Second Ninja World War started in Konoha's 32nd year, and this year is already 31 years, that is, there is less than a year before the war will begin. And this war is also extremely anxious and will last for 4 to 5 years. Not only that, the 1,000-hand rope tree will also be sacrificed in this war, and the internal organs will be hollowed out by the enemy. Kinoshita Figuang couldn't help recalling the context of the war in his mind, but it was very unclear. After all, whoever watched Naruto would still remember the time of the previous war. However, there are a few clues. The war was provoked by the Kingdom of Wind, and the two sides entered the field. In the Battle of the Kingdom of Rain, the Kingdom of Rain suffered heavy casualties, which aroused the dissatisfaction of Sanjiayu Hanzo. The country of wind, the country of earth. The first is that rope tree is now 7 years old, and the war will last for 4 to 5 years. According to the 6-year graduation system of the ninja school, rope tree should have died in the later period of the war, that is, when he was fighting the country of wind, at the age of 12 to 13. Age. The time is just right. Besides, Jiraiya got the title of Sunin by fighting Hanzo, and then met the war orphans, 3 little ones, Yahiko, Nagato, Konan, and recognized Nagato with the eyes of immortals and eyes of reincarnation, and identified him as the child of destiny. Stayed to accept 3 people as apprentices, and taught for 3 years. He sorted out the timeline and knew that he would get the title of Sunin in 2 years. At this time, Kinoshita Figuang thought of an important question. In the original work, Kushina was looted by the Kingdom of Thunder because of heavy losses in the war between Konoha and the Kingdom of Wind. A large number of ninjas were sent to the battlefield, resulting in the emptiness inside Konoha, so the Kingdom of Thunder was given the opportunity to loot Kushina. Minato Nami was 11 to 12 years old at the time, but now it's 5 years earlier. What is the reason? Kinoshita Figuang's face changed, and there was only one explanation, that is, everything was arranged and premeditated. He reviewed the details of the battle with Iru and Yi. It's all fake, he murmured, feeling a cold air rushing into the sky, making him feel cold all over. Fake? What's fake? Stupid brat, Konoha's women can't be fake. Zi Lai also thought of the picture he just saw, and a wretched smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Equals convex. Kinoshita Figuang realized that, at some point, Jiraiya stopped covering his mouth, struggled violently, and said, "Let go of me, wretched uncle." Wretched, trivial, big, uncle. Zi Lai also became petrified in an instant and stopped abruptly. Kinoshita Figuang took the opportunity to break free, and saw Jiraiya trembling all over, with a gloomy face. "What are you going to do?" "What? Of course, it's to let you get to know each other again." "Hi, Su, Yu, Shen, Wei." The art of psychic. There was a huge white smoke, and when the smoke dissipated, a huge toad appeared. 20 meters tall on the ground, with a huge scar on its face and a huge pipe in its mouth. Jiraiya jumped up and jumped on top of its head, stepping on strange steps. The clogs collided from time to time and made a clicking sound, and his hands danced along the rhythm. From time to time tossing flowing white hair. "Listen, the Toad Immortal is just hiding the name of the world, and I can do everything easily, the whole world in the south, east, and northwest, throwing off the flowing white hair, the unrivaled white-haired boy Toad, the envoy makes me." "Shut up the crying child, Lord Jiraiya." Circling, clogs on the ground, means this handsome guy is also. Kinoshita Figuang had a black line on his face. He thought that he was enough to be a junior high school student, but he didn't expect Yushin to be higher than Yushin. "You are Jiraiya, do you know Tsunade's sister?" "You know Tsunade?" Jiraiya's face froze, thinking of that proud figure. He didn't dare to imagine that Tsunade would know what would happen. Chapter 38_Zilla also wants to be white to Tsunade. Jiraiya immediately released the psychic, turned over to the ground and patted Figuang Kinoshita on the shoulder. With a smile on his face, he said, "Haha, today's wind is very noisy, we don't know each other, can you forget things today?" He was extremely solemn, his hands folded, and his face prayed. No way, you're too bad. Kinoshita Figuang refused directly, there was no room for negotiation. Stinky brat, eat less. Inside a ramen. Kinoshita Figuang is eating, and if anything can remove the dirty eyes just in the soup spring, there is only delicious food. Omega, hi-ya. Jiraiya's face was ashen, but he didn't expect to be blackmailed by a kid, and this kid can eat so much. Little devil, also Konoha's partner, you have to learn how to stop. Kinoshita Figuang ignored Jiraiya's roar, ate with peace of mind, and said, since you want to get more information from Tsunade, you must show sincerity, you know, Tsunade is my dear sister. Jiraiya also thought of Tsunade's blonde hair and beautiful face, as dazzling as the first sun. Then you eat more omega. He changed his face in an instant, and for Tsunade, the price was nothing at all. For papaya, even if the family goes bankrupt, it is worth it. Kinoshita Figuang smiled slightly, what information does Tsunade have? You ask me, who do I ask? I just said it, why are you taking it seriously? He hiccuped and said, pay the bill, I'll talk to you nicely. Zilla also went to check out, took over the bill with a smile of you'll, 200 bowls, 90 yuan per bowl, a total of 18,000 yuan, 30% off, 12,600 yuan, 1,260 taels need to be paid. The corners of his mouth twitched, Yul ramen was really cheap, but Kinoshita Figuang couldn't stand it. Why are there 200 bowls, this kid only eats 100 bowls. Jiraiya was also instantly furious, and no one in Konoha dared to blackmail him. This is what I just ate. Jiraiya looked at Kinoshita Figuang with a strange expression, feeling as if he had been tricked. After paying the money, he was very solemn and said, little devil, you must cultivate well and become a powerful ninja, or you will starve to death. Thank you for the reminder. After leaving the ramen shop, the two walked on the street. Kinoshita Figuang also greatly increased his affection for Jiraiya. Except for his lust, he was very good in everything else. He was mild-mannered and sincere, but he was a bit vicious. Stinky boy, the meal is finished, so quickly tell Tsunade what he likes. Gamble. Zilla's face froze, thinking that he didn't speak clearly enough. He considered the language, and said, everyone knows this, I'm talking about other preferences, such as what you like to eat, what you hate, and so on. I like to drink, but I hate being peeped. After speaking, he glanced at Jiraiya again, his eyes full of contempt. Jiraiya was furious, grabbing Momoko Kinoshita, stinky brat, that's not what I'm talking about, I know all of this, but you tell me what I don't know, number. No. Kinoshita Figuang spread out his hands, the tool man has already used up, and he can showdown and directly rot. You play me. Facing the furious Jiraiya, Kinoshita Figuang did not panic at all, but instead looked contemptuous and said, as long as you start from these points, you will definitely be able to capture her heart, you are too stupid. He told some classic cases about some poisonous chicken soup in his previous life and how to make a woman fall in love with me. Even took out a pen and paper to record, with a very serious attitude. A while. Kinoshita Figuang's mouth was dry, but Jiraiya still had an excited look on his face, and coughed lightly. The main thing is practice, do you want to pursue Tsunade? Hearing that he wanted to pursue Tsunade, Jiraiya's face flushed, his body twisted into waves, and he said, who wants to pursue her, so fierce, who will like her? Amount, equals convex. Please don't twist your body when you say these words. Not only duplicity, but also very hot eyes. Forget it, coward, I'm leaving. Kinoshita Figuang turned around and left. When stopped by Jiraiya, he put his hands together and said sincerely, please teach me. As a prodigal son, it stands to reason that he wouldn't believe what a kid said, but Kinoshita Figuang's theory is too strong, and he has been convinced by these theories. That's good. Kinoshita Figuang stretched out his hand and said in Jiraiya's confused eyes, how can you succeed without funding? How much? Brother, how can love talk about money? If you want to talk about yuan, 1.8 million yuan. 1.8 million yuan. Zilla also shouted, this is picking up a girl, this is cutting a waist. 1.8 million yuan, which is equivalent to 180,000 taels, which is an A-level task. Could it be cheaper? Whatever, it's your yuan anyway, there are more methods, and there are less methods. Kinoshita Figuang looked indifferent, but his eyes were sharp, staring at Jiraiya, as if he was talking. You still want to chase the princess of Konoha without money? This look was so lethal that Jiraiya couldn't stand it, and he took out the money with tears in his eyes. Find me at the ninja school tomorrow, my name is Kinoshita Hikari. After that, he left. Only then did Jiraiya realize that he spent a small 200,000 taels without even knowing the name of the other party. You can fool like this at a young age, especially this mouth, it's really terrifying. Kinoshita Figuang crossed 2 streets and returned home. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Minato Namifeng cultivating. Watergate. Flying light. Through the conversation, Kinoshita Figuang realized that he had slept for 3 days and 3 nights, said a few more words, and went back to the room alone. He sat on the tatami and thought about the last battle. Found a lot of doubts. After sorting out the context, Kinoshita Figuang was sure that all of this was planned, but it seemed that it was all played out in the end. If it was said that Yulu and Yi were playing tricks on everyone at first, then in the end they really wanted to kill everyone, and every move revealed unparalleled murderous intentions. Yuan Feijian is really a good hand. This can also explain why the looting of Kushina is 5 years earlier. After all, it depends on the mood. As long as Yuan Feijian thinks it can be done, then the plan can be implemented. Joinan is really a big hand, as expected of Hokage. At this moment, Kinoshita Figuang really felt that Hokage really played a good abacus. I have to say that Konoha infighting is really famous, one is more sinister than the other. But what can Kinoshita Figuang say, what can he dare to say? I can only bury this matter in my heart and pretend that nothing happened. And charge towards the position of Hokage. The next day, at the ninja school, Jiraiya came to Kinoshita Figuang early. He didn't have much time, and he would soon go to the mission. But before that, Jiraiya must experiment to see if Kinoshita Figuang's theory can be successful. This is the happiness of the second half of my life, and I can't help but don't pay attention to it. Chapter 39 _ The God of Luck favors Tsunade. Ninja School. Kinoshita Figuang said excitedly while standing on the stool. Everyone, as the future Hokage, you need to exercise, and now the opportunity has come. I have received an A-level mission and need everyone's concerted efforts. Everyone looked at each other. A-level? Well, isn't it too risky for us to accept A-level missions now? Narashika Issa asked. Am I the only one who thinks it's wrong? Seeing the excited faces of his partners, he couldn't help but ask questions. A-level mission, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, how can you miss it? Isn't it worth the excitement to do A-level mission without leaving the ninja school? No wonder the Nara family has a high hairline, and they are all worried. Narashika Issa has a black line on his face. Do you know what a grade A mission is? Omega. A-level tasks, definition, tasks related to the security of the village or country. This type of mission is a battle between ninja troops and troops, led by a number of upper ninjas, but the mortality rate is quite high as a chunin or a lower ninja, especially the chunin. Take Konoha as an example, the number of chunin is large and the ability is also strong. The survival rate of sending to the front line is slightly higher. Because the ability is too poor, the genin will also die, so under this situation, the genin usually evacuates the crowd. Quest, chunin directly participates in the battle. Seguyi. The thousand-hand rope tree, who was inspired to become Hokage, was very excited. What is the mission? Don't give a shit, hurry up, everyone is waiting. Kinoshita Figuang's tone was enthusiastic, his voice was cadenced, and he said, the bounty for this mission is 180,000 taels. Seguyi. X9. I named it the Proposal Challenge. Kinoshita Figuang introduced the mission in detail, and Qian Xiaorashu, who was very excited just now, was instantly cowardly. If you do this, you won't be killed by your sister, right? Kinoshita Figuang poured him a bowl of chicken soup. Rope tree, you are a man who wants to be a Hokage, how can you back down? You can do it, do it. Yes, I can. Kinshushinshu's eyes were firm and he nodded. Kinoshita Figuang breathed a sigh of relief, there should be no major problems with the rope tree in front of him. Should be. Now. The sky is blood red, the sunset reflects the sunset, and the scenery is picturesque. Thousands of hands stationed outside. Jiraiya was wearing a white kimono today, standing outside the Qian Shao station, not daring to enter for a long time. At this time, the voice of Kinoshita Hikari came from the earphone, go in, this place is ready. Oh! Idiot, don't answer, or you'll get dressed. Jiraiya also had a solemn expression and stepped into the Qian Shao station. As Tsunade's teammate, he could enter directly without any notification. Entering the middle hall, we see Tsunade and Uzumaki Mito sitting in the courtyard. It's still so beautiful, come on, you must do it. Jiraiya? You guy, you are finally willing to go back to Konoha, but your outfit seems to have changed quite a bit. Tsunade laughed. She was very happy. Ever since Jiraiya left Konoha to look for the Son of Destiny, although the two exchanged letters to report safety to each other, they hadn't seen each other for many years. The biggest change is that it is not rude. Jiraiya just nodded to Tsunade, and then formally saluted Uzumaki Mito, Mito-sama, you are still so young. Little Jiraiya, I've been out for a few years, I've grown taller, more mature, and more stable. You young people talk, I won't bother you too. Go slowly, Mito-sama. After seeing his grandmother leave, Tsunade asked Zilla also about his travels for a few years. Although I haven't found the Child of Destiny in the ninja world in these years, it has given me a lot of insights and washed away the impetuousness. The dark tide in the ninja world is turbulent, and the lives of the people are miserable. I want to not fall in love with the dust. I will watch the flowers bloom, wait for the flowers to fall, know the warmth, and be as clean as the beginning. Tsunade agreed, with a look of approval. Why fight and kill, isn't it bad to live a quiet life? However, this fellow Jiraiya speaks in a certain way, I can't understand it. Frustrated face. The two were speechless for a while, enjoying the tranquility. A while. Let's go out for a walk. It's been a long time since I came back. It's a little strange. Tsunade smacked Jiraiya lightly, as long as we are here and our partners are here, Konoha will always be your home. Jiraiya couldn't help but cough, and almost died without being hit by this little fist. Let's go. Jiraiya didn't care about Tsunade's violence, and smiled. Tsunade blushed slightly when he saw this, a little embarrassed. A kind. Zilla is not as frivolous as before, and has changed a lot, but I still feel like I am standing still. As soon as I went out, Tsunade found that I don't know when, the quiet Qian Shao station in the past, at this moment, both sides are actually full of Konoha's specialties, 3-color balls, everything. I haven't seen you for a long time, and I don't know if you still like these snacks, so I called all of them on my own initiative. You won't blame me, will you? No, thank you. Tsunade's face was flushed, very happy. Blame you, how come? The old lady is so happy. The two ate some snacks, and passed a dice shaker. A middle-aged man set up the stall. It says that if you win once, you will get a doll, if you win 5 times, you will get a large bouquet of flowers, and if you win 10 times, you will get a mystery prize. Gamble? This is not my strength. I must show Jiraiya a hand today and let him know the prestige of Konoha Gambling King. Jiraiya also knows Tsunade too well. He belongs to people who are addicted to vegetables, and the title of Konoha Big Fat Sheep is well deserved. Try. Tsunade walked up to the boss. How do you play? It's easy, guess the size. 5 taels at a time. Tsunade's eyes lit up, he put his arms around his sleeves, and took out 1,000 taels and said, 2. The boss didn't speak, his hands shook quickly, with a snap. After shaking, he stretched out his hand and said, please. Tsunade touched his chin and thought carefully, big. After the betting, the boss slowly opened the sieve cup. Tsunade didn't push it out, his eyes were shining, and his mouth kept mumbling, big, big, big. Finally, the mystery is revealed, and it ends with the cheers of Tsunade. 4, 5, 6, big, you won. The boss said with a smile, and then took out a pink doll and handed it to Tsunade. I'm coming. Tsunade didn't answer and asked to continue. Big. 4-6-6, you win. Tsunade was extremely excited after winning 5 times in a row. At this time, boss said, you are so lucky, do you want to continue? If you win 10 times in a row, you will not only get all the items, but also a mysterious prize. Kinoshita Figuang kept complaining in his heart. This Tsunade is indeed a big fat sheep. He didn't get it right 5 times, and he avoided the answer perfectly. That's right, this boss is Kinoshita Figuang, and the purpose is to lead Tsunade to take the bait step by step. Tsunade lived up to expectations and asked to continue. At the 10th time passing by the grand prize, Tsunade was extremely disappointed. I'm coming. All the way to the 10th time, Kinoshita Figuang suddenly said, the two of you are together, why don't you choose together? Ignoring Tsunade's doubtful eyes, Kinoshita Figuang continued, when the god of luck comes, it's often just that you take a second look, think more, and take one more step. It's better for the two of you to guess together, participate together, and choose together. Tsunade was startled, glanced at the boss, and then at Jiraiya. I choose the big one, what do you choose? Chapter 40 It's not that you don't report it, the time has not come. No matter what you choose and what you want to do, I am behind you to support you unconditionally, trust you, and always protect you. Jiraiya speaks slowly and evenly, with a magnetic voice that speaks the firmest words. He stretched out his hand to hold Tsunade, and Tsunade, who used to be like a female Tyrannosaurus, didn't even hit the flying Jiraiya, but his face turned red. The two put their hands on the sieve cup, and Jiraiya said, big. Tsunade was in a daze at the moment, not knowing what to think. No longer pay attention to the answer, but take a peek at Jiraiya. Mystery is revealed, 666, large. Congratulations, may the god of luck protect you forever. Kinoshita Figuang's congratulations awakened Tsunade. It really succeeded. Tsunade lay on the table and watched carefully. After confirming, he cheered. Bring out the mystery prize soon. Kinoshita Figuang took out 2 peace talismans. This is a peace talisman blessed by the god of luck, it can protect you, and I wish you peace and happiness forever. Tsunade's expression froze, and he asked in disbelief, this is the mystery prize. Of course, only the luckiest person who knows how to guard can win from me. Tsunade looked disgusted, this mysterious prize he imagined was too far away. He took it and found it to be pretty, and handed it to Jiraiya. Have you a share, I hope the god of luck will protect you. After the two left, Jiraiya secretly gave Kinoshita Figuang a thumbs up. At this time, it was already dark, and there would be small surprises from time to time. Finally, the two stayed in the center of the central square of Konoha. Boom! The fireworks rose, bursting with brilliant light and colorful. In the corner, 10 people secretly gathered together and looked at the two of them. It's so beautiful. Uchiha Mikoto looked envious. This confession ceremony was so romantic. Kushina nodded, it's so romantic. Do you think Sister Tsunade will agree? It should be, it's all like this, if you don't agree, then Jirei will never play in this life. Kinoshita Figuang said. Women are emotional animals, the atmosphere is so good, if you don't agree, then Jirei can only be a dog licking for a lifetime. Everyone also thinks so. Although they don't understand love, they also think they should agree. Center of the square. A strange feeling emerged in Tsunade's heart, something she had never felt before. Jiraiya's face flushed and he was extremely excited, feeling that he was about to successfully win Tsunade. This money is so worth it, even if it is 10 times more, it is worth it. Fireworks, flowers, and the atmosphere have already been set in place, so I'm sorry for the audience if I don't express myself at this time. Jiraiya turned around and looked at Tsunade, his eyes fiery. Tsunade, I. At this moment, Tsunade's heart is like a deer. What should I do? Is it going to turn white? He has changed so much, he is no longer as frizzy as before, and he is no longer caressing. Now he will not do those absurd things again. Do you want to agree to him? Jirei was also excited. Tsunade. I. Tsunade's brain was already congested, and he was a little dizzy, and the balance in his heart was slowly tending to agree. It is difficult to pursue a woman in the ninja world, but once the other party agrees, then they will never give up on life and death, so both parties are very excited. At this moment, a sudden voice sounded, "Is that you?" Zilla also turned around and saw that it turned out to be an ant, making sure that he did not know her. Who is this? There is no wink. Don't you see this turning white? If you disturb me at this time, won't your conscience hurt? Smile on his face, he asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" The ant did not speak, and knew that this young man was going on a major life event, but it was too similar to the voyeur yesterday. In order to prevent the girl from being deceived, she must confirm it. He looked Jiraiya up and down, the more he looked like, then he took a few steps back, clenched his hand into a fist and left a gap in the middle, and placed it over his eyes. This posture. Zilla also felt bad. Tsunade also looked at the ant with a puzzled look, and was in a very bad mood. At this time, someone was making trouble. It's you. Jiraiya also instantly petrified. Tsunade asked suspiciously, "What is it?" Ant had already determined that the peeping thief was him, and said quickly, "Yesterday we were in the hot spring of the Tangchuan family. Someone peeped and was reminded by a child. I looked up and saw a vague figure, it was him." Peeping? Child? Tsunade made a seal in his hand, used chakra to perceive the surroundings, and found that there were 10 groups of chakra in the corner. "Come out!" Kinoshita Figuang was stunned, everyone looked at each other, and there was only one thought, that is, Tsunade must not be caught. "Run!" That's the voice. The ant could instantly hear Kinoshita Figuang's voice. Amount, equals convex. Tsunade was furious, "You little brats should think about it, you can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple." Everyone staggered and stopped immediately. Since they were recognized, they could not run. "We didn't do anything wrong, what are we afraid of? This is a mission." Kinoshita Figuang said loudly. "Jiraiya, I can only sacrifice you, this is all your own sin." Everyone understood, "Yes, this is a mission, what are you running for? Tell me, is what this ant said true?" Tsunade's face was icy cold. Kinoshita Figuang did not speak, very professional, but his eyes glanced at Jiraiya inadvertently. "Tsunade, you, listen to my explanation, things are not what you think, I'm just going to get the material." Jiraiya also stepped back again and again, trying to cover up his sins. Come. Also Tsunade gathered his right fist chakra and walked over step by step, his voice mixed with anger and disappointment. I thought you had changed, but I didn't expect it to be like this. He was really disappointed. The beauty he had just experienced, although it was only a few hours, was an unprecedented experience. But now everything has changed, the lie will eventually be exposed, the so-called beauty is just a bubble, like a dream. Go to hell. Tsunade fist contained a strange force technique, and it hit Jiraiya's chin ruthlessly. Hearing a click, Jiraiya was instantly knocked away. Without turning her head, she turned and left. Everyone opened their mouths wide, shocked by Tsunade. Rescue! Kinoshita Figuang hurriedly rushed in the direction where Jiraiya was shot. Just heard the sound of broken bones. Won't be killed? The mad ghost will not die before he is ready, and the hero will be full of tears. When the crowd arrived, they saw Zilla also lying on the ground, extremely miserable, and had already passed out. He was rushed to the hospital. The other side. Tsunade was walking down the street looking at his hands. There is also some worry in my heart. Although the punch just now didn't use all its strength, its power should not be underestimated, not to mention that Jiraiya didn't use chakra to resist. Will not die. It's okay to be dead, old bastard. He wanted to go back and have a look, but he couldn't save face, so he could only use perception ninjutsu to check it out. It was discovered that Jiraiya was being taken to the hospital by Kinoshita Figuang and several others. Hokage, the rubber fruit is bigger. Chapter 41 Apprentice Orochimaru. Konoha Ninja Hospital. In the senior care ward, Jiraiya's head was covered with gauze, and only 2 eyes were exposed. At this moment, his eyes were dull and he felt regret for the first time. If he hadn't peeped, would he have been accepted by Tsunade now? Damn, almost. Seeing Kinoshita Figuang's worried face, a warm current surged in his heart. Little devil, did you say I was wrong? Kinoshita Figuang didn't answer, and seeing that there was no danger to Jiraiya's life, he was relieved. As for the relationship between the two, he didn't want to say much. Falling in love and killing each other for a lifetime, but not being together in the end, there must be a problem, and the biggest problem is that both of them have firm beliefs in their respective missions. He wanted to say that everything just now was just an illusion, and it was all hormones at work. Since you have done it, don't regret it. Instead of immersing yourself in the past, think about what to do in the future. He was silent for a while, not knowing how to answer. At this time, the door was opened. Jiraiya also saw his friend Orochimaru walk into the room with a bunch of roses in his hand. Rose? Rose's flower language is reminiscence. What is this recalling? He was beaten up by the goddess before, and then mocked by a close friend, and Zilla was helpless. Bastard, you bastard, are you paying homage to me? I'm sorry, I heard that you were punched by Tsunade and thought you were going to die. Although Orochimaru said apologetically, his eyes were full of smiles. Seeing the two fell in love and killed each other, Kinoshita Figuang felt that he was redundant, grinned, and said, "Since you are all right, then I will leave." "What are you doing, Figuang-jun, in such a hurry?" "I still have a lot of questions that I want to talk to you about," Orochimaru said. "Ask Kinoshita about the level of development of the bloodstain." Kinoshita Figuang thought about it and did not hide this problem. As a scientific ninja, Orochimaru has many fantastic ideas, and talking about it can also speed up the development of fruits. "I developed a new technique, the principle is to speed up blood circulation." He explained the principle of the second gear, and he was not afraid of being stolen. This is the unique ability of rubber people. Others can't learn it. If they try rashly, their internal organs will rupture and die. Seeing Orochimaru listening attentively, his brown pupils flickering with excitement, he was very interested in this wild idea. In Orochimaru's view, ninjas have always been bound by the rules, and someone needs to break the rules, go out and innovate. It seems that Fi Guangjun's blood has great potential, but it also has drawbacks, that is, accelerating blood will consume a lot of physical strength. This problem needs to be solved. Kinoshita Fi Guang smiled and nodded, and the two exchanged their experience in ninjutsu. This was the first serious communication between the two, and Kinoshita Fi Guang was convinced by Orochimaru's knowledge. "Do you want to be a teacher?" It was the first time the two met, and although they only exchanged a few words, he was sure that Orochimaru wanted to accept him as a disciple. The current Orochimaru can be called a perfect ninja. Ninjutsu has a deep research, and has a strong interest in ninjutsu. Moreover, he has not conducted scientific experiments, and will not do things that hurt his companions. He has a bright heart. Although Kinoshita Fi Guang instinctively has a vigilance against Orochimaru, it does not affect his closeness. This is the greatest scientist in the ninja world, and a long-lived snake. And Kinoshita Fi Guang is not afraid. As long as he has a few years of wretched development, he is confident that he will be able to stand at the peak of the ninja world. No matter who turned black, Kinoshita Fi Guang was confident to solve it. When it comes to blackening, I have to say that Naruto world has a wonderful setting, that is, when you want to decide to do something, you will first prove your determination. For example, to kill some important people, the most famous is the trio of slayers, and Orochimaru is one of them. This is also an inevitable step in blackening. If Kinoshita Fi Guang apprenticed to Orochimaru, he should also face this choice. Compared with these, the benefits of apprenticeship are even greater, such as snake ninjutsu, immortal art, psychic beasts, and longevity art. Now, Kinoshita Fi Guang has already made a decision. No matter what he does, he will get the benefits first, and then talk about the future. If you miss this village, you will not have this store. Besides, the two are also very faithful. They are both civilians, both of their parents have died, and they can dance snakes. But apprenticeship also needs an opportunity. If you can't come up, you will kowtow. Kinoshita Fi Guang is thinking about how to apprentice so that it doesn't look so abrupt. All this was seen by Jiraiya, and his best friend had never chatted so happily with anyone. He rolled his eyes and pretended to be annoyed. "I said enough for the two of you, this is a hospital, and the chat is so smooth, do you have to worry about a patient like me, and Orochimaru, if you like this kid so much, then you can accept him as a disciple. So you two talk every day." After being pierced by Jiraiya, Orochimaru asked, "Fi Guang-kun, what do you think?" Orochimaru found an opportunity and threw the question to Momoko Kinoshita. As a genius of Konoha and a disciple of Hokage, he was arrogant. He would only ask this question once. This is different from the three-person team and the leading teacher. There is not so much blood in the comics, but in the ninja world, there are many people who use the lower ninja as cannon fodder. For many leading teams, the people in the team are more like a mission, a tool for making money, cannon fodder, and someone who can sacrifice. But the disciples are the heirs. Just like Kakashi and Sasuke, passing on their unique ninjutsu to him. There are also Jiraiya and Naruto, who entrust their own ninja. This is inheritance and fetters, different from the squad. Kinoshita Fi Guang didn't speak, he knelt down on his knees and slammed 3 times. "Teacher." Orochimaru has a cold temper. He doesn't shout when he encounters happy things. He just sticks out his tongue and licks it. With a smile in his eyes, he gently lifts Momoko Kinoshita up. "Fi Guang, you will be my first disciple of Orochimaru from now on." Kinoshita Fi Guang smiled brightly. Just as he was about to say something sensational, Orochimaru opened his mouth and took out a scroll with saliva sticking to it. Amount, equals convex, the ninjutsu taste of this Orochimaru is very heavy. This is one of the 3 holy places, the contract scroll of Longdi Cave. Sign your name here, Not only can you fight, you can also use psychic to send messages. Kinoshita Figuang watched the scroll carefully and found that only Orochimaru was intact, and a big X was drawn on the rest of the names, which represented that Orochimaru was the only contractor in Longdi Cave. Kinoshita Figuang did not hesitate to fill in his name on the scroll. But at the moment of filling in the name, the space suddenly trembled, a crack appeared, and it quickly rotated and spread, forming a vortex to swallow the flying light under the wood. He didn't notice it, only felt a huge suction force, and was sucked in, only to say 2 words, "Okay, it's." All this happened too fast, as strong as Orochimaru didn't react and couldn't stop it. It's inverse psychic. I also encountered this kind of thing at the beginning. It seems that Longdedong recognized Momoko Kinoshita. Jiraiya said. It's very similar to his childhood experience, and he reacts quickly. Don't worry, he will come back by himself. Orochimaru didn't say anything, but there was a hint of worry in his eyes. Those big snakes in Longdi Cave were very violent. They are not as gentle as toads, they are a bunch of bad characters. Crack! Yuan Fury slapped the table with a gloomy expression on his face. At this critical moment, Jiraiya was seriously injured, and he was beaten by Tsunade, which is really funny. The Land of Wind is getting more and more restless. Chapter 42 Dance with Zinnia. In the dimly lit area, there was thick fog all around, and the gloomy wind was blowing. Where is this? Kinoshita Figuang felt his head dizzy, as if he had been hit by a heavy object. He shook his head, looked at his body, and found that except for some dust on his clothes, there were no scars. Kinoshita Figuang recalled what happened when he came, and in the end, he could only think of the apprentice Orochimaru, signed the Ryadai Cave contract, and was swallowed by the space vortex, and then he arrived here. Good pit _ This is Longdi Cave. Only this explanation, he knew, should have been reversed by Longdi Cave. He looked around and found that it was not real, and the environment was blocked by heavy fog. This is very shocking. A ninja with chakra will not only strengthen the speed power, but also strengthen it comprehensively. Normally, ordinary fog can't stop Momoko Kinoshita's gaze. But now I can only see within 10 meters. If it exceeds 10 meters, it becomes hazy and foggy, making it impossible to detect. Although it is not real, there is a candle flickering in the air in the distance. Although it is hazy, it is very obvious. Like a guide, guiding the lost traveler. Kinoshita Figuang moved forward vigilantly, walked slowly, and walked towards the light source. Crack! With a crisp sound, he looked down and his pupils shrank suddenly. It was a human skull that made a crisp sound. I don't know how many years this white bone has existed. The white bone surface has been eroded by the years. His eyes were solemn, and he stepped forward, leaving 2 clear footprints on the soft and wet ground. Finally, Kinoshita Figuang came to the location of the light source and saw exactly what was glowing. He opened his mouth wide, but he didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of waking up this behemoth. The so-called light source turned out to be an eye. This is a giant snake with a scar on the right eye, only the left eye is intact, exuding a cold light. It is wearing scarlet scale armor, and its body is sitting in a circle. I don't know how long it is. He was slumbering lightly, sleeping. This is the hidden place. Kinoshita Figuang thought. He didn't dare to be careless. He knew this giant snake. It was called Xianye, because after the betrayal of human beings, he no longer believed in human beings. Fierce, it is the most powerful snake in Longdi Cave. Has the ability to make people petrify. It is characterized by its huge size, quite agile movements, extremely strong attack power and extremely fast speed. Kinoshita Figuang thought about how to communicate with Xianye, not to make it his own psychic beast, but to ask for directions. Amount, equals convex. He was unfamiliar with this place, and he neither knew how to go back nor how to find the white snake immortal. He pondered for a long time and finally couldn't think of any good way, he could only use his best side. Kinoshita Figuang took out a large piece of meat from the space, which was estimated to be 200 pounds. Fire escape, great fireball technique. There's nothing that can't be solved by one meal of barbecue. If there is, then 2 meals. He took out the seasoning from the space and sprinkled it on the barbecue, and the aroma was overflowing in a while. Xianye, who was supposed to be sleeping, woke up at some point. He didn't stop it, just watched quietly to see what this human kid was going to do. After understanding everything, I ate him. Although it doesn't know how Kinoshita Figuang got in, it has nothing to do with it. As long as it dares to enter its territory, it will be torn to shreds. In this way, a roast, a look, there is a strange sense of harmony. A while. Kinoshita Figuang picked up the barbecue and nodded with satisfaction. The barbecue was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, with oily flowers flashing on it, and the aroma was fragrant. He smiled brightly, handed the roast meat to Xianye, and said, "Big guy, I'm treating you to meat, can you tell me how to get out?" Xianye's eyes widened, chakra erupted, and the air wave took itself as the origin and spread outward, setting off a gust of wind, whining. As the most violent and powerful snake in Hidden Land, this little devil is not afraid, and even invited me to eat barbecue. It moved its body, approached Kinoshita Figuang to look at it, opened its big mouth, and let out a roar. Roar! Xianye felt so hot in his mouth that he couldn't help closing his mouth, watching the barbecue in Momoko Kinoshita's hands disappeared. Is it delicious? Kinoshita Figuang gave Xianye a big smile. Xianye only felt extremely hot, but felt his taste buds explode, and his mouth was full of saliva. It twisted its body up and down, trying to spit out the barbecue, but it was a little reluctant. At this time, Kinoshita Figuang was very happy to see it dancing, and blew a 3-snake dance. _____________. The peculiar melody sounded, as if there was a magical power. Xianye couldn't help but stretched his neck and danced to the rhythm. ________________________ Kinoshita Figuang commanded up and down, and played the 3-snake dance with Xianye. He had some regrets, it would be more perfect if there was a flute at the moment. After the song ends, Xianye's one eye radiated a dangerous light. Although the barbecue tasted good, this human kid dared to play with it. Unforgivable. It was so embarrassed that it slammed into Momoko Kinoshita, but this time it didn't open its mouth wide, for fear of being thrown into something strange. Little devil, you've angered Uncle Zinya. The huge body has a speed that does not match its body shape, like a sword that breaks through the air. Kinoshita Hikaru jumped to the left to avoid the fatal blow. Hey, Xianye, I invite you to eat barbecue and dance with you, why are you attacking me? Xianye didn't answer, and couldn't answer, what should I say? Does your barbecue taste good? Or am I dissatisfied with the way I just danced? Xianye's irritable habit is fully revealed, and he attacks frantically. We must let Kinoshita Figuang know the price of angering him. Kinoshita Figuang did not fight back, like a spirit ape, dodging the attack, pouting his mouth slightly, blowing 3-snake dances. _____________. The other side. Dragon Cave. On a huge stone seat sits a huge white snake with a string of orbs around its neck and a huge pipe in its mouth. Why haven't you come yet? As the master of the Dragon Earth Cave, the white snake immortal is about to transform into a dragon, with a lifespan of 1,000 years, and his strength is extremely powerful. He sensed the arrival of a contractor. But he did not come to him for a long time. This time, the white snake immortal closed his eyes, used his immortal art to perceive, and explored the Longdi cave. It's here. It is a little surprised. It is reasonable to say that the contractor will be teleported to him when he arrives, but it is teleported to the hidden place today. Little guy, it seems that you are very unlucky to carry the Longdi Cave inheritance. There is no emotion in the eyes of the White Snake Immortal. Unlike the slow cultivation of Miamu Mountain, Longdi Cave believes in the strong food of the weak. If you have no strength, you will die if you die. Chapter 43_A3 Snake Dance. Kinoshita Figuang had to admit at this moment that when it came to training snakes, he was a professional. Every time he played the dance music, Xianya couldn't help but dance. Asan snake dance. Awesome. He ducked and said, Xianya, stop for a while, let's talk, don't fight, it's not good. Xianya's eyes were filled with rage, and he wanted to eat Momoko Kinoshita directly. To chat with? What's there to talk about? This uncle just wants to eat you. It stopped suddenly, then stood up, and the head stabbed like lightning. This blow mobilized the muscles of the whole body, surpassing the speed of sound, breaking the sound barrier, and the air suddenly exploded. Boom! The ground was cracked and a big pit was smashed, smoke and dust filled the air, and the flying light under the wood disappeared. Xianya looked around, looking for Figuang under the wood. Crack! Kinoshita Figuang landed steadily on Xianya's head, and said, You are so amazing, why don't you treat me as a psychic beast, then we will be partners. He felt that since he had already fought, he would be fooling around. The ninja world is about to fight, and there is a powerful psychic beast that will help a lot. Boom! Xianya was stimulated by the word partner, remembered the past betrayal, and went completely mad. I don't need a partner, let alone a human partner, because I won't trust you despicable humans anymore. It twisted its body frantically, tossing Momoko Kinoshita away and swallowing it in one bite. But Kinoshita Figuang stretched out his feet and wrapped around Xianya's body, which was extremely firm. No matter how Xianya twisted, he couldn't get rid of Kinoshita Figuang. Don't say that, what conditions do you have to say? I'll invite you to eat barbecue and dance with you, okay? Xianya froze, his body trembling violently. As the most powerful snake, it is only worth a few barbecues. It moved quickly and slammed into the stone wall suddenly, and it was about to completely crush Momoko Kinoshita. Little devil, even insulting me with a few barbecues, go to hell. When approaching the stone wall, Kinoshita Figuang jumped up and left the top of Xianya's head. Boom! The stone wall shattered, the gravel splashed, and the sky was filled with smoke and dust, covering Xianya's figure. I'll dance with you. He was so angry that the snake didn't pay for his life, and blew the three-snake dance again. Incarnated as a Tang monk, I hope to use love to influence this sprinkling snake. Xianya's eyes were red, this was the most angry time in the past few hundred years, but he stopped attacking. I want to bribe your uncle Xianya with just a little barbecue, what do you think? Then how on earth can you be my psychic beast? It's very simple, as long as you defeat me, or prove to me that you will never betray me, I will promise to be your psychic beast. Xianya smiled coldly. Kinoshita Figuang pondered, the first one can be directly ruled out, this Xianya is invulnerable with scales and armor, if he had beaten him, he would have been pressed to the ground and rubbed, how could he still listen to him talking so much nonsense? The second one is not easy to deal with either. To prove that you will not betray Xianya, this is an unsolved problem. Just like a girlfriend asking if you love me or not. You say love. She will let you prove it to her. Now. Dim light. I can't see Hikari Kinoshita's face. He lowered his head, his voice was low and powerful, and finally looked directly at Xianya, his eyes were as solid as a rock, and said, I can't prove it, but I will never betray my companions, and I will never die. Ha-fa asterisk book. Group greater than 9, 8,02:058:5/6. Ha-fa asterisk, he send asterisk book. Group greater than 9, 8,02:058:5/6. Ha. Haha, you humans are really ridiculous, you can't do things, you always like to find some excuses, said at this point, Xianya roared up to the sky, are you so easy to deceive when you are my uncle? Xianya, who has experienced betrayal, no longer believes in the so-called oath. As long as the result shows that you will not betray, prove it to yourself. Kinoshita Figuang walked towards Xianya step by step, looked up and said, because I have experienced pain, I choose to doubt, which is understandable. But only immersed in the past, how can you embrace the future? The years have been rushing. The world's glitz turns to failure. But Kinoshita Figuang, but I want to become a Hokage man, I live to protect my companions, live and die, never leave. This is my ninja way. Never give up on yourself, we can only live once in this life, only once, seize the time to seize life, find your own wonderful and moving. Create your own story and celebrate every joy. This is life. The sound changed from small to loud, and finally reverberated in this area. Xianya sneered, speaking of which, it's just a brat expressing his determination, and it's not convincing at all. You idiot who is immersed in the past. Kinoshita Figuang's face darkened, his fist clenched, and he slammed it out, hitting Xianya's chin hard. Boom! Kinoshita Figuang only felt that the scene changed, there was a layer of puddles under his feet, and the surroundings were dim. Where is this? This is my uncle's spiritual space. Kinoshita Figuang only saw that, I don't know when, Xianya was standing behind him. Spiritual world? It looks quite pure, without those ghosts and ghosts. Here, you can't lie, any lie will be perceived by me and exposed one by one. If that's the case, then you can see for yourself. Partners should treat each other frankly. Kinoshita Figuang's eyes were clear, he walked towards Xianya, and reached out his fist to touch it. At this time, Xianya closed his eyes and sensed the memories of Kinoshita Figuang, especially the scenes of living with everyone, and the scene where he desperately protects his partners. Kinoshita Figuang didn't panic at all, and he systematically covered it up. He didn't believe that he would be seen through by a little snake, not to mention that he had nothing to hide. He felt Xianya's memory with his heart. This feeling can only see important memories. He only saw the scene where Xianya signed a psychic contract with someone 100 years ago and was betrayed. A while. The two opened their eyes at the same time. Xianya, let's go to the ninja world together. Kinoshita Figuang invited again. Instead of getting an answer, he was kicked out of the mental space. Find me if you have something, and I will cover you in the future. Xianya said. Kinoshita Figuang smiled brightly, then go to the ninja world together and leave your own names. Humph! Xianya had an arrogant look on his face, and when he saw Momoko Kinoshita helping his companions and guarding him desperately, he recognized this human kid. And Kinoshita Figuang is completely open to its memory, unlike himself, he just let him see the scene of human betrayal of himself. One person and one snake signed a psychic contract, and Kinoshita Figuang even asked Xianya for reverse psychic skills. After another big meal, Kinoshita Figuang said goodbye to Xianya. Goodbye Xianya, I will treat you to a big dinner when I have money. Humph, let's go. Reverse psychic art. The other side. When Xianya signed a contract with Kinoshita Figuang, he was perceived by the White Snake Immortal. It was shocked that this human kid was not eaten, but signed a psychic contract with Xianya. This is really a big joke. Isn't Xianya not believing in humans? How can you sign a contract with humans? It uses immortal magic to transmit thousands of miles. Xianya, why do you still sign a contract with humans? It's up to you, old woman. Xianya beat the white snake immortal away in a few words. When he couldn't feel the magic chakra, Xianya slowly lay on the ground and rested. Chapter 44 Sharon is out of money. Leaf Village. Orochimaru's house. Boom. White smoke flashed, and Kinoshita Hikari appeared in the center of the courtyard. When he turned around, he saw Orochimaru drinking tea. At this moment, he was looking at Momoko Kinoshita with a dull expression on his face. "Teacher, I'm back." Kinoshita Figuang looked up and down the yard, and found that the yard is very elegant. There is a fish pond in front, the fish are playing in the water, and there is a cherry tree by the pond. The middle of the cobblestone is paved with a path, and the grass on both sides is lush green. He praised, "The teacher is very interesting. You went to Longdi Cave? Why did you come back so quickly, and you still learn to reverse the spirit?" Orochimaru ignored his disciple's praise and asked his doubts. "Is this a day trip to Longdi Cave?" He understands that every person entering the Longdi Cave needs to see the White Snake Immortal. It will give the contractor a trial, and only after completion will he be taught to reverse the spirit. And those who fail to complete the trial will be eaten by Snake Princess. A while. Kinoshita Figuang told what he saw and heard, and Orochimaru couldn't believe it. "I actually signed a psychic contract with Xianye." He murmured, as a contemporary inheritor of Longdi Cave, of course he understands Xianye, who is a powerful snake on the same level as myriad snakes. No, it should be said that it is a giant snake stronger than 10,000 snakes. Such a powerful psychic beast actually signed a psychic contract with his disciple, which made Orochimaru really happy for him. A giant psychic beast has a huge effect on the battlefield, especially now when the storm is about to come. He looked at Kinoshita Figuang and said, "Follow me." Kinoshita Figuang hurriedly followed Orochimaru into the room. Before he could observe carefully, he saw a seal in Orochimaru's hand, and the enchantment slowly appeared, spreading to both sides, and a passage appeared. "Keep up." Kinoshita Figuang was a little excited, guessing that Orochimaru should teach himself. He hurriedly followed and walked down the steps into the underground secret room. This is a space of about 100 meters square. There are 2 bookshelves in the corners, and an operating table in the center. There are some unknown instruments on it. Kinoshita Figuang was surprised. Could it be that Orochimaru has already started experiments and put it into the arms of science? He was a little flustered, his body tense unconsciously. There is a feeling of sheep entering the tiger's mouth. The originally clean and tidy secret room now looks extremely eerie. "Teacher Orochimaru, what is this for?" He tried to speak in a calm tone, but there was still a slight tremor. This was not cowardice, but an instinctive reaction that was not as strong as others and could not resist. "Don't be afraid, this is where I usually practice ninjutsu." Teacher's ideal is to practice all ninjutsu. He valued the first disciple, Orochimaru, and expressed his ideals without caring about his reaction. Many ninjas would be horrified when they saw these instruments. "Draw your blood, I'm going to do a full analysis of your body." He nodded and drew out a can of blood under the guidance of Orochimaru. This time, the apprenticeship seems a bit reckless. At this moment, Kinoshita Figuang suddenly regretted a little. The two quickly walked out of the secret room, and Figuang Kinoshita only had a tube of blood drawn during the whole process. "Why do I feel like a tool man?" Kinoshita Figuang thought. Some people are restless. The teacher is going to teach them a lesson. You need to leave Konoha for a few days. You go back to rest first. When the blood test results come out, I will make a cultivation plan for you. Then you will cultivate according to the plan. Uneasy? Are you going to the border? It seems that the second ninja war is about to begin, and elite ninjas need to go to the border, or explore, or confront. Kinoshita Figuang thought. He didn't say much, and said goodbye after salute. The Ninja World War is not a one-step process. You must first test it, and judge whether it will attack your own country based on the deployment of other countries' combat power. And these information are top secret in each village, which needs to be stolen by skilled spies and brought back by powerful ninjas. And most of the ninja training is responsible for the root. Here to say, Orochimaru is also a member of the root, but relatively free, not bound by the curse. As a third-generation disciple, entering the root is more like a kind of surveillance, preventing Shimura Danzo from doing too much. It's not about trust, it's just because power needs to be checked. Kinoshida's home. Compared to Orochimaru's mansion, Kinoshida's house is quite shabby, with a wooden house, a large open space in the yard, and a swing under the old locust tree. But this kind of house is also a proper well-off home in Konoha, surpassing 95% of the common people. He practiced chakra cross-legged in the yard. For chakra, after a big battle, he made a lot of progress. Although the ninja has no face, but as the energy that combines the body and the spirit, every battle of life and death is a tempering of the spirit. Therefore, after the war, there must be improvement. This is also the fact that although the war is tragic, it will become much stronger if you don't die. He created a seal with both hands to summon 4 shadow clones, each of which learned, respectively, medical treatment, spiral pills, changes in the nature of wind chakra, and subtle manipulation of chakra. This moment, the clones are all practicing ninjutsu, but Kinoshita Figuang is standing in the yard to develop the fruit. I am also thinking about more tactics. Ninjas need to keep their cards at all times. If they are not thinking about the second gear, even if the fruit is upgraded, it is impossible to use the second gear in an instant. Even so, it can't offset the side effects. A battle is actually exhausting. Although the enemy is too strong, Momoko Kinoshita can't accept it. He has always had a sense of urgency to become stronger quickly, and without strength in the ninja world, he has no right to speak. Kinoshita Figuang was indignant at the feeling of trying to smile even when someone had blood drawn. What's missing the most right now is the ability to kill with one hit, he muttered. Understand your own flaws, although it seems to be strong, it is very mediocre, lacks the skills of one-hit kill, and the long-range damage is not enough. Second gear. He accelerated the blood circulation and turned on the second gear. The right fist was clenched tightly against the waist and swung out suddenly, turning the fist into the palm in the middle. Rubber jet air cannon. The palm wind pushes the air to form an air cannon, which instantly flies 2 meters away. Make a bang. Kinoshita Figuang smiled with satisfaction. Although the lethality is not enough, it only needs a lot of practice. Kinoshita Figuang spent the whole day practicing, and when he endured the school's dismissal, he got up and walked towards the school. The other side. The land of wind, as the country with the largest territory, should have been the most powerful. But it is the most barren country, because 80% of the land of the wind is desert, and there are few oases. Not only that, even the sand ninja village located in the oasis land is full of wind and sand all year round. People here like to wear gauze to cover their mouths and noses when they go out, so as to resist the wind and sand. Barrenness and desolation are the main colors here, which also makes the people of Sharon sturdy, not afraid of life and death, and brave in battle. Since the establishment of the village, Sharon has longed to leave this barren land and enter the country of fire. After 20 years of peace, the ninjas in the Sand Ninja village have reached saturation. They have only 2 options. One is to lay off staff and let those sand ninjas fend for themselves. The first choice is absolutely unobtainable. After training hard for more than 10 years, finally becoming a ninja, and suddenly being laid off, there will be a big problem. Ninjas don't do production, they only fight. If they are laid off, they will lose their livelihoods. How much turmoil will it cause to the country of the wind if a group of supermen lose their livelihoods? It's scary to think about. Now, Feng Ying office, the 3 generations of Feng Ying, who are in their prime, are known as the strongest Feng Ying in all dynasties, and have a unique bloodstain boundary. Magnetic sand iron. The characteristic is that it can freely control things containing iron, and it can also freely control iron in sand. He looked at several elders in the village and said, "The village has run out of money, and everyone is talking about what to do." Chapter 45 accidentally turned into a medical ninja. Thousands of hands stationed. Training course. Tsunade took out a carp that was on the verge of death and said, "Use the palm immortality technique to revive it. If you can do this, you are a medical ninja. Pay attention to chakra's precise control." Kinoshita Figuang looked at the carp in front of him, condensed chakra with both hands, and performed the palm immortal technique. This is the most basic medical ninjutsu, which can activate all the cells of the wound and heal the wound in just 5 minutes. A while. The carp has no resurrection phenomenon, from dying to real death. "Stinky brat, give me some attention," Tsunade said. Kinoshita Figuang smiled shyly, quickly denied it, and continued to practice. He really couldn't concentrate a little today, which made the practice of medical ninjutsu less effective. This is because Tsunade's dedicated guidance made Kinoshita Figuang feel guilty. He learned a 1,000-handed secret art, strange powers, and medical ninjutsu, and in the end he went to learn from Orochimaru. Rao is Kinoshita Figuang as thick-skinned as a city wall, and he doesn't know how to face Tsunade. To be honest, Tsunade was the first outsider to teach himself ninjutsu for free. At this moment, Tsunade's dedicated guidance made Kinoshita Figuang feel frightened, like the guilty feeling of cheating, hurting his body and mind. He really wanted to be tough and directly tell Tsunade to learn from Orochimaru to see what the reaction would be. But thinking that Jiraiya was still in the hospital, he felt that he was still waiting. For a time, his thoughts were confused, his hands trembled, chakra trembled, he couldn't control it, and the fish died again. Boom! A chestnut hit the top of the head. Mo Xia Figuang only felt a huge pain in his head, and when he looked up, he saw a stalwart. "Stinky brat, give me some attention," Tsunade growled. Kinoshita Figuang was speechless about Tsunade's rough education. Does he not know how to be gentle with children? The matter of apprenticeship Orochimaru must not come out of my mouth, Kinoshita Figuang thought. He dispelled his chaotic thoughts and began to concentrate on his practice. The dying carp was slowly revived by the treatment of the immortal palm, and finally it kept jumping. "It's done, it's amazing." Kinoshita Figuang was overjoyed, knowing that this was the success of the palm immortality, and this ability of life and death made him once again side at the magic of chakra. Originally, learning medical ninjutsu was just for an extra trump card, but now Kinoshita Figuang suddenly discovered the charm of medical ninjutsu. "Congratulations, you are now a medical ninja." Tsunade praised that teaching genius would bring joy and achievement to the teacher. Compared to the medical masters, most medical ninjas only use palm immortality. And learning palm immortality, it means that you have medical ninjutsu talent, and some of the remaining powerful medical ninjutsu only need the guidance and hard work of famous teachers. This moment, Tsunade suddenly became interested in accepting disciples. Unlike leading the team, he wanted to teach his medical ninjutsu to Kinoshita Figuang. Through contact, Tsunade has an understanding of Kinoshita Figuang's character, good character, justice, and can sacrifice his life for his companions. All of this made Tsunade recognize him. Originally, he just followed Mito's instructions to teach Kinoshita Hikari magic technique. By accident, he discovered Kinoshita Hikari's memory is super strong. In line with the attitude of learning medical ninjutsu since he has learned professional medical knowledge, he let Kinoshita try medical ninjutsu. But now that he has learned palm immortality so quickly, and thinking that Kinoshita Figuang is a civilian ninja, Tsunade can't help but want to accept apprentices, and does not want such a genius ninja to take too many detours because he does not have a teacher. Ninjas don't have much time, and without a good teacher, they will take a lot of detours and waste a lot of time. Miss the summit? Little devil, since you learned the immortal palm art, do you want to be my disciple? Tsunade asked, sending out an invitation. Kinoshita Figuang instantly petrified, and the more and more fearful he became, he never thought that he could not escape this problem in the end. But now is not the time to hesitate, he bowed and said solemnly, I'm sorry Tsunade sister, I already have a teacher. It's Mr. Orochimaru. Clam. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, he was actually picked Peaches? When did it happen? It was you who injured Jiraiya, the teacher Orochimaru I met when I was taking care of Jiraiya in the hospital. Kinoshita Figuang will say it one by one, without any concealment. Oh, forget it, that guy Orochimaru is not bad. Kinoshita Figuang was stunned for a moment, then his whole body relaxed, and his affection for Tsunade increased. He knew that he thought too much, Tsunade was a very pure person. It's just pure love, as a thousand-handed family, Princess Konoha, doesn't need a disciple to prove anything. Thank you Tsunade sister. Tsunade just didn't want the genius to be dusted, the three of them were originally from Hokage, and they were in the same line, regardless of each other, and in her heart, Orochimaru would be a competent teacher. Stinky brat, hurry up and practice, or you'll blow your head off. Amount, equals convex, although very bold, but too violent. After Kinoshita Figuang succeeded in cultivation, the rest only needed a lot of use to increase his proficiency, and then he could quickly level up. At this moment, the carp suffered and died. For a while, I can only hear use palm immortal, proficiency +1. The other side. Naruto office. 4 of them are gathered together, and they are also the Konoha F4 Day group. They are Mito Minion, Shun Koharu, Shimura Denso, Yuan Firigian. Yuan Firi frowned, thinking about how to deal with Shanin village. Holding a smoking gun, he kept puffing clouds and mist, his fingers knocked on the table unconsciously, making a clicking sound. The expected things have come true, and the contradiction has become more and more acute. The front line came to the country of the wind to raid the country of rain, destroying 3 villages. Not only the country of rain could not bear, but also Konoha. In Yuan Firizan's heart, since he is poor, he will continue to be poor, and don't come out to do things. The country of wind cannot be left alone, and war is inevitable. As the first ninja village in the ninja world, I accept peace, but do not accept being surpassed by others. As for the kingdom of rain, Konoha is helping them. Denso, leave this to you, don't let me down. For this old friend, Yuan Firigian is very trusting. The two have cooperated for many years and fully believe that Danzang can grasp the scale of it well. Don't worry, with me here, Konoha's interests will not be shaken. Danzang's eyes were as firm as a rock, and he didn't shirk. Yuan Firi nodded, never thinking that this teammate was too pitiful, completely disregarding the casualties of civilians in the land of rain, and finally angered Sanjiao Yuhanzo and started the Second Ninja War. Chapter 46_Great Writer. Kinoshita Figuang is walking on the street, exploring Konoha with a new look, and he is not enjoying the scenery like he used to. Today he is exploring business opportunities. I chose a good position and plan to open a newspaper office. Although I can't beat Danzo now, I can't make him feel too good. He is now apprenticing to Orochimaru and has made direct contact with Hokage. What he wanted to do but was afraid to do before can now be done. Like opening a newspaper. In this way, the power of public opinion can be grasped. Although this power is not as refreshing as stabbing Tuanzang directly, it is more deadly. It can tear off Tuanzang's disguise and make him a street rat. You know, sometimes the power of public opinion, if used well, is no less than a tailed beast bullet. Not only that, but it can also solve the problem of money. Otherwise, based on his appetite, he can only do tasks to eat in the future, and eat to do tasks, and fall into an infinite loop. Speaking of making money, In an extraordinary world like the ninja world, the ways to make money are nothing more than those kinds of things: food, clothing, housing, weapons, ninjutsu, and intelligence. Newspapers are also a kind of intelligence, a kind of transparent intelligence. With a forward-looking vision, he will surely make the pot full of his earnings. To know. Although the ninja world relies on power, there is a power called money. In the past, Tsunade was charged for debts, and then the director Xiaoying paid off the mortgage. The undead are all working slaves, and the prodigal Xionan detonates the talisman. Orochimaru asked for funds every day, and Danzo wiped away tears in a hurry. All of them are full of money. Figuang lamented that the world of forbearance is difficult. And it is also helpful for fame. Kinoshita Figuang's character is inclined to the perfect personality, and he likes to make a move. Such as win the Hokage thing. Since the decision, he has been working towards this goal. He first helped the neighbors and established a helpful character. This made him invisible to Yuan Firijan, a good impression. In the ninja school, he directly ate the rubber fruit, showing a genius character. It further impressed Yuan Firijan, that is, a genius civilian ninja who is willing to help people to the light. With the help of rubber bloodstains, the major families treat him differently and do not reject him. Let him have the opportunity to contact those young patriarchs. He also used the form of jokes to gather everyone together to create fetters, which once again deepened his impression of Yuan Firijan, a genius civilian ninja with leadership qualities and willingness to help others. Now he is apprenticing to Orochimaru, the disciple and grandson of Yuan Firijan, that is, a direct disciple and grandson worthy of vigorous cultivation. Kinoshita Figuang is not like some big grievances. With a little strength, his eyes are higher than the top, and he believes in the weak and the strong, and he can gain military exploits on the battlefield, and then he can become a Hokage. What is Hokage's motto? It is not after becoming Hokage that people recognize it, but only those who are recognized by everyone can become Hokage. How can it be recognized? This has a lot of room for manipulation, but the first step is not to be recognized by others, but to be recognized by others. If you don't even know each other, how can you agree? This world has paper, bounties, and small books, but no newspapers. This shows that Kinoshita Figuang is about to become the first newspaper president. As long as we are impartial in the early stage, ensure that everything is true, and maintain the authority of the newspaper. Give it to the villagers of Konoha. Even if everyone in the world will lie to me, only the newspaper office will not. At that time, the trend of public opinion was grasped, and it was not what he said. The Konoha Pot King has been slandered in every possible way, and I just need a newspaper to clarify. Can I vomit blood for Tuanzanki? Gajiji. A while. He found a storefront. The location was excellent. Next to it was the security department. Staying with these idiots as neighbors could prevent sneak attacks from the roots and ensure safety. It says for sale for rent. This is a room of more than 100 square meters, the sunlight is refracted, and the north and south are transparent. A middle-aged man was sitting in the corner drinking wine with a decadent look on his face, surrounded by straw paper balls scattered on the ground. Kinoshita Figuang was a little unsure whether this person was a landlord or a homeless person. May I ask who you are? Daisuke took another sip of sake, sleepy eyes and half drunk. Go, don't come here to play. Amount, equals convex. Isn't your house written for rent and for sale? We don't rent here, we sell. Kinoshita Figuang has a toothache, and it says rent and sell. Now I only sell it myself. Is it because I think I'm too young to be bullied? He narrowed his eyes slightly, then why did you write it for rent and sale? You are so dishonest. As a Konoha native, your performance is so bad, I will beat you up. Bang bang, 2 punches sobered Daja. How do you hit someone? Although Daja shouted, he didn't dare to fight back. Although he was just a commoner, he could clearly see that this kid could stretch his hand. As the inheritor and practitioner of the will of fire, lies cannot be tolerated. He punched again, giving Daja a panda eye. Oh, stop, I'll tell you, next to the security department, I'll sue you. Sue me for what? You beat people, they're all green. Follow me to the guards, and we'll judge. Kinoshita Figuang ignored it, grabbed Daisuke, a green light appeared in his hand, and used the palm immortal technique. After 5 seconds, the injury dissipated. What about now? Don't be arrogant, even if you cure me, I will sue you. Bang bang, 2 more punches, and then cured. What about now? You. 2 more punches. Daja was completely ruined. This kid doesn't talk about martial arts, and he fights and treats at the same time. Who can stand it? Don't fight, rent, I'll rent. Bang bang, another 2 punches. Why are you still beating me? I said I rented it. Daja looked aggrieved with panda eyes. Kinoshita Hikari grinned, 8 white teeth shining, I don't rent, I buy, *omega. Daisuke. Where is this arrogant child? This is too dog, why did you buy it and beat me? Am I not clear enough? Or is it a mistake to drink too much? At this moment, Daisuke began to doubt life, but as the owner of the house, he still forcibly stretched out 3 fingers. 300,000 taels. Kinoshita Figuang nodded, this price is no problem. Not only no problem, but also low. I don't have that much money, Omega. At this moment, Daisuke couldn't hold back any longer, and regardless of whether he could beat Kinoshita Figuang, he had to fight him desperately. Too bullying. I said only sell not rent, you hit me. I said I could rent it, but you still hit me. Now I say I can sell it, you tell me I have no money. CO authoring for a long time, you didn't come to see the house, you came to beat me. Don't worry, I mean you can pay the deposit first and give it to you in 2 days. Kinoshita Figuang also knew that he couldn't be more exciting. After speaking the plan, he saw the straw paper on the ground, you wrote all this. That's right. Daisuke wanted to stop him, but he was afraid of being beaten. Bears are so annoying. Kinoshita Figuang spread out the paper and found that it turned out to be a novel. Although it was a 18-ban book, the writing was not bad. It's well written, why throw it away? Daja blushed, grabbed the tissue paper and shredded it a few times. Feeling uneasy, he stepped on it a few times. It's insulting. Kinoshita Figuang instantly became interested, and this is a person with a story. Tell me, how was it written? No, what was the situation I was talking about? Chapter 47_art is priceless. Daisuke drank sake and told his sad history. To sum up, a writer can't afford to eat and wants to change careers, and then write adult stories. That's not what Kinoshita Figuang wanted to hear, and Daisuke didn't understand it at all. What he wanted to hear was the plot of the novel. In-depth explanation, in-depth analysis of the kind. Do you want to be famous, to make a career? As a writer, Daisuke is immune to chicken soup, drinks heavily, and doesn't answer. Kinoshita Figuang didn't talk nonsense, and he punched him again. For an alcoholic, he needed to wake up with a fist of love. He looked at Daja's shy face and tempted, how about 10,000 2 months? What do you want to do, what do you hire me to do? I can only write books, serious books, and I won't do anything illegal. Kinoshita Figuang just remembered that he hadn't said what he wanted to hire him for, he smiled lightly, and after expressing the newspaper's idea, he asked. Why do you stress that you only write serious books? Daisuke, _. That's a good idea, but I think you're kidding me. What are you doing? Where is the trust between people? Kinoshita Figuang was speechless. In this way, if you are not in a hurry to ask for the rent, I can buy the equipment first. That way you don't have to doubt it. Also, if the newspaper office opens, you are the company's veteran and editor-in-chief, and everyone will listen to you. Write what you want to write, and post as much as you want, and what you write will be sold to the country of fire, right? What's your name? Daisuke. Okay, eldest sister, your name will also resound in the country of fire. Daisuke. Miss. Kinoshita Figuang stretched out his feet, his height was the same as his, and patted Daisuke's face with a sincere expression, would you like to? Daisuke's head was a little dizzy, maybe he drank too much, or maybe he was blown away. But if dreams and money can only choose one, he chooses money. You can't lose a penny, at most I'll give you a 20% discount, or you won't have to talk about it. Kinoshita Figuang was surprised, I was recruiting you, do you think I was haggling? Deal. Unexpected joy, you have to accept it, otherwise you will not respect the elder sister. 300,000, how much is a 20% discount? Should be 2 million. After Kinoshita Figuang came out, he walked straight to the ninja hospital. When he walked into the ward, he saw that Jiraiya was already able to get out of bed. Brother Jiraiya, you are in good spirits. My name is Shivo, no big or small. Zi Lai was also a little annoying to him, as soon as he saw him, it would be bad. After knowing each other for a few days, he was scammed for money again, and he was beaten to the hospital again. Zilla also felt that he should be his own enemy. Amount, equals convex. For the money, bear with it, don't be ashamed. You know, big brother Jiraiya, since the last time I failed, I found the core of the problem. I just wanted to ask if you still want to chase after Tsunade, but I don't think you welcome me very much. Then I go? Kinoshita Figuang's expression was low, and I was so worried about you on his face that you didn't like me. He turned around and left, without any hesitation, leaving only Jiraiya's lonely back. 3. 2. Wait. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and quickly disappeared when he turned around. What's wrong? That, do you really have a way? Kinoshita Figuang looked serious, it's not me, it's you. Me? Yes, why did we fail? Not because you peeped. But why are you peeping? You are here for art. How can you say stealing when it comes to scholars? Jiraiya's complexion changed quickly, like a neon sign. Kinoshita Figuang continued. You have to let Tsunade understand your devotion to art, you know. Dedication to art? Continue to take material. I'm good at it. Ji Lai also wiped his saliva and said solemnly, you are right, I will definitely go. Kinoshita Figuang was stunned, this is not over yet, where are you going? But seeing the pig-like look on Zilla's face, he knew that he was thinking crooked again. He quickly stopped Jiraiya's fantasy and said quickly, Brother Jiraiya, wake up, art is carried by words. Jiraiya was also a little dissatisfied with being disturbed, but he hesitated when he heard that art was carried in words. This is not good, let's see, do we still need to write it? But if I record their beauty in words, under my words, wouldn't they always be 18 years old? No, if I draw it again, it won't be, won't it? This is art. Jiraiya, you have found a lifelong goal to strive for. Kinoshita Figuang looked at Jiraiya with a holy look, and he was a little confused. Brother Jiraiya, what's wrong with you? Figuang, thank you, I have found a goal that requires my lifelong struggle. When Kinoshita Figuang asked the reason, there is only one idea in mind. This is outrageous fuck, open the door to outrageous home. He knows that he should not talk about literature and art with the old hooligan, and he needs to go straight to the point. Kinoshita Figuang no longer concealed it, and told the newspaper's thoughts. Kinoshita Figuang didn't expect that he would only say one sentence, and Jiraiya agreed. In this way, your art can spread throughout the ninja world. In a word, 3 million taels. Anyway, the money is in hand. As for other things, Kinoshita Figuang can't control it. I'm sorry Minato, and I don't know if Jiraiya will write a biography of perseverance. It should be directly written about the intimacy of heaven. You should not be able to use the protagonist name of perseverance and forbearance, but I will definitely leave it to you for the protagonist name of intimacy paradise. This is the only thing a brother can do for you. Forgive me, Watergate, this is the last Sigma. 3 million taels in his arms, Kinoshita Figuang's heart accelerated unsatisfactorily. Calm down, Kinoshita Hikari, you are a man with a system. Flying light under the wood. Who? Kinoshita Figuang covered his chest with a vigilant look on his face. He dressed up as Anbu, but the mask on his face was slightly different from that of Anbu. Rude. Since you know who I am, on the order of Lord Danzang, please come to the route. Sorry, forgive me for refusing. What a joke, go to your place, am I still alive to come back? Even if he came back alive, there would be more than 180 curse marks on his body. You have no right to refuse. Kinoshita Figuang stood up straight, his face was calm, even a little indifferent. Although I won't hurt my comrade, but you don't have to make an inch. He is ready to fight, and he has a bright future, but he will not enter the route. How to kill him without destroying the character? Failed to invite twice, then I'm leaving. After speaking, he disappeared. Kinoshita Figuang was stunned for a while, and just left. He was ready to summon Xinye, pretending that the psychic beast was out of control, and killed the root. Unexpectedly, he left like this, which made him feel like a punch was empty. Kinoshita Figuang was puzzled, this Danzo seemed to have some obsession with him and had to get him. Could it be that Danzo has discovered that beneath my ordinary appearance is a different soul, deeply attracted to me? Chapter 48 Open a newspaper, sell. Although he didn't know what the hell Danzang was doing, Kinoshita Figuang couldn't care so much anymore. He had to get the newspaper out first, and when the time was right, he would attack Danzang. As Konoha Hokage's assistant, the leader of the route, it is not possible to compete head-on now. Kinoshita Figuang didn't want to kill a snake either, he only liked to kill him with one blow. He came to Daja's house, bought the house, and then talked about the subsequent decoration again, gave some money, and acted as the shopkeeper. After Daesuk took the money, a flush flushed on the vicissitudes of the old face. He was very happy and felt that his talent was finally discovered. Although Kinoshita Hikari is a child, it doesn't matter. As long as you have money, who cares about age? Shallow. Daisuke clenched his fists, and his face was full of fighting spirit. To prove to others, he was not the only way to write adult books. Kinoshita Figuang was very satisfied with his first subordinate, and left after explaining a few words. He has to prepare the material for the first publication, but it has to be said that the headline must be The Will of Fire. Just write a little more anecdotes about Konoha later. There is only one requirement, that is truth, sunshine, humor. This is also the decision of Kinoshita Figuang after careful consideration, not to expose the purpose, and to put a few smoke bombs appropriately. I didn't want to hide it, and I couldn't hide it. Kinoshita Figuang went to the Hokage building to prepare to persuade Yuan Firigian to give the green light to his disciple. By the way, one more wave. He was so frightened by the route just now, how could he not cry and complain? Crying babies have milk to eat. 3 generations of grandfathers. Kinoshita Figuang saw Yuan Firi cut through the thick documents on the table, and suddenly felt that the dream of being a Hokage was a bit hasty. Could it be that Yuan Firi is tired of beheading his old age so fast? Xiao Figuang, what's the matter? Compared to before, now Yuan Firi saw Figuang Kinoshita feel more cordial. From subordinates to disciples and grandchildren, the identity changes, and the attitude also changes. Recently, I'm reading The Will of Fire, and I have a deep understanding of it, which makes me love the village even more, so I want to share these insights and let many people know. Is it okay? Kinoshita Figuang blushed, filled with anticipation. Big eyes blinked and blinked, looking at Yuan Firijan. Then tell me, what do you think? Yuan Firi's face was cut with a smile, but he didn't think he would have any insight. It's nothing more than guarding the village, protecting the companions, etc. Everyone knows this. It took more than 10 years to write the MLM works. How could people not understand? Every sentence, every word, only reflects one meaning. That is to protect the village, protect the companions, and listen to Hokage. Of course, this is only the surface meaning, the real inner core, but few people can comprehend. Sacrifice. Kinoshita Figuang answered with certainty. Who told you? Yuan Firi cut down his smoking gun with a serious face. I figured it out myself. Really? Yuan Firi's face was wrinkled into a ball, full of shock. He thought of the scene where Kinoshita Hikari desperately fought against Iru Kazuhiro in order to protect his comrades. Although he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he knew from his injuries that he was fighting with the consciousness of mortal death. If the flames want to live on, they have to use leaves as fuel. And leaves refer to the older generation of ninjas represented by you, the 3 generations of Hokage. The old generation of ninjas sacrificed themselves to burn themselves out, bringing endless vitality to Konoha, and creating indelible hope for Konoha's future. This is the will of fire. So the primary spirit of the will of fire is the spirit of sacrifice. At this moment, Yuan Firijan was really shocked and speechless. A 7-year-old child actually realized the spirit of sacrifice by himself. Yuan Firijan was very happy, and a sense of pride rose in his heart. The 7-year-old child realized the will of fire. What does this mean? Show that your education was successful. Xiao Figuang, what do you want to do? Just say it directly, don't give a shit. Kinoshita Figuang no longer covered it up, and while Yuan Firijan was comfortably photographed, he explained the plan again. While talking, look at his face and make fine adjustments. How much will it cost? I don't want any money, it's all of my own accord. I don't need the village to take money. Kinoshita Figuang refused directly. What a joke, if you were asked to take the money, wouldn't you end up annexing the newspaper? When he heard that he didn't want money, Yuan Firi nodded with a smile. He thought that he had said so much because he wanted money. Since he didn't want money and he was his own disciple, why should he hesitate? Kinoshita Figuang praised Yuan Firijan again, focusing on how to promote the will of fire. As for other people's livelihood, they all passed by. It's a good thing to promote the will of fire, but you can't speak out about the spirit of sacrifice. It needs to be understood by themselves. You can mainly talk about how to protect your companions. Yuan Firijan was very interested in this newspaper. Being politically sensitive, he thought of many ideas on how to announce Yang Wei in one afternoon. But is it too boring to keep talking about the will of fire? Yuan Firijan was a little worried, and it was a bit like a cult by publishing newspapers every day to let everyone see the will of fire. This, everyone has to live, the will of fire is good to talk about it every few days, the main thing is to let everyone know that life in Konoha is very happy. Yuan Firijan still gave up the opportunity to be in the limelight every day, otherwise it would be worth the loss if he was scolded for being shameless. Kinoshita Figuang nodded again and asked, would you like to talk about the elders of Tuanzang? During this time, he kept asking me to visit the roots. I was thinking, does the elders of Danzang want me to be a newspaper office? With an innocent look on his face, he continued, just now, you asked me to go. I was so anxious to see you, so I didn't go, so I wouldn't be disrespectful to the elders of Danzang, right? It's okay, you focus on studying and running a newspaper, don't worry about the rest, I will tell Danzo. After Kinoshita Figuang left, Yuan Firijan's face was gloomy and full of anger. Who is Kinoshita Figuang? He is his own disciple and grandson, and he actually stretched out his hand here. Danzo, you're wrong, there are some things you shouldn't touch, because I'm Hokage. Jin, go and find Tuanzang for me. Hi. Momoko Kinoshita, who left, showed a smile. Old thing, is it hard to see you this time? A few days later, a new type of book appeared in Konoha, called newspaper. A copy was 3 yuan. Someone tried to buy a copy. When he opened it, the headline on the front page read "The Will of Fire." Just skip it. If you look down, you will find that some parents are short, and if you look down, there is a story called Bai Ji. They tried to look, then looked again, looked again. Finally, I looked around and found no one, so I quickly put the newspaper in my arms, and decided in my heart that I would buy a newspaper in the future even if I didn't eat or drink. Because he clearly saw that the long novel Bai Ji's story is being serialized. The first chapter is so explosive that people who buy newspapers are looking forward to it. There are also people who show off and tell their friends, everyone spreads it to each other, and the newspaper is on fire. Great sale on the first day, all sold out. At the same time, an author named Big Sister became famous instantly. And the villain in Bai Ji's story, Shimura-su, is also well known and resented by many men. Chapter 49_reverse, you know? In the silent forest, figures appeared from time to time, wearing masks. They came and went in a hurry. This is the route, known as the most mysterious place in Konoha. Except for the members of the route, no one knows the exact location. Even if someone broke in by mistake, they would not find out and would be blocked by the barrier. Only a patch of trees will be seen. There is only one hole to open the barrier. You need to dive for 30 meters, and then walk through a long passage to truly reach the route. The narrow passage is not only concealed, but can also prevent the enemy from attacking. There are hidden weapons and poisonous smoke around the passage, which can block most of the enemies. This is only the periphery, and the inside is a weapon with great lethality, making the route into a copper wall and an iron wall. The head of the route group is hidden in the deepest part. This is his office and resting place. The decoration is very simple and there is only one bookshelf. Such a simple office place is very incompatible with the identity of Konoha's second-in-command. Danzo's face was gloomy, and he held a Konoha daily newspaper tightly in his hand, his blue veins bursting out. Kneeling below is the Gen Corps commander, Dove. As Danzo's confidant, he knows the reason for Danzo's anger. It's all because of Bai Ji's story, where Shimura-su has a personality that is highly compatible with Danzo-sama. Shimura-su is a spy chief, who does things by unscrupulous means, likes to persecute her people with righteousness, but secretly does dirty things. Go check, find out the author of this eldest sister, and bring him to the route. I suspect that he is a spy from another country, and the purpose is to seriously injure the Shimura family. Dove, I suddenly felt that the author seemed to really know Danzang-sama very well, and hit the nail on the head. Hi. After Dove left, Danzo couldn't calm down his emotions. This was malicious slander and smeared the Shimura family. He had to catch the spy first, and then uproot the newspaper. Kinoshita Figuang, you are courting death. The last time I just sent my subordinates to invite Kinoshita Figuang, I was immediately warned by Hizuka, and it was obvious that Kinoshita Figuang did the trick. In a few days, Kinoshita Figuang started a newspaper office and published a story about Bai Ji. You think you're hiding well, but the power of the roots is beyond your imagination. Shimura Danzo was certain that all of this was caused by Kinoshita Hikari. He even suspected that the so-called eldest sister was Kinoshita Hikari. Although it sounded unbelievable, it was an intuition of a spy chief. You can't run. There was a cruelty on the corner of Tuanzang's mouth. As long as he found a little clue, he could use the charge of slandering the high-level Konoha to directly take down Momoko Kinoshita, and then let the mountain family investigate the memory. For a long time, he put a spell on Kinoshita Figuang's body, making him completely reduced to a weapon of the root. The reason for all this is just because Kinoshita Figuang was 7 years old when he was able to smash Jainin. Danzo picked up the newspaper and walked towards the Hokage building. Let your best friend give you an explanation. Look at Rigian, the old man has never dared to slack off for Konoha's saddle, but now he is so seriously injured. Danzo spoke calmly. But his eyes were full of anger. He had already planned when he came, and he must confront Kinoshita Hikari face to face, and took down Kinoshita Hikari in one fell swoop. Danzo, calm down, don't be so angry, take a sip. Yuan Feirigian didn't read it, and he was already familiar with the content inside. Instead, he smiled and invited him to smoke. You already know. Tuanzang frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Alas! Yuan Feirigian put away his smile and looked sad, as if he was 10 years old all of a sudden. It's hard for Konoha, the war is coming, the villagers' lives are deficient, the mental pressure is high, and there is no way to vent, this is not good. Danzo's heart sank, and the feeling of unease became stronger and stronger, and suddenly felt that things seemed to be a bit unexpected. Aren't you supposed to stand up for me now? What are you talking about? Just when I was at a loss, Xiao Figuang found me and said that we should enrich the quality of life of the villagers and strengthen spiritual construction. This is a good thing, what do you think? This kind of dirty novel, you actually say it's a good thing. Why is it so filthy? Look at the protagonist Baiji, how strong and great. For the sake of his beliefs, he has been fighting against evil forces. How wonderful! Danzo didn't say anything, picked up the newspaper and read it carefully again, furious. Look at this sentence, Shimura too called Baiji in the middle of the night, and Baiji walked out of the room in a disheveled mourning. This is Baiji's desperate resistance, and finally escaped from the clutches. And this sentence, Shimura-su walked into the secret room with the torture tool, and after a while, there was a sound of slaps and screams. This is Baiji, in order to protect her beliefs, she would rather die than reveal the village's information. Yuan Fury said firmly, with admiration in his eyes. This is so special. Danzang is numb, am I the only one who thinks it wrong? Am I a dirty person? He gritted his teeth and said, then why is the protagonist's surname Shimura? Why is the villain's surname Shimura? The old man's life is open and upright, this is smearing the Shimura family. Yuan Fury was overjoyed, but sadness was written on his face, shallow. Danzo? You scold me? I am so wronged, you still scold me? You betrayed our friendship. Shimura, this name was specially one for you, but you suspect me, this Shimura's evil doing in the early stage is just a camouflage, and it will be whitewashed in the later stage. This is to make a name for your Shimura clan, how much hatred in the early stage, later stage just how much love, this is called reversal. Reverse, do you understand? Yuan Fury reiterated what Kinoshita Figuang said, emphasizing that it will be cleaned up later, so that he can rest assured. Then everyone will know that Shimura-su is a good person. Shimura Danzo walked out of the Hokage building in a dizzy manner with a dazed expression on his face. 7 orifices have passed through 6 orifices, and only one is left unintelligible. But Danzo understood one thing, that is, this is a good thing that can bring prestige to the Shimura clan. Pretend, good man. At this moment, he suddenly recognized Shimura too a little more. He was not understood by the world. He only insisted on the belief in his heart. Even if he was pointed out by thousands of people, he would never waver. The other side. In the Konoha Daily, Jiraiya wrote quickly, his spiritual thoughts flowed like a spring, and his face was excited. Rude. He felt that someone was peeping outside the newspaper office, and he was dissatisfied. He was not satisfied that such an important name was given to your boss. He thought of Kinoshita Figuang's words. I respect Danzo-sama very much. The name of the protagonist must be given to the Shimura clan. It's too abominable, obviously it's right for Jiraiya adults. Jiraiya was also indignant and distressed about missing the opportunity, but he didn't know that it was all a pit. Although Kinoshita Figuang told everyone that there will be a reversal in the future and Chimera soil will be cleaned up, but he did not say when the whitewashing will be completed and when it will end. Kinoshita Figuang has decided that if there is nothing to write, it will be left unfinished and whitewashed. It's impossible in this life, and it won't be in the next life. In this way, a crisis, in the mouth of Kinoshita Figuang, flickered Danzo. Genbu came to monitor in the morning and was withdrawn in the afternoon. Danzo has accepted the reversal of this setting and is deeply looking forward to it. Don't worry, Danzo, this is just the first time. Kinoshita Hikari. Chapter-50 War breaks out, prepare to graduate. The country of the river, a couple. Unlike Konoha's peace, at this moment the two sides are at war and Konoha and Sanden village are fighting fiercely. The reason is that Sand Ninja follows Kazekage's order to plunder the resources of the country of the river, and Konoha accepts the entrustment to protect the country of the river, the employer and the invaders. It sounds like Konoha seems to be a righteous party, but they all bring pain to the country of the river. Compared with the simplicity and rudeness of Sand Ninja, Konoha chose to collect a high amount of mission gold and leave the last layer of fig leaf. The two sides didn't talk nonsense, they both clenched their weapons and greeted each other, and they were deadly. Ninjutsu collided, gold and iron mingled, on the devastated earth. They left several corpses behind each other and retreated. Not only that, the roots acted in secret, pretending to be a sand ninja to plunder wealth. You rob me too. It was at this moment that the two countries officially tore their faces and engaged in a large number of wars. From the country of the river to the country of rain, the two small countries suffered heavy losses and a large number of civilians were displaced. At this time, the land was not willing to be left behind. Since everyone came to snatch it, everyone came together. The three generations of Hokage Onoji sent ninjas not to fight the two countries, but to plunder the wealth in secret. In the end, the battlefield was fixed in the country of rain, which is the smallest country in terms of land area. The two countries were at war, and the shadow of the earth was stealing the tower. The autumn of Konoha 32 years. Hanzo made a strong attack, beheading all the ninjas who invaded the country of rain, and brazenly declared war on the country of wind, the country of fire, the country of earth, and the three kingdoms. The news spread quickly and spread throughout the ninja world. Also at this moment, in the autumn of Konoha's 32nd year, the Second Ninja World War started. Naruto building. Boom. Yuan Fury slapped the table fiercely, as if he had a deep hatred. The anger in his eyes was surging, and the round leopard eyes flashed with fire-like power, which shocked people. Yelang is arrogant and overreaching. He thinks who he is, just a title, so he can't recognize himself. Dare to declare war on Konoha, isn't he afraid that the country of rain will be destroyed? Rizang, what about Konoha? Danzo's face was calm at this moment, and there was even a hint of joy. A small country of rain dared to declare war on the largest country in the ninja world, and challenged three at the same time. This is not a provocation, but a naked slap in the face. I didn't see Hiruzen Sarutobi, who is a dove. Can't stand it. What should I do? Of course it's a fight. I want that arrogant person to understand that Konoha can't be provocative. Hiruzen Sarutobi said, his words were firm and decisive, and there was no room for relaxation. Who to send? Although Hanzo is very arrogant, his strength is still very strong, and ordinary ninjas can't deal with him at all. Tenzo is the leader of the route, and he knows the information of Sanjiayu Hanzo in his chest. Sarutobi Hizen was silent, pondering for a long time, and he also recalled the information of Sanjoyu Hanzo in his mind. Sanjiao Fish Hanzo is regarded as the pinnacle of the ninja world and is known as a demigod. With a special mask to move freely in the water, no one can surpass his ability to control the water. Self-confident and suspicious personality, used to act in secret. Hanzo has the ability to release poisonous gas to paralyze opponents just by breathing, so Hanzo wears a snorkel in order to prevent others from being poisoned. He had a headache, except for himself. Konoha now has no one who can rival Sanchoyu Hanzo. Boom! The Hokage door was kicked open, and Sarutobi Hyozan stroked his forehead, but smiled helplessly, knowing who it was without looking. The only one who dared to kick the door of Hokage, Konoha, was his precious apprentice Tsunade. "Old man, I heard that bastard Sanjiao Hanzo dares to declare war on Konoha. Is he impatient?" Sarutobi Hibiki smoked a few puffs of cigarettes, but did not speak. Danzo interjected, "Your teacher is also having a headache because of this matter, although Hanzo is very arrogant, but I have to say that his strength is extremely strong. The whole Konoha can confront Sanchoyu Hanzo head-on, only your teacher." In surprise, "Tanzo, why are you here?" Shimura Danzang's face darkened. "Co authoring a big man like me, haven't you seen it?" Tsunade ignored him, approached Yuan Firijan, and suddenly slapped the desk, and the Hokage desk was smashed to pieces by him. Bang! "Old man, you can sit at the back with peace of mind, and I'll go and retrieve the head of the Sanchoyu Hanzo." Tsunade at this moment has strong feelings for Konoha, and anyone who covets Konoha will be his enemy. Sarutobi Hyozan didn't care about Tsunade's overstepping, but hesitated. Although Tsunade is very strong, it has to be said that there is still some gap with Sanchoyu Hanzo, and in the peak battle, a slight gap can kill her, not to mention, the gap is not just a small gap. He didn't want the white-haired man to send the black-haired man, and just as he was about to refuse, he was interrupted by Orochimaru and Jiraiya. "Teacher, let us go. As your disciple, I should share your worries." The two walked into Hokage's office and looked at Hyozan Sarutobi. The eyes are very firm. Sarutobi Hyozan looked at the three disciples, and was very relieved. He said, "Young eagles always have to spread their wings and soar. You have grown up, then go, I will wait for you to come back." Hi X3. This scene of filial piety with teachers and disciples deeply stimulated Shimura Danzo. Snort. "Send 3 hairy boys to defeat Sanjiao Hanzo, Rigian, you will regret it." The other side. Kinoshida's home. Kinoshita Hikari, who is 8.5 years old this year, is 145 centimeters tall, with red lips and white teeth, big eyes and bright eyes. The upper body is sky blue with high collar and short sleeves, the lower body is white shorts, and his feet are ninja sandals. His long black hair dances in the wind. Incredibly handsome. He packed up with gifts in his hands and was about to go out. Today is Uchiha Mikato's 10th birthday. Gathered with everyone on the road and stepped into the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha guards also knew everyone and did not stop him. After all, every day's unstoppable physical exercise, as Konoha city manager Uchiha, it's hard not to know a few people. This is also the first time Kinoshita Figuang has stepped into this place. And he couldn't help but look at it a few times. There is nothing different here, and there is no mystery as imagined, just an extra wall. There are also Uchiha people selling goods on both sides of the street. These are Uchihas who have no ninja talent. Like ordinary people, they also need to find a livelihood to support their lives. The difference is that Uchiha, who is extremely arrogant outside, returns to the clan, as if he has removed his disguise, and will also show a bright smile. When everyone came to Uchiha Mikato's house, she was already waiting at the door. "Everyone is here, come inside." The 10-year-old Uchiha Mikato is more and more beautiful, with a ponytail, full of youthful breath. "Happy birthday, Mikato-chan, this is your birthday present." Everyone handed gifts to Uchiha Mikato to celebrate her birthday, and everyone cherished this childhood. This birthday may be the last time. Everyone let go of themselves, said their own embarrassing things again, exposed each other's shortcomings, each got angry and then smiled happily. Now that the war has begun, the ninja school has issued a notice that the genius class of the ninja school will graduate and officially become a genin. Get ready for war. Kinoshita Figuang was not surprised by this decision. This is also understandable, as a genius, enjoying a lot of resources, it is impossible to graduate according to the rules and age. What is a genius? Only those who break the rules are called geniuses. Moreover, the ninja school has nothing to teach everyone, and the rest can only rely on actual combat. Figuang-kun, you eat sushi, I made it for you myself. Thank you. Mikoto, as the protagonist, has been taking care of everyone, and the focus is on Kinoshita Figuang, who is very enthusiastic. Uchiha Shigeru, who was sitting on the other side, had red eyes, a little meaning to break through. Thank you for listening. If you'd like to continue supporting the channel and get access to hundreds of complete audiobooks and early releases, visit my Patreon using the link in the description. See you in the next story.